Hey there, welcome to the 757 Spy Flight. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for joining me in one of my favorite places that I've never been. We are at Athens, Venizelos Airport, and it looks like there's a lot of airplanes here. So much for that chill out thing. Hello and welcome. Thank you for putting in some wows in at wow time. And wow, it is nice to see you on a Sunday. We have walked into a big VATSIM event today. So, oh my gosh, there's all sorts of ATC. So all the previous advertising about, hey, welcome to Chill Out Sunday. Not so much today. It looks like we've got full ATC. They are using CPDLC here, so we should be able to get a clearance. We're only doing a short hop today, but we are heading over to Kefalonia, as I always like to call it. It's the Assassin's Creed Island, or at least the one that you start off on. When you're playing Odyssey and stuff like that. So, and it's the only, RPG that I've ever spent really any time in at all. So it's a bit of a favorite. And then after that, we're doing the James Bond flight. So there is a little airplane that you can get. It's called the BD-5J. And I've got some links that I can put into chat a little bit later on. But we're going to be departing from a fictional airport called MUSA, and that is in Cuba. And if you're over on Discord, go and look and see where I posted the maps that LowVis came up with, so you can see where that we're going in the James Bond jet. But if you saw the beginning of the movie Octopussy, you know what we're going to try and do with that jet. We're going to try and fly through the hangar. Probably won't succeed. And then we've got a VATSIM event in Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale and Key West will be nice. I suggested a flight maybe out of Athens. We'll see what time we get done with the James Bond flight, and we'll kind of go from there. But we got a busy day today and some really nice flights for us. So definitely looking forward to flying with you, and thank you for coming on in today. Let's see. Slink for Slink is here. Pat's back. JSG Droid, thank you for coming in. I'm glad you got some nice time off. You were working really hard last week. And in the middle of me chattering away and everything, DC just did a resub for 24 months. Let's see, according to my advanced mathematical skills, that's 2 years. Holy moly. Thank you for 2 years of great sport. Really appreciate it, DC. Thank you also for hitting the like button every now and then over on Patreon. By the way, if you are one of the secret agents, special agents, and double O's over on Patreon, it was really cold here, and I went out and started the car and everything, and it took a lot longer than I thought. Had to use the little jump starter thing because it's so chilly. So it took a little longer, so I didn't get the video made. And by the way, those videos are eventually moving over to a channel membership. You've got a whole month on that. It should be very easy so that we can move over to YouTube. It's also easier for us to do member-only YouTube events and stuff like that, so that's kind of coming up there. So, but thank you, DC, for coming on in. Eleftherios Venizelos Airport, and I'm pretty sure I butchered his first name. Hey there, Hornetville. Happy landings. Hope you have a nice flight. Wow. An hour and 30 minutes out from Hong Kong. You did the long one. Welcome aboard, Pratt PT. Happy landings, Hornetville. Crispy's here. Good to see you. Amargosa, why is the picture so white? It's cold out there. It's cold out there. This is our first real winter storm of the season. So, yeah, there's no loss of color there. It's just a big old white out there. And the roads are also very, very icy. And it is definitely chilly for sure. So I'm so grateful to be inside. Albert, welcome aboard. Coney's checking in from Finland. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Command Soda is here, and Slink for Slink says it's nice in Madeira right now. I'll try and remember to get that on the schedule. I know you've been wanting to go to Madeira today. Amargosa, good luck with work today. Arveric, good to see you, and thank you. You have a Greek friend, Eleftherios. Yeah, you call him Lefty. Oh, so it's Lefty Airport. Yeah, named after, I believe, a prime minister of Greece. I think. It's been a long time since I looked that up to see. So, but I think that that's who the airport is named after. And by the way, is also a Greek thing is Venizelos coffee. Savsemi, did I say her name right? LGAV Ground. Hey, good to see you. We're glad to be here. We'll get a CPDLC request into you as quick as we possibly can, okay? T-Bird, welcome aboard. Yep, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas here. 901 the Gamer just did a raid. Hey, 901 the Gamer, thanks for the raid. CHR, thanks for the follow. Yeah, this is the Fly Tampa Airport. It really is. It's the Fly Tampa Airport. And so that's it. Okay, let's get going here. Otherwise, we'll just chatter away. This is my favorite little A320. It's a real simple livery, but it's got, and unfortunately, they painted over it. This is a real airplane, SXDVV is the registry number, and they've gone and made this the new livery, but it's got the Greek goddess Athena on the side, and that was a promotional thing that they did with the Acropolis Museum. So I've always thought that that was just my favorite little Greek jetliner as well. So it's a favorite for sure. Beer Cheers, G2 Boy. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Although, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and just do coffee cheers because it's cold outside. El Pikachu, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in. And Dave just did a resub. Dave Kernow has been here for 8 months. And thank you for an 8-month resub. Let me turn on some alerts there and get those going. Coffee time, and into the cockpit we go. So let's come over here. And yeah, my side stick, it's been misbehaving a little bit. I don't know. It needs a little bit more of a null zone or something along those lines. So I'm going to have to fix that eventually. We're going to go to the Phoenix app and tap to import. See if I've yapped too long. How much time do we have to load the plane? Simreef and units mismatch. Great. Got 25 minutes, so we're good to go there. Greetings from North Ground. Hey, it is nice to be here. This is one of my favorite parts of the world that I've never been to sim fly in. Trip Taker, welcome aboard. One of the first people to discover the spy flight all those years ago. Maybe I should stop remembering that, right, Trip Taker? Thank you for coming in. I hope you are doing good today. We got the spy flight Greek island hop. And then later on today, Trip Taker, we're doing the James Bond fly through the hangar flight. Hi, Jimmy boy. Welcome, welcome. Okay, and we got some lights on. Let's get some backlighting going on here. And the airplane's coming to life. We'll need some backlighting here. I did check to see if the WinWing has sent me the what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, email to pay for the throttle, and they haven't yet. Mr. Posh Martin is in Dusseldorf, and I think I have a problem with my airplane. I think I need to load that. I think that's a little bit of a problem here. So the best way to do that is quickly disconnect from VATSIM and try and do a restart. Takes a little bit of extra time, but usually that's it. Mr. Posh Martin is doing München to Dusseldorf today. Stupidocracy, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by today. Do not forget your Airbus set. Yeah, I think I got into a little bit of trouble last time with the a little bit of trouble last time. Let's see if this resets it here. Star Lugo, you got your WinWing for the EFIS 737. That is exciting news. All right, let's go hop into the plane, reconnect to VATSIM, and hope my gate's still available. It's busy. There's an easy A388 sitting on the ramp blocking traffic for 20 minutes. Oh, that's nice. Do you have the Airbus panel for WinWing? I've got the autopilot panel. The autopilot panel is aboard, and I've got an with the each side on the EFIS, and then I've also got a McDo. And I will tell you, I really, really like those. Poliot is throwing up. Oh, probably because it's an EasyJet A380, because there's no such thing as an EasyJet A380, right? Real G, welcome aboard. I mean, for flying an EasyJet A380, that's for sure, but also because blocking traffic for 20 minutes is not cool. And this is a VATSIM event. Real G, thanks for coming in. You got the Phoenix A320, and every time your PC crashes, it is a very what's the word I'm looking for? Involved airplane. That being said, I don't think it should crash you. So maybe have you tried to do a reinstall, Real G, and see what happens? Trip Taker, we're all absolutely blown away. We're blown away by what WinWing's got. Hey, Diamond Mike, you've still got a stomach bug going on? Get well soon, Diamond Mike. I hope you're feeling better. T-Bird says it's almost Santa Claus time. Okay, good. We got those working. Now let's also make sure I've got the autopilot is being a little bit of a brat now. So let's try and unplug and replug. Man, all sorts of trouble today. Come on, autopilot, work for me. Oh, now WinWing is just crashing all together here. Okay, let's do all three of those. Sorry about all the technical troubles. I had it worked out earlier today, but now it's all of a sudden got attitude. Let's go and exit and restart SimApp Pro. They are moving at Mach 2. No kidding. Okay, let's restart SimApp Pro and see if it's going to work for me. Sorry about this. Hate to spend time troubleshooting. I was too busy trying to get the view of the coffee mug and the bottle of Uzu that is up in the control tower here at Venizelos Airport. Okay, there's the side stick. Here comes the autopilot. There's the autopilot. Okay, the autopilot is there, but it's not working. Ah, the autopilot works. Now let's see if the McDo works. And there is the McDo. And let's see if that connects. That seems to have connected. So now let's see if we can actually move some buttons here. Let's see. Let's set the altimeter over to QNH. And hectopascals looks good. I can add in an altitude. Can we hit flight management guidance control? Wow, everything works. Sorry it took so long. Yeah, the McDo or the McDon't or something like that. Yeah. Okay, let's come on over here and see if we can't get our CPDLC clearance. Air operations menu, flight init, and init data. Old slow, that was a good one. Hang on, let me get the drums ready to go. There you go. Okay, LGAV to Kefalonia. It's about a 53-minute flight, not long at all. So let's come on down here, and we need to probably re-import. Yeah, we need to reset and re-import the flight plan. It didn't load into the flight management system. And now mass and balance. Good. We got 179 passengers. Let's get them loaded right now. This is going to take forever. Okay, we got ground power, preconditioned air, chocks and cones, doors are open. Let's get the cargo doors open. And come on down here, init, and init request. Let's see, Real G, you're on Twitch. So look below the video window that you're watching here on Twitch, and you'll see that I've got all of the PC specs listed down there. And there is our flight there. That looks good. We are in Aegean flight, AEE, flight 441. And let's go ahead and start the ADIRS deering. And 1, 2, and 3. That takes care of that. And then I will usually come down and hit the crew supply of oxygen. And that reminds me that I've started the ADIRS deering. Otherwise, we'll have to wait even longer, and nobody likes to wait at the airport. Our cost index today is 57. Let's go get our wind data now. Wind data and request. Where do you see your specs? Okay, so you're looking at Twitch, right? Okay, so there's the player window, right? Where you're watching the video. You scroll down and you'll see, you know, there's a little bit about the channel. There's a little bit in there that talks about, you know, some music. Then, you know, I think there's a donate button, but then there's also a, you know, something about the system. And I think that's the one that I've got. That's where you should find it. Okay, that looks really good. Data is aboard. Return and page B. I did update to a 3060. So real G. I guess I really thought that I went and I changed that. I guess I haven't. But it's Nvidia 3060 is my new video card. We are at gate Bravo 5, B5. Venizelos ATIS is information Delta. And it's LGAV, LGAV. All right, let's see if I can do this. This is going to be the hard part. Kalispéra. 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 It doesn't have spell check, so you have to do your own spell check. Okay, let's send it. There we go. That looks good. Come on back. Come on back. Receive messages. Pre-departure clearance is aboard. That looks good. It did go out. And the load sheet. Time to get loaded. 61.0. We got a full load of people going today. It must be an Assassin's Creed conference or something going on over at Kefalonia. Full load on the airplane. Hi, Norse Viking. Happy Sunday to you. Thanks for coming by. 32.0 is our preliminary center of gravity. Let's accept that. And return. And come on down here. And there's the number. 61.0, 32.0. Let's put it up there. Uh-oh, we have our departure request has been received and it's being processed. Cool. All right, that looks good. Let's see. It's Paige. Welcome back. People do, I think they do too. I mean, I know that the company's gotten into some, what's the polite word for it? A little bit of public relations trouble and stuff right now, but you know, if you got a copy of Odyssey or something like that, Valhalla, those were still pretty good, right? All right, let's come on over here. So taxi fuel is 0.173. Now I say that as something, Paige, I say that as somebody who just cannot, I suck at RPGs, and I don't even bother with a first person shooter or something like that. But I'm just not that great at it. Other people are. Maybe if I go and start practicing now, in 10 years, I can not embarrass myself. Coming, let's see, 0.921 is our alternate fuel. 30 minutes of fuel is 1.08. There's all of our fuel numbers. Check our fuel, and our fuel looks good. Okay, there we go. That's looking really good. Passengers should be loading. The information, it's 1015 is our altimeter settings. So let's also do 1015 for the first officer, 1015 down there on the backup, and go snag some charts while we're waiting. Crispy doesn't have anything. You're on a long sick leave right now and you barely get enough rent. Oh my gosh, there's got to be something that'll help you out. All right, airport charts. We just need an APC, and that's about it. Airport parking chart. RNAV SIDS for 21 left. RNAV SIDS for 21 left. RNP SIDS 21 left. That's got to be it. Let's see. Time to do. Well, you know, that was a little bit of the initial fascination with being here. Was For Your Eyes Only. It was a lot of For Your Eyes Only was over on Corfu. Okay, let's see. We need the Core 1 November departure. That's the Corinthos VOR. Not the Kia. There it is. Corinthos 1 November. Let's see. What do we have here? Minimum climb is 6,000, but it's not the top climb there. 128.95 is our next frequency. Slash 128.95. Oh. There we go. That looks really good. And now we got that. Now, coming into Kefalonia. Uh-oh, someone's on the phone. Calling from the 1990s with that ringtone. All right, how do we get this? It says we are cleared Aegean 441 to Kefalonia via the Corinthos 1 November departure off runway 21 left. Best thing to do, get your flight plan, make sure it's good. Page 2. Departure runway 21. Okay, they did give us an initial climb clearance, 7,000 feet. Our squawk is 6747. And request startup on 118.680. 118.680. Now we got all of our information, and it's still in here, but I just copy it into the notes. Let's Wilco this, or in the language of airlines, let's Roger that. And we just got our clearance. Well, then my advice is don't get rammed. Surviving is more important than the luxury of a video game. The video game will always be there. And yeah, that's some hard advice, but it really is good. I know that in my own little world, I've definitely cut back an awful lot in some cases at times too. Okay, all that looks good. Let's put in the F plan. And Athens Venizelos departure is going to be 21 left. Now, there's a lot of departures and arrivals around Athens that begin with the letter K. So you absolutely make sure that you got the right one, okay? And it's Core 1 November. So you could see there's Kia, there's Core, and there's Crow. You want the top one. Very important to grab that. And insert. And let's go, and we got another phone call, and that means our clearance is now confirmed. So we're all good to go there. Sorry, there's going to be a little bit of sniffing today. I think that comes with temperatures with minus signs in front of them. A few unintended sneezes too. Okay, all of that looks really good. Coming into Kefalonia, right now we know that they are landing runway 32. I usually do RNAVs. In there. Airplane's loaded, so we got to get going here. Crispy says there's a 95 knot tailwind. So stars VOR for 3-2, but they didn't give us an RNAV. Maybe they don't have an RNAV. We have VORs for 3-2 and VORs, but we don't have. Really? Okay, well, that's interesting. Yeah, they only have VOR approaches. Well, it's nice out tonight, so it's mostly going to be visual anyway. So it's mostly going to be a visual flight. So what's the difference between the Yankee and the Zulu? Yankee Zulu is a procedure turn over the airport. Yankee is not. Let's cheat a little bit here. Let's see if they've added an ADIS. Neo just did a resub. Hey Neo, thank you for the resub. Neo's been here for, wow, 56 months. That's a lot of months, Neo. Thank you for the great support. Awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for being here and helping me to keep my lights on. Okay, LGKF, nothing going on. Nothing going on there as far as that. So let's just go and make our own choice here. I'm going to go with the Yankee. So let's go ahead and plan that one. VOR Yankee runway 32. VOR Yankee runway 32. There's no star. No, we're doing the Era to Papa arrival. Era to Papa. Sorry, got to go and check this out. Stars. Era to Papa is going to come over here. Okay, this is actually going to put us over the Kefalonia VOR. Chances are they're going to vector us away. But since the Era to Papa goes over, I think the Zulu is the better choice. I think the Zulu is a better choice. I'm going to cancel this one and start over. Arrival, VOR 32 Zulu via the Era to Papa, and we're going over, let's do the number 2, which is a bigger turn, and around we go. That should do it. Fokenberger bought some RAM. Yeah, I mean, even I've had to tighten my belt too. I can't afford any RAM right now, so I had to settle for some sheep. I know, that's an old joke, but it's fun, right? Neo just gifted 5 subs to the community. Neo, thank you so much. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you for the extra support. Yeah, that's. I think we got one more day that Twitch is doing like September on that sort of thing. So, Neo, glad you saved some money. Thank you for the extra support for me, but thank you for being nice to other people too. Coffee cheers. Hey there, North Gaming. Okay, we're ready to go. Let's open the flap and get ready to start up the APU. Passengers are aboard and settling down in their seats. We did get a squawk code. We should probably put that in. And it's 6747. 6747. That looks good. Our next frequency is 118.6. 118.6. That James Bond flight is a little bit on the complex side. So I'm going to send you a link to the airplane. So we're using a small payware airplane for this, okay? It's a small airplane, but there's also a video at the bottom of that shows a little more and has links to the free scenery. Now, if you don't want to buy the BD5J, you could also go and you could do probably you could fly the TBM, which is a free airplane. That might work out. We're going to 240, flight level 240, and the final load sheet's aboard. And our final load sheet is 61.0, which is actually what I had before, and 32.0. That's what I had before, so that looks good, and return. Okay, so that goes in at the top. Fuel planning, I thought we did that. Block fuel, the computer estimates we need 4.6 tons of fuel to do this flight. I have 5.98 because when it comes to fuel, I don't want to run out. LowVis says it is a busy day to take the RJ out for a spin. Polyot is made a thread in Discord. Oh, cool. Twitch chat isn't the best place. Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes we can help out a little bit, but sometimes we just can't. And so those Polyat has actually put a lot of work into Discord. There's new cool things there. Yeah, there's some things that we've had to change in there, you know, because of changing laws and stuff like that. But it really has become a really good place if you've got questions and stuff, especially, you know, in the middle of the night when there's no live streamers and stuff out there, that might help you out a little bit. Polyat says, at least you have a glass cockpit in the Avro. You do. I mean, I'm glad you took the RJ and not the BAE 146. I bet you are too. Brad PT says we need an Airbus hat. Sorry, I missed that, Pratt PT. I've got a dozen extra windows open that I don't need, so I can't see everything. It was a little bit late coming in here. Okay, our initial climb clearance is going to be 7,000 feet. That was our initial climb clearance. That looks really good. Let's go start closing up doors and get ready to depart the scene of the crime. Close, close, close. We're done with preconditioned air because we have the APU bleed on. We also have ground power turned off. Let's disconnect the GPU. And I'm also going to toggle the jetway. Hi, Billy Mack. Welcome aboard. It is a nice evening in Eham. I think we decided that that might be a good departure airport for Fly and See Santa, which is coming up in about 2 weeks. Sync the load sheet, sync the weather, calculate speeds for takeoff. Flaps 1 down 0.4. Not so bad. At least LowVis didn't run over the EasyJet A380. I think it was to keep to not have alphanumeric, but just numeric numbers. Remember, you know, squawk transponders and stuff started occurring long before what we would now refer to as the digital age, right? So parking brakes are on, and so they didn't really have the ability back in the day to be able to do those sorts of things. And I think that that's probably the big reason why. So you couldn't do that. Now, that being said, they've got some new stuff in Europe. You know how it is that sometimes all we do is squawk 1000? So they do that sort of thing, which I think is really pretty cool. So that's really neat. A1 Tank Buster, could you do... I do have the Flight Sim Lab, so I did purchase it.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
And we're ready to be pushed back. Thank you. I do have it. I just don't have it loaded in the system right now. It's a little heavy on Stormy, the supercomputer here. So that's kind of the reason why it is that I haven't been flying the Flight Sim Labs. That being said, it's a really good airplane. It's a really good airplane, but it's a little heavy for what I'm doing.
Checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
It's the BAE 146 is definitely a I think the BAE 146 is a handful. It's a hard airplane to fly. You know, and you know, no auto throttle, and you know, a very busy cockpit. A very busy cockpit. Coney, welcome in. Sorry, I'm not missing. I'm starting to fall a little bit behind. Plus, I'm trying to get us out the gate here today. We have unusual flights, and if we don't keep going, we'll fall behind. Gamer Taurus says to hydrate. You should hydrate too if you're flying with me. Let's see. Yeah, you may need to send that cease and desist note for, you know, the A380 for easy. Okay, chances are we are going to go nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes.
Okay, seatbelts going on. Doors are closed. Let's get on the radio here. And the only reason I don't hear anything, can you guess? I didn't start the KD Pilot app. And if you once you set it up, if you don't have the KD Pilot app running, you're not going to hear VATSIM. Okay, got that going. Almost time to go. Okay, we got the radio up and ready. Let's check the latest status. Latest status is... we don't have one. The latest one we have is Delta. 118680. I need an 8 in here. That's why we don't hear anybody either. Tuning the radio is difficult. This is going to be Venizelos Tower. I don't think that's available. Let's go to ground. 121.775.
You're clear to exactly on via the Kia 1 November departure, runway 21 left.
121.775, I think. There, okay, delivery is back. 118680. There we go. Okay.
101.
Almost time to go.
7045.
Got one airplane behind us, so they probably won't clear us. But let's get in there anyway. Venizelos delivery, Kalispéra from Aegean 441 at stand Bravo 5 with information Delta, requesting startup and pushback.
Aegean 441, Venizelos Kalispéra. Information Delta is correct. Your startup is approved. Expect up to 10 minutes for pushback.
Startup approved. We'll wait here for pushback. Aegean 441. Okay, cool. AI Creations, welcome, welcome.
Air France 1012, report your number.
I don't have the vicinity, I don't have the stand number. Just close to 111.
Air France 1012, you are on stand Alpha 38. For your information, you can contact Venizelos.
There we go.
21.
That's right. We should just push into the tail of that airplane over there. It's just pixels, right? Ground is 121.755.
Air France 1012, just stand by.
JAACHR, Jashir, thank you. 755. Important difference, isn't it? Okay, we are all good to go. They said about 10 minutes.
Pound 374 kilo, stand by, expect up to 5 minutes.
Poliot, I've ruined Poliot's immersion. See what kind of a bad sim pilot I am. How can we help with more immersion? Well, we could go back into the galley and just pull out some mini bottles of Uzu. And that'll take care of it, right?
121.755.
And yes, Aegean has branded mini bottles of Uzu. I've seen Sibby's collection. So, yeah, well, it's just one, but still. So they do have branded bottles. Sadly, they're not here in the cabin. It's just a basic kind of a cabin here, but still. We could replay the San Francisco departure with traffic landing on 28 right. Hey, that wasn't my fault, right? I didn't do anything wrong there, right? It wasn't me. I didn't mess it up. I guess we could turn the cabin music back on. Coney has learned the main difference between Boeing and Airbus. Yes. Yes, there are definite differences. Boeing, there's lots of little buttons to press. Airbus, you know, on, off, up, down, right, left. That's it, right? Oh, there's still people that haven't gotten the memo about CTAF there, Amargosa. See, they miss staff meetings, and you know, that's just a bad thing. Okay. I'm trying to remember that, and I'm afraid I've forgotten, but maybe it was a bad memory, and I'm just kind of blanking it out. Maybe I'm just kind of blanking it out. There was an update to GSX a few days ago. I finally got that one downloaded. So that was probably pretty good. ADIS is up. Information. Echo.
QNH 1016.
Echo is now up. 1016 on the altimeters. So 1016 and 1016 and 1016. How long does it take you to get your airplane going there, big guy? Jeez.
You are cleared to Zagreb via the according to 1 November departure. Runway 21 left, initial climb
Oh,
to
well,
7,000
it's
feet and
great to
42
have
days before.
aviation fever. It's a cool thing to have a fever of. That's the same flight when one of the viewers here went on a rant on frequency about Dave saying he was on his radio calls and then come into chat and was making comments about the person. Oh my gosh, I've totally blanked that out. About saying what aircraft and airline I was. That's what we do. We're supposed to say, hey, we're at a GNA 320 on the radio.
Negative 2024.
I know. I know what it was. It was me saying that on Unicom, it was like San Francisco traffic, there's a United A320 on 10-mile finals for 2-1 left, as opposed to, you know, United 441. That's what it was. Yeah, I remember that one. I don't know if that one's... I actually still think it's a good idea on advisory to say, hey, I'm a United A320. That way, if you're on the opposite runway and I'm doing a call out and you see United over there, but it's 737, you know, okay, it isn't that guy. And I don't have to, it's easier to figure that out from just, you know, an airline and a flight number.
Standing by your Trapper 66.
Hey, hey, look at that.
AGN 3103, contact Venture ground 121, response 155.
AGN 3103, ground 121, bye.
Yeah, it was a situational awareness thing. There is our next flight. I'm going to kind of post the whole little line here, Jimmy boy. So there is information. We're going to be taking the BD5J. Our departure airport is a fictional airport with call sign MUSA. And I just included a link to the airplane that we're taking. But at the bottom of that web page that I linked to is a YouTube video. And that shows you what we're going to do and gives you links to the freeware airports that we're going to fly that you're going to need from flightsim.to. Same as there being no point in saying what SID or star you're on. Better to tell me what you are, your distance from the airport, and the direction. I think that's a really good idea. Yeah. Hi, this is United 441. You know, we're a United A320, 20 miles north of the airport, coming in on runway 21 left.
Get to Belgrade.
NATO says, yeah, so as a part of that, we should also include a flight number.
7,000 feet, squawk 6463, SW 1 to Alpha. SW 1 to Alpha, read back correct. Your startup is approved to report a Pushback. Startup approved, will go SW 1 to Alpha. AGN 441.
AGN 441, fully ready.
AGN 441, you are in a little bit of pickle. Your CTAT is 1855 Zulu.
1855 Zulu is our CTAP. Thanks for AGN 441. So I'm going to start a timer just so we have an idea to remind ourselves.
Thai 644. My radio glitched out there for a second.
Polyot says we should go back to the SATCO days and text only.
Request for IFR clearance.
Oh, El Bapino, bonsoir, welcome on in. Thank you for coming in today. I'm on TAA, El Bapino. I'm on TAA. DLSS means all of my numbers are blurry. And I only like my numbers to be blurry when we've got Brew in the cockpit.
The 644 is missing.
That's the only time I like to have my numbers blurry.
It's just Tango Hotel Alpha.
I don't know. I can understand why you'd say, yeah, let's go back to text only. That was a little quieter and a little nicer. On the other hand, I really am still just absolutely loving the different languages and accents.
Can I just confirm 9 Whiskey Lima or 3 9
and,
Whiskey Lima?
you know, different people around the world.
So you're connected
So
with 9
at least that's where I'm coming from and liking that. I'm sure you mean it kind of funny too, but still.
Yes, the initial climb is 7,000 feet, and you're
Good
gonna
evening,
have
Professor.
at
Welcome
least,
aboard.
15 minutes.
That's right. Yeah, numbers being blurry. That's the problem with DLSS for a lot of systems.
Canadian 526 121, that's 755.
Going to be any delay?
Hi, Greg. Welcome aboard.
121.
Online. It's nice to be here.
Town 374 Kilo 121 755.
Well, I think that keeping the schedule's important and keeping the vibes important, Greg. That's part of the priority here at SPY HQ. So I really try to do that. Thanks for noticing, Greg. Welcome on in. Happy weekend.
Lufthansa 16, expect up to 10 to 15 minutes delay, plus or minus.
I have not heard about the DLSS swapper. I don't know. I almost wonder if that's not more trouble than it's worth, though. I mean, there's all of these, some things out there are probably
will be
a good thing, but some things I think can be just too much trouble to set up. Like, I've got so many things that I set up for a flight and stuff, and you just, you get a little more. Flying over Venezuela? I don't think I am. We're in Athens. It works for some, not for others. Yes, with my luck, yeah, absolutely with my luck. Oh, and I was in the process of setting up today. Paulia, you were mentioning that I'm getting more dead pixels on the camera. I had the lens cap on while I was just checking my, you know, OBS functions. And so I punched up the camera and saw the extra white specks there, and I thought, oh gosh, that's real. So yeah, the camera, I guess, is getting old. It is very busy here in Athens.
121-755, German Airhouse 261, thank you, bye.
AGN 441.
AGN 441, hello.
AGN 441, you are very lucky, sir. You can contact Lane Velcro on 121-755.
121-755 for AGN 441. Great to be lucky. Have a good weekend.
You too, bye-bye.
121-755, we're done there.
German Air Force 261, Kalispéra, pushback approved, facing east.
Push approved, facing east, German Air Force 261.
Camber 591, requesting taxi.
Camber 591, taxi Echo Delta 7, Delta, holding point 21 left.
JSG Droid says be prepared for advisories on landing.
Echo Delta
Hey,
7,
you know what that means? It means chill out time. We love chill out time.
AGN 681, Kalispéra, continue via Alpha and Kilo, call you back.
Alpha Kilo 267.
LL 546, contact tower 118.625, bye-bye.
118.627, have a nice evening, bye-bye.
AGN 3 Kilo Yankee, taxi Kilo, Charlie, Juliet, stand, Bravo 34.
Hi, Salvatore. Welcome in.
Kilo Charlie, Juliet, and stand Bravo 34, AGN 3 Kilo Yankee.
AGN 3 Kilo Yankee, correction, Bravo 36.
Wolfie's here. Hey, Wolfie. Good to see you. Happy Sunday. 53 months. That's a big number. It sure is. Welcome in, Wolfie. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for... Oh, it was a Tier 2 resub, too. Thank you for a Tier 2 resub and great support. Thank you for always being in here. Hang on a sec. Venizelos Scaron, Kalispéra from AGN 441. Bravo 5 with the information echo, fully ready for push and start.
AGN 441, Kalispéra, expect pushback in 05 minutes.
AGN 441, thank you. So, hey, Wolfie, thank you for coming in. Thanks for a nice resub. thank you for double support over there. I really appreciate that. And again, helping me to keep these lights on. I really, can't imagine what I do without the live stream and great friends here. Thank you. Okay, so we just got another 5-minute gate hold. That's okay. Pizza cheers. So I still have just a little bit of turkey left over from the U.S. Thanksgiving holiday. Just a little bit. I got like two, not even enough really for a sandwich. But this way, it sure was tasty. Ridux is back with a resub. Ridux has been here for 33 months. Ridux, thank you so much for a really nice resub. Looked like it was stormy in Norway today. Looks like it was a little bit stormy in Norway today. I hope it's good for you. Is it as chilly where you are as it is here at Spy HQ, Ridux? Definitely chilly for sure. Ready for how long till spring? Captain Chris has got a pushback clearance. Happy landing, Captain Chris. Hey, Jaachr. Not a problem. Absolutely not a problem. That just happens. That's why I board extra fuel. And make sure there's plenty of coffee in the cockpit. So never a problem. Thank you for being online and great ATC. Hi Roberto, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Ridux says it's windy and snow right now in Norway. Crispy got ATC from, yeah, Polaris is like one of the cool names in ATC. I love Polaris Control. Hi Pizza Racer. Don't beat the dragon. What a great name on Twitch. Hey, don't beat on YouTube. Hi, don't beat the dragon. Athena Control has called it a day. Okay, we'll get out. Hi, Getaway. Boy, it's a good thing that GSX is patient. Professor, there's a place to check ADIS in the United States. Actually, I was never really good at that, Pauliot. And so there was a little add-on app that you could get for Satco, and you could have pre-programmed responses, and I had literally every one of those pre-programmed responses ready to go. So all I had to do is reach up and click a button, and that's all I had to do on Satco. But typing, I typed out everything. Coney says it's 7 degrees in Finland. Yeah, but you. It's all kind of run together, and it's small text, and it's on another screen that's almost. My monitors have been moved around a little bit, so I really need to go. I need to take everything off the table and reposition that second monitor that's over there, where your name is. So I kind of have to look around. Small text jammed together, and I have to look around to be able to read it. So that's why. But yeah, one of these days I need to take everything off the table, clean the table, and position everything out so I can see that monitor a little bit better. Okay, our 5 minutes should be coming on up there. We'll see.
Aegean 441.
Aegean 441.
Aegean 441, pushback approved, facing north.
Push proved, will be facing north, Aegean 441. Facing north? Facing north.
Franza 16, expect pushback in 03 minutes.
Okay, that's gonna be tail to the left. We're cool. I just needed to make sure we had a good place to push. Tuesday and Wednesday, if you do, you will get your invite to play from. Of course I will. Yeah, it'll be there. James, yes, one of my favorite places in the world that I've never been to. All right, everything clear up here? Yeah, fuel pumps are on. Let's go. Starter. ignition to start. Give it a few seconds, and engine number 1. It is so nice. Hi, Blue Rat. Welcome aboard. And somebody started a hype train. Thank you for starting a hype train. Again, thank you for the extra support these past few days. I know there's a sale going on. There'll probably be another one of those sub-sale things coming up as we get closer to the Christmas holiday. And I've got one that I need to use in the middle of December or I lose it. So I'm going to do a special spy bump too. Wolfie is shocked that there's gambling going on. I know. GSX did a good job this time. Parking brakes are set. And there's the generator clunk. That's available. Starting engine number 2. LowVis is turning on VOR Zulu for runway 32. LowVis, I don't want to put too much pressure, and I should have asked you about this before on Discord. You probably know more about our next flight. Would it be helpful if I turned on a Discord audio channel for you to tell us what to do for the James Bond flight? And I'm sorry to ask you like this. When I was out scraping the window on the car, I thought, oh, I need to ask LowVis. And then I totally forgot. Hi, Dad Game Time. Welcome aboard. Actually, it's harder for LowVis right now because LowVis is in the RJ. I mean, for us to turn on the VOR Zulu for runway 32. Okay, I think we got 2 good starts there. Well, you just know that one better, plus you drew the maps. But again, I really am being a nasty person by asking you on the live stream like this. I didn't turn on that. And let's come on down here. And then I have to look at my notes to remind myself how to turn that on, right? Okay, control checks. Looking good. I'm doing fast ones. Trim's going to be down 0.4. And flaps are going to be 1. Speed brakes are armed. I need to change my angle. I'm not able to grab the speed brake lever and turn it on. Let's get ready to go. All right. Now let's get ready to write it down.
526, contact tower 118.625, bye-bye.
Tower 118.625, Scandinavian 526, good night.
Venizelos ground, hello again at GN441, pushed and started from Bravo 5, facing north, requesting taxi. Pilcha, thanks.
GN441, taxi Echo Delta 6, Delta holding point 21 left.
Echo Delta 6 and Delta, we are going to holding point runway 21 left, a GN441. That was Pilchin 495 is now a channel member over on YouTube. Hey, thank you for being a channel member. That's kind of new here at SpyHQ. I sure appreciate it. Thank you for the great support.
118.625.
All right, we're over here. Echo. He said Echo Delta 6 and Delta. Echo Delta 6. So immediate turnover to Delta. That's probably right in front of me. Let's go. Up here and lights. Cabin call. And away we go.
Venizelos Ground, good evening. Serbia 12 Alpha, parking stand Bravo 32, ready for pushback.
Serbia 12 Alpha, Kalispéra, expect pushback in 03 minutes.
Roger, Serbia 1 Alpha.
Pretty sure the last time we tried it made contact with the hangar. Oh, you mean the one that we're doing, the James Bond thing? Oh yeah, this is not going to be an easy flight. Pilcha, again, thank you for being a channel member. That's kind of new here at Spy HQ. So thank you for the really great support. And most mornings you'll also find a YouTube video. Special YouTube video about my the flight of the day just for channel members. It didn't happen today because it's really cold outside and it took a lot longer to get the car going. I took the wrong one, didn't I? I took the wrong turn. Thank you for telling me it's okay. Hi, Harold's. I would suggest, I'm just glancing at that while I'm taxiing. My guess is one of the things that you're going to need to do is perhaps turn your scenery settings down a little bit. That's usually the solution when you've got, the sim becomes a slideshow. ENL, welcome aboard. So usually that's about the best thing to do, is start turning down scenery settings. Predictive wind shear. On. 118625 is tower. That's good. Hi, Nickel. Snow is looking really chilly here. It's 18 degrees Fahrenheit, -8 Celsius. Very, very frosty. Very winter wonderlandy out there. Why I am so happy to be indoors right now. And Pauliot just put a special text up for you too, Harold's. I'd check that out. 118.625 for GN 441. Thanks for the great ATC. Have a good week. 118.625. Departure is 12895.
Tarom 374 kilo, wind 300 degrees 6 knots, runway 21 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 21 left, Tarom 374 kilo.
Stand by for 261, continue taxi holding point Delta 13.
Delta 13, German Air Force 261.
Okay, we're all set and ready to go. Good Abend, Tom. Thanks for coming in.
Continue straight ahead. You're turning on hotel.
How cold is it in Frankfurt, Tom? We got -8 here, and I heard that there was a little snow recently in Frankfurt too. How do we see other people? ENL, we are on a network called VATSIM. So we're on VATSIM. That's how we see other people and we get ATC. So I'm about ready to talk. The people that you see is real people, either flight simming or doing ATC. And that's it. DF Gaming, thank you for the follow.
GN 441.
Aegean 441 on taxiway Delta approaching runway 21 left.
Aegean 441, hello, continue.
Continue, Aegean 441. This week it was mild in Frankfurt. Today was warm with almost 8 degrees Celsius. Oh, no kidding.
120.950, thank you for your service. Have a great night.
Good one. Scandinavian 526 with 300 degrees, 6 knots, runway 21 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 21 left.
A great busy night in Athens.
German Air Force 261, runway 21 left, line up.
Landing up, runway 21 left, after departure, German Air Force 261.
A control setup? You mean like control bindings? I basically try and leave most of my, control settings and bindings as close to generic as possible. So I don't make an awful lot of changes. That being said, for some airplanes, you have to have a little bit of a sensitivity curve and stuff like that. And that sometimes is a thing. If you're new to all of this and, you know, seeing the airplanes and the airports and the controls and, you know, how much work we do,
Closing in about 5 to 10 minutes.
you know, to set up and stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this, unless, you know, especially if you're one of those that wanted a career in aviation. It really is cool. Hey, Tim Dog. Okay, everything looks good.
Changing arrival.
Everything's great there. Everything's great there.
Alpine 4153, ASUS, continue. Qatar Foxtrot 1 Alpha, turn left on Alpha and then hotel.
Left on Alpha, then hotel.
Recommend contact ground 121-755.
121-755, thank you for your good service. Lufthansa 9.
Almost time to go.
Bye. Therefore, hold behind departing German Air Force 350, line up to 1 left behind. German Air Force 261, wind 300 degrees 6 knots, runway to 1 left, clear for takeoff.
2 left, cleared for takeoff, German Air Force 261.
Aegean 441.
Aegean 441.
Aegean 441, behind departing A350, German Air Force, line up and wait, runway to 1 left behind.
Behind the departing German Air Force A350, line up and wait behind Aegean 441. Add a little power. Strobes going on as we enter the runway. Landing lights extend.
Right, clear to land.
Got a Lufthansa over there looking pretty good. Hi, Robert. Welcome back in.
Hello, continue.
Yeah, this is the A320 and the A318, I guess, really are, you know, favorite airplanes. They're so well made. They're really well optimized in the flight simulator too, and you can fly them in incredibly complex VATSIM situations. So it's really become.
Behind departing Aegean Airbus A320, line up and wait, runway to 1 left behind. Jan 441, surface with 300 degrees 6 knots, runway to 1 left, clear for takeoff.
21 left, clear for takeoff, Aegean 441. Okay, throttles up about halfway. There goes our throttles up halfway. Look over there and see how the engines are doing. Elapsed timer goes on. Engines are stable. And thrust up. Manual flex, SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Those are the numbers you see on the top of the primary flight display. And that's the one on the left above the artificial horizon. And up and away. 100 knots. Speeds checked. Little bit of left rudder today.
Kalispéra, Serbia 1 on Delta.
Serbia 12, hello, continue to Delta 12.
V1 and rotate.
Delta 12, Serbia 1
Hi, Mr. Jazz. Captain Sibby. Positive climb, gear going up. And a beautiful takeoff and a beautiful night in Athens.
Aegean 441, radar contact 1,100 feet. Contact correction, monitor Unicom 122.8 and say hi to the stream.
122.8 for Aegean 441. Thanks for the nice ATC. Have a great week.
Thank you for flying it.
122.8.
Lufthansa 16.30.
Direct current.
And lever climb, thrust climb. And ready for flaps up. A beautiful night in Athens. Let's see. As we come on out here, things to watch out for. There is a golf course over there. You might catch Sibby playing golf over there, so you really need to make sure that you don't ingest any golf balls in your engines, because that could be a problem. And flaps going up. There goes our leading edge slats. NASCAR is ready for Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale today. Savage? No, not really. Those are actually kind of a long way from me. Flaps coming up. What did you get, Mr. Jazz? Pre-ordered the throttle, speed brakes, and flaps. Hey, Mr. Jazz, congratulations. Congratulations. I hope it ships for you soon. Everybody that's got those are really amazed and think it's absolutely wonderful. Oh no, Captain Simi, that's right. You haven't been doing any golf lately, have you? Yes, a golf strike. I hope things get a little bit back to normal so that your life gets back to normal and you can start hitting golf balls and doing all the cool Sibby things that you do. I know it's pretty hard, you know, rebuilding though. It really is. I've been in a rebuilding process now for coming up, well, today is 8 years. 8 years since my world blew up. So when I talk about, you know, being so grateful for the spy flight, that's me rebuilding. So it's never easy. Landing gear is up. Flaps are up, speed brakes are disarmed. And I did see a really cool picture. So for the longest time, there's the old Athens airport over there. There were a bunch of old Olympic jetliners that were parked out there for years. They're restoring the 747, and I think somebody grabbed the 727, and it's actually on display in a special roadside park in Athens. And it looks like they did a really nice job of that Olympic 727. So that's pretty cool too. Captain Show Off, what a great night of ATC here in Athens. It would look like it was a big event in Athens. I'll keep an eye out for your next event in Athens, and we'll be there. So favorite airport, favorite airline. So thanks for the great ATC, and what a great name on Twitch too. A really great name. Okay, that looks really good. Can't wait. Really nice. All right, we're coming out over, that's the Didymon waypoint. And then if you look around Athens, you'll also see all the lights are about the same here. But there's a little area of very bright lights over here. It's starting to fade out now. That's the Acropolis, and it's a really cool thing to fly by. When Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 first came out, Sibby took me on a Cessna 150 flight tour around Athens. We got to buzz the Acropolis and, you know, a few other places too. So that was a really cool thing to do. This is one of those great airports to take a Cessna off, not on VATSIM or anything like that, but just take the airplane off and go flying around and check out the sights here. And I missed some chat. I think in the middle of all of that, LowVis was able to land the RJ. So LowVis successfully landed the RJ. I think JSG Droid has landed too. So Kefalonia, here we come. I'll go and get my staff of Leonidas all ready to go for the our landing. And lights are out, 10,000 foot cabin call, and away we go. Tim Dog says if you want to do an IRL option for Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale, it's a Delta A321 JetBlue Frontier flight or NKS. I don't remember. Tim Dog, I'm drawing a blank on NKS. It's Spirit. Oh. I think for some people in chat, You know how there's an airline in Europe that for some people in chat is the airline that must not be named? I think for some other people in chat on the western side of the pond, that is an airline that must not be named. Some people haven't had good experiences. LowVis is, I was thinking, can Fort Lauderdale handle the A350? Remember, we got the A350. Captain Sibby, no, it isn't Ryanair, actually. Oh, that's not the special code for okay. You got to have both words in there. There you go, Sibby. That's the reason why. That's the reason why. Do they have the yellow livery? Oh, I'm sure they've got the yellow livery. Well, if only we had a 757, right? But if we could get the A350 into Fort Lauderdale. Dead game times. Yeah, that's what people says. Oh, there's a Spirit A350. I don't think I'm going to. I've got a very nice Delta A350 livery. I think that one might be good. Maybe we'll find another airport other than Key West, though, if we decide to stay in the A350 and go someplace else. But that might be kind of nice. Because I don't think we've checked it out since the latest update. LowVis will be walking before flying that airline. Captain Show Off, thank you for the great ATC. That was a really nice event. And we can't wait to come back. Do you recommend Sim Federation? I have no idea about the Phenom 300. Manaphy, I have no idea. I believe that might be the airplane that Arch NDA was a part of helping the development with. I'm not sure. I think it might have been. JAACHR, good night to Ground, Athena Ground. Thank you for coming in. And have a really wonderful evening. We'll be back. We will be back. All right, here's our star coming in. If Ryanair, actually, they're really not that bad. They're just not that awful. I mean, there's a lot of YouTube videos out there. But, you know, I think they have more departures and arrivals than practically anybody. So it's a good airline, and it provides a service that people want. People want a low-cost carrier. Captain Sibby's been on Ryanair. Polyot's been on Ryanair. Sammy, welcome back in, Sammy. It's great to be here. Thank you for coming by today. Plus, they have cool things at their corporate HQ, and they, you know, like any company, they've got, you know, some company stuff going on. But I think, you know, if I were able to travel and stuff like that and got to go over to Europe, I would certainly get aboard. The Spirit 737. Well, you know, there's also a livery for a Ryanair A380 out there, so you could get that too if you want. Okay, there is the exit for the SID and the Corinthos VOR. And so out we come after Corinthos. There is the arrival. I think we've already got the correct arrival. We could do the procedure turn. And in this airplane, I will tell you that flying a full procedure turn by hand is actually kind of fun. This airplane works really well. There's ARA, there's Kefalonia, there's the turn. All of that looks good. Ryanair has a painting of an EasyJet A320 in Ryanair colors on the ROPS center floor in Ryanair Towers. Oh my gosh. Okay, so they're not above having a little bit of fun with the competition. I worked at one radio station. This was a very long time ago, okay? I worked at one radio station, and in the bathroom, you know, in men's bathrooms, they have urinals where you stand up, right? In the urinals, the boss came in and had bumper stickers of all of the competing radio stations and stuck those to the sides of the urinal. So that's a little bit of like what you're saying there about having the EasyJet A320 in Ryanair colors on the center, on the floor, but they actually had that at one radio station. Quasar Core is back. Quasar Core has been here for a long time, 51 months. That's a great resub. Quasar Core is also on a 100 stream streak. Quasar Core, thank you for 51 months of great support and helping me to keep these lights on. I'm so grateful. Thanks for helping me keep the show going. Okay, there's Corinthos. It's time to do our arrival data. Let's come on over here. Phoenix app, over here, arrivals. And there's no ATC, so yeah, we're going to LGKF. Okay, winds are nothing at nothing. The temperature is 12 degrees. The altimeter 1016. So 1016 is our altimeter. I have already forgotten the temperature. The temperature is 12 degrees. The wind should be easy to remember. Nothing at nothing. So 0 at 0. Transition, I'm going to guess 90 if it's 85 in there perhaps. And the barrow for our arrival is going to be, we're doing the Zulu. So the Zulu arrival barrow is going to be 1,300 feet. 1300. 1,300. Config 3. Yeah, let's do that. I generally float in the A319 and 20 anyway. All right, now let's also, because this is going to be mostly visual, we really need a little more situational awareness here. So let's go and do range rings real fast, okay? How much time do we have? Performance, 77 miles. Great, we have time to get this done. So let's do flight plan. Let's do fix info. We're going to Kefalonia, LGKF, LGKF. We're going for runway 32, so runway 32. Okay, that opposite direction runway is 141 degrees. 141 degrees. Draw me a 5-mile circle around the runway. Page 2, LGKF 32 again. 32, LGKF 32 for the runway. I'd also like a 10-mile range ring and a third one. LGKF runway 32. I would like a 25-mile range ring around the airport, just to help me with my situational awareness, since this is all going to be mostly a visual landing. Top of descent's coming up here over the VOR on the arrival. On the arrival, it says at Kefalonia. It says above 6,600. Remember, there are hills here. And it says over Kefalonia, 8,000 feet. I'm going to clear myself down now to 8,000 feet. So 8,000 feet. And we're good to go there. Hey, we're still up in the air and we didn't scratch the paint. And I think I missed a cool picture Is this a pizza picture? Oh yeah, this was so apparently Ryanair and EasyJet will put some things on the sides of their airplanes to taunt the other airlines. So this one says bye bye EasyJet. I think EasyJet has a couple of things on the sides of their airplanes. Personally, I think that that's kind of funny, and it's all in good fun. It's not, being, just like nasty or anything. Let's see. Bruno, welcome aboard. I haven't been in X-Plane for quite a while, actually. I just don't get the performance I need, and that's the reason why. Ryanair did that a lot. They did a lot of political... Oh, really? I didn't know they did politics, but now they've toned it down a bit. Doesn't EasyJet, don't they do the taunting things with like their tail numbers? So like the registration number is stuff. Slarty Bart is here. Slarty Bart is going to Greece in 3 weeks. Ooh, happy times in Greece. What are you doing in Athens this time? Okay, you can see I've got a little dashed line. That's my runway center line. And there's the 25-mile range ring line. So there's those all ready to go. Pauliad says avoiding the cold. It's going to be a special week vacation before Christmas. Slarty Bart, that's awesome. All right, nothing else to really do. 50 miles to top of descent. Looking down the island where I believe Sparta was, if I remember the history correctly, the south side of our flight path down here is where all the Spartans were. And so the Athenians, the Greeks were up here, and the Spartans were on the south side of this island a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And that was, I believe, the beginning part of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, where some of those battles with Sparta. Airliner flights feel more immersive when it's a real flight flown by that airline in the same or similar aircraft. Tim Dog, I think that's absolutely right. I don't do that as often, especially on Frankfurt Friday. You've noticed I probably spend a lot more time in Air Berlin. The big reason that I do Air Berlin flights on a Frankfurt Friday and stuff, though, is because there's not as many Air Berlin flights flying around, and it helps me listen, because I'm live streaming too, it helps me listen for my flight number. Hey, ATC's calling Air Berlin 441, better shut up and, listen. But I think you're right. The really super deep immersion in flight sim is find a real world flight, use the airplane that the real world airline is flying, take off at the time that the airplane is going to take off, and see if you land on time too. Total airline immersion and operations. Well, I think I chatter about it all the time, and I'm trying to get all sorts of things done so that on one of my days off, I actually have time to fire up Odyssey and actually try and play a little bit. It's going to be really cold, so it's not like I can go outside and do anything. So I'm going to try and do that. So that's why I'm chattering away about history in this part of the world. Tim Dog likes historical flights too. I don't think I would like to recreate Lindbergh's flight. That's a long haul and would keep me awake. That would be really hard. Now you can see I've got my center line on the runway, my 25-mile range ring. my 10-mile range ring, and my 5-mile range ring. Polyod says that charter airlines and flights are infinitely more fun, as are cargo, as they will realistically go anywhere if there is a need to. So you have more opportunities to go more unusual places. Slordy Bart was flying as DLH in the US for the same reason, just to hear your call sign on a busy frequency. See, that's the thing. Let's see, Code 3 response is back. Welcome aboard. Yes, right now the plan is we're going to do the James Bond flight in the BD-5J around Cuba. I'm kind of wondering, do we want to try and put that on multiplayer or stay on VATSIM so we can all fly together? And so there are a number of things that you'll need for that. You don't actually have to buy the airplane, but there is a video at the bottom of the link that I just posted, and that video is going to give you links to the special scenery. It's free scenery that you'll need. LowVis is on multiplayer. Okay, so LowVis is on multiplayer. We're going to try and do multiplayer for this flight. Now, I know some of you are going to be flying in Flight Sim 2020. That's okay. There'll be other people flying in 2020 as well. But give it a try anyway, okay? And you don't have to have a BD-5J. You can do a TBM and probably be just as good. Jessica Stoner is back in chat. Hello, Jessica Stoner. Good to see you. You are new, you've got news, and it's quick. What's going on, Jessica? Nice to meet you. Welcome aboard. 60 hours of Boston Center is next weekend. Well, we ought to be ready for some Boston stuff. Or, as they would say, Baston. Okay, LowVis says we need to be in multiplayer for this. We'll do that. Has Mox. I don't know what that is, but I'm old. I have an excuse, right? Coralinks is back in chat. You did a VFR scenic flight to Fredericksburg in Texas? No kidding. Coralinks, a real flight, or were you in Flight Sim? Yeah, I know. I don't think that ATC around Cuba is going to appreciate having, you know, a bunch of James Bond people buzzing about. That's right. This gives you an opportunity. If you don't like flying on VATSIM, you can join us for this flight. You can join us for this flight. And again, there'll be people on 2020 and 2024. We all can't be together, but it'll be close. So you could do this too. The FNO next week is going to be Boston, New York, and Washington Center. So we got all sorts of chance. I'll try and repair my... Okay, Polyot, put your fingers in yours, okay? Okay, you okay? I was going to try and repair my E-Jet also on my days off. Okay, you pull your ears out. No, pull your fingers out of your ears. It's okay. I've already said the offensive part. And time to descend. Oh, you can read lips? Uh-oh. Okay, LowVis says we want to be on the USA West server for this next flight. USA West server. Okay, got it. So, Polyot can read lips. Well, that's scary because how the computer could read lips, and you saw what happened to Dave Bowman and Frank Poole, right? Yeah, this is all group flying kind of a thing. So you don't have to be an expert pilot. Look, some of us are going to crash. I'm going to probably crash, but that's what we're going to do. So, yeah, if you don't like VATSIM or if you're new, this next flight is for you. If it works, then great. But if it does, yeah, I'm not going to do it live. I heard what you said about, you know, troubleshooting, and I'm only going to do troubleshooting live when I can't avoid it. So that's part of what Tuesday and Wednesday is all about, is trying to fix stuff. We'll see how that works. Crispy, just go ahead and say that it's an unusual event on the spy flight. That should be good, Crispy. Mox, oh, Master Chief, was Jessica taking tests? Was that it? Jessica, so Mox is a test, and you've got tests, or did you pass them? If you test, good luck studying on them, and I hope you get great grades. But if you've already passed them and you're done, congratulations! That's awesome. So mocks are a kind of test. I think that they might want to change the name of that, because smart Alex like me, problem people would start mocking them. Oh, that prepares you for a real test. Okay, so you're doing the mock tests tomorrow and then the real test down the road? Well, good luck on the mock tests. I think it's great. I mean, I took the other little tests for the private pilot's license. I did those quite a bit when I was... I used the practice tests a lot. So good luck on the mock test, Jessica. How you feeling about it? Y'all ready to go? Kefalonia traffic at GN 441s and A320, 25 miles from the airport. About ready to pass overhead, and then we'll do the procedure turn for runway 32, Kefalonia. And there's Kefalonia up ahead. Be sure and keep an eye out as you're coming over. There is a really cool real-world lake. There's a real cool real-world lake here that also is a part of a cave. Sibby's been was diving in those caves a while back in that water, and that's also modeled in the it's modeled in the Assassin's Creed game. So it's kind of covered by the clouds here, but it's in this part of the island on the other side of the hill from the town that we're landing in. But it's really neat. It's actually modeled in this island, which I think is great. Slowly letting the airplane coast down now. You're nervous about... Okay, so Jessica, you're doing a practice test. Look, the practice test is so cool because it gives you an idea of, okay, what are the things that you need to study? And you probably already know this. But seriously, instead of being nervous, this is sort of like your secret weapon of being able to pass the test, which I think is great. If I'd had more practice tests and stuff, I probably would have done a little better. Slowing it down to 210 knots here. Let's see if we can see the lake. I think that's them. Maybe that's the... Well, I don't think it's a... No, it's this one. It's got to be this one up further north. I think that's the lake. And part of it, again, it disappears into caves and stuff. And it's really kind of a cool thing to check out. Okay, auto brakes are medium. Speed brakes are armed. Now they're mad because I called them wifey. They also call me wifey, so I don't know why. Well, I did learn back when I was dating a few people that they didn't like certain names and nicknames, and I learned very early on in my dating life, don't call them names that they don't like. They have ways of making you miserable, and you know the truth is, you know, they were nice back. But I did learn that one.
Traffic, short final runway 32, Kefalonia.
Okay, there's an airplane. There's the airplane that was just talking, see? Right there, short finals. $180. And we want to be 8,000 feet over the VOR. That's Captain Chris who is just coming in. Okay, so Captain Chris is right there. Thanks for telling me, Captain Chris. So there's Captain Chris right there coming on in. The next flight is indeed a group flight. It's on multiplayer, and it's going to be on multiplayer on the USA West server. The USA West server. 180 knots, all set to make the turn. After the turn,
new recruits
our
detected.
next altitude is
Welcome
3,000
aboard,
feet.
agent. Stay sharp.
Let's go and pop in 3,000 feet. Let the airplane continue our descent. Altimeter at Kefalonia. 1016. 1016. And 1016 on the backup. Amargosa says we need anti-ice. And I've got control of the speeds, so let's go into approach mode. And seatbelts on, landing lights, nose light, cabin call. That's right, and to get to MUSA, we put in a couple of links to a video in chat and to a web page where you could purchase a payware airplane. Now you don't have to purchase the airplane, but at the bottom of the web page that I just linked in there, if you go to the bottom, you're going to see a YouTube video. That YouTube video, watch that one, but also look in the description of that YouTube video. You'll find links to 3 freeware airport sceneries that you'll need. You need the airport, you need the gas station, and one other thing for what we're going to attempt to do today. And I need to find my Discord here, because we're going to get some help from LowVis to help figure out our flight today.
Kefalonia traffic, Eastern 3103, backtracking runway 14, taxi 2 Alpha, Kefalonia.
Okay, that looks good. Is that the link to the stuff? Yeah, LowVis just linked to the maps that LowVis made for today's flights. About the only thing that I'll say is be sure to okay, I need to concentrate on the landing now, otherwise we're gonna die. Hey, Big J Plays, welcome on in. It's November 3 X-Ray Zulu. Welcome aboard. Your longest flight, 18 hours and 50 minutes. Yeah, I'll bet you're tired. I'll bet you're tired after that one. That one's probably scary. Okay, coming in here. I'm still letting the airplane do the work for me.
Kefalonia traffic, EG3103, runway 14, backtracking is completed. We are the case, the runway, Kefalonia.
Okay, Captain Chris is clear, so our runway is ready to go. LowVis has TNCM camera on approach on today. Hi, Sunjammer. And there's a nice turn around the point here at 180 knots. It's November 3 X-Ray Zulu. Yeah, that everybody feels that way. I always try and make a point of saying that because everybody feels that way, and that's kind of what you got to do. Still letting the airplane do the work for me for a little bit because I'm don't want to miss anything cool in chat. Okay, posture check, get ready to land. And around we go there. There is our 10-mile range ring and our 5-mile range ring. It gets you over the little mental whatever. Sibby says it's 30 degrees Celsius. It's St. Martin. So beach shirts and shorts weather. Cold beverages weather. I believe that this is also an offset. So our inbound is 320 degrees. But the runway in Kefalonia is actually 321. So it's a 1 degree offset, but it looks a little bit like we're off a bit, and so there's the reason. Robert was doing London to Singapore in the 777. That's what that airplane was made for, right? Chris had a great landing. Captain Chris had a 202. Well, you have to remember the RJ is one of LowVis's airplanes, okay? That's one of LowVis's, airplanes. Landing gear going down. When in Greece, the airline to the island to the south of us on Kefalonia is, I don't remember the name of it, but it's got a restaurant on the south side of the island that's south of us here called Zorba's, and Zorba's has the Sibby seal of approval if you're ever on that island for dinner. Hi Paul, welcome aboard. Okay, everything's good to go there. Gear down, 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. I think that the airplane's had far too much fun. Captain's got the airplane. No, you don't need your parachute or anything like that. It's not going to be that bad. No, you don't need to contract with Polyot for legal services. Bracing for impact. No, and you don't need your deflector shields out either. But Captain, the inertial dampers aren't working. That's right. You have your hand ready for that AZ5 button. We may have to scram. Oh, we've got there's some cool songs on Epidemic Tracks.
$1,000.
5 miles, speed for landing. Just waiting for it to slow down a little bit more, Bruno. But yeah, we're going for flaps 3. I'm just waiting for a little bit more. I was a little close to the hash mark, but now we're going. Flaps 3.
500.
Little high here. Hi, Firebird. Kefalonia traffic at GN 441. Very short finals for runway 32. Landing Kefalonia.
50, 40, too low, 30, 20, retard. Drive.
And I think there's supposed to be a mid turnaround point here. I don't think you have to go all the way to the end. There might have been a slight bounce. Maybe slight. That's just for everybody. It wasn't that big of a bounce. Look, it was only slight. I bet it didn't even register. Actually, I didn't I didn't stomp on the brakes. I didn't stomp on the brakes, and it wasn't that bad of a bouncing landing. Okay, flaps are up, speed brakes are down. Back taxi. Everything's good there. Flap open. All right, let's see how bad it was. How bad was it? Let's see, are there 2 landing points here? Nope, there's just one. Minus 272, 1.12 Gs. Well, gee, I think I'm going to call that not so bad. A bounce is a bounce. Hey, we're trying to make it. I haven't had very good landings for quite a while now, Sibby, so I'm trying to pump myself up a little bit here. Charles Yerkes. That wasn't a Charles Yerkes landing. Landing lights. Strobes. Start. And this is, by the way, where LowVis found this airport. It's a little freeware airport that LowVis found for Kefalonia. It's over at flightsim.to. I'm missing all the fun chat. There isn't crockery or anything that's broken. We didn't break any antiquities. I mean, the only thing we did is we added a little bit of a bounce there to shake up everybody's vodka martini that was shaken, not stirred, so it wouldn't be too flat. See, we did that as a public service. I think it was a one-wheel touchdown. And next Sunday, we'll pick up the flight from here in Greece, and look for another destination. Maybe we'll go over to Naxos, where it's supposed to be the best pizza in Greece. There we go. Parking brakes. Albert, welcome on in. Thanks for coming. Everything looks good there. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. Royal Sibby, you got an airport for next Sunday? Which one should we go to next Sunday? Predictive wind shear. Engines are spinning down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's that one on the western side of the Aegean Sea where you have to do a really tight turn? Oh, I bet you want to go to what? Okay, Luton or Stansted. Crew supply of oxygen and beacon and seatbelt. High Nifty Gaming, Samos, that's the one. So you come in at a 90-degree turn, 90 degrees from the runway, and then do a tight turn and then turn around. We haven't been to Castlereagh in a while either. We haven't been to Castlereagh in a while. That is an insanely short runway. And that's, I mean, no kidding. It is insane short runway. Chocks and cones, stairs, door, 1, 2, 3. And we made it. How about that? Nifty, you did 400 pounds upgrades to your son's computer. How do you like that? The thing about the runway that I'm yapping on and on about, it's over on the eastern side of the Aegean Sea. And the thing is, I think it is Samos. Yeah, it's Samos Island. And it's this approach right here. So what you do is you come on in. The runway is up here at the top. And as you come on in, when you are right here at 4 miles DME from the VOR, you make a right turn 040 degrees, continue your descent, and then you make a turn around there. And so that's a cool one. Carpathos. I don't know. I think at some point we must have been to Carpathos, but I don't remember. LGKP is where we ought to go. Let's get ready to rumble in Cuba. I will put in Carpathos. And why don't we do that one? Because that's one I haven't been to. So Kefalonia to Carpathos. And I will research that out and find cool stuff there. Karpathos, Carpathos, and LGKP. Cool. That will be next week. But now we got to go and get ready for this one. 007 Flight Dogs. It could be, yeah, next Sunday. That'll be something different. So I wrote that down. Thanks, Sibby. All right, let's get ready for this one. So we don't need SimBrief. In fact, we really don't need anything else at all. Okay. So come on over here and get rid of the web browser. We're not going to need SimApp Pro. So we'll get rid of SimApp Pro. And we don't need the autopilot. We got that taken care of. We should turn off. And let's get the sim. Now, the thing is if you're used to flying around on VATSIM and stuff like that, and to go over and fly in multiplayer mode, it's a little bit of a setup. But we'll kind of go through that together, okay? I'm told that Sim Update 4 is coming up soon. Queart. I don't know exactly when. Just trying to find, I think I started a voice channel for you, LowVis. And so I think I started one for you over on Discord. Now I also have to put a special... I need to make a special... Slutty Bart, Christmas. We'll make it to the flight. Crispy, you still haven't landed in hell? This can take a while to set up there. So take your time, Crispy. LowVis is trying to get the plane started. So yeah, this is going to take plenty of time. You don't need to rush on this one. So it's chill out, enjoy some jazz. Go get a brew in the cockpit. Go order some pizza. Something like that. I need my controller for audio. Where's that? Great. And that way I can set up Discord. And hopefully we can make that work. Okay, that's good. Robert, yeah, we love to, it's all, I call it travel jazz, and it's stuff from Epidemic Sound, and we just try to keep it kind of jazzy for travel. I mean, we've also got some K-pop in there and a few other things, but still. What kind of aircraft are we thinking? So, we're going to take the BD-5J. If you don't have the BD-5J, you could do a TBM. You could even take like the Cessna 172 or the Caravan or something like that. It's just one song, Crispy. It's nothing big. What airport are we spawning for? Dogs? Did you get the James Bond airports free from flightsim.to? If you got the ones for free from, and if you don't, here is the, that's the BD-5J, dogs. If you don't want to buy it, look at the bottom of that page though, and there's a YouTube video, and that's going to show you where to get the freeware airports. There's 3 of them. They're small for the James Bond stuff. I'm just trying to clear out Discord so I can see stuff. And let me pop that down there. And come over there. Okay. And let me put my chat window back up, and we should be ready to go. What's the route? Okay, the Cirrus is probably going to be just fine for you. Yeah, that's another one. Captain Chris, do you have the Cirrus SR-22? I'm trying to be serious about it. Serious about the Cirrus? Okay. Let's see. Let's come over here. The route is basically, there isn't a real route. We're all departing from a fictional airport. That's why I keep yammering on about this freeway you're going to need to get. And it's MUSA is our departure point. And as you look at the airport, look at all the stuff on the north side of the airport, and you should be able to find it there. Let's see. I think I hear LowVis over there. Hi, LowVis.
Hello.
There's LowVis.
I was trying to set up voice.
Yeah, we don't do this that often, but at least I've got the level working right now, and I think your voice is in there. Hopefully my voice isn't hitting you twice.
No, I'll just turn you down. I'll turn the chat down or stream down.
That'll be the way to go. Okay, so over here, we're about ready to load in. So let's come on in here. Are you going to have the dancing reindeer this year, Sibby? Right now I've got the voice chat up so that LowVis is our squadron commander telling us where we're going to fly. So it's kind of not, it's not a public kind of a thing.
The thing about loading in, if you have the scenery loaded and you look north of the Air Force Base where the hangar and all of that stuff is, you will see the road where we take off is actually kind of superimposed on as you're logging into Microsoft Flight Simulator. So just at the end of the road, you can spawn there and just spawn on the ground. That's where I'm sitting right now.
Okay, so remember we've got to set up stuff to do multiplayer first, right? We got to remember multiplayer. Right. So step 1 for multiplayer, click the gear in the upper right hand corner, come over to online and go to multiplayer and turn on multiplayer. Then multiplayer servers, we're going to be on the West USA server. Show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. Got to do those 3 things, right? I should probably do a video on this. Okay, then we go to graphics. Graphics, go all the way to the bottom to global rendering quality. Go all the way to the bottom here and look at air traffic quantity. Turn that on. Go to air traffic variety, low, and I think that's really what you need to do. So you got to do those 2 things first. Save and go back. Okay. Now then, we're going to do free flight like we always do. Let's go get our airplane. Again, you could use all sorts of different airplanes. You could use the Cirrus. You could use the TBM. You could do a Cessna. You could try and take the A380, but I think that that's, you know, flirting with disaster. I'm going to be in the BD-5J. This was the airplane that 007 used to fly through the hangar. It's a real airplane. It was a kit airplane. That's right, dogs. We should take the E-Jet. Pauliot just spit beverage all over the screen. And then all the way at the end, you'll see there is a 007 livery. So get your 007 livery. Captain Chris, if you've got time to check out the link, the video to get the links, it's not very big. It's in the video. It's at the bottom of that webpage I just posted. I would grab those and pop those into your community folder. Okay, save and go back. Wabi says I should go into flight interface, so I should turn on nameplates like in 2020. All right, we'll go and do that, Wabi. So flight interface. We'll turn that on. So go to settings, and you said flight interface. So we got a third thing to do. Flight interface, show traffic nameplates. Okay, we'll turn that on too. Save and go back. Now then, let's go back in. We should already have our airplane, the BD-5J. Now let's go and find our groovy little airport. And that's going to be MUSA. MUSA. And that's going to take us to Cuba. And let's zoom on down here. So here's the airport. LowVis says you ought to come in and grab a parking spot on the north side of the airport. I think.
No, you're going to want to go. If you look at the if you look at the pictures I sent, you will see where the start. You will see on the once you log in or you load up the airport, zoom in and zoom north, you will see that road where we start kind of superimposed there on that scenery, on that screen right there, Dave.
So what LowVis is saying is there were also some maps over at Discord. Over here, you can see this is the route. This is the first map. And you see
Go to the next one.
The airport is right here. So there's the airport, and you see where LowVis put the word start in. Okay, so now LowVis says let's go to the next one. And this is start. So LowVis says
if you look at the I think it's the third slide.
The gas station?
It'll actually no, this one. See where it says start there?
Mm-hmm.
Because I actually took this, I think, from Microsoft Flight Simulator. So you go up there, and if you scroll in to up there, that point, you will see the road in Microsoft Flight Simulator because that scenery's loaded.
Okay, so here's our airport right here, and LowVis says we're going to go over to this road. Let's see if we can find it. So there's the airport, and now let's zoom out a little bit. And it's actually closer to runway 12. I think it's this road right here. There's the runway, so it's this road right here that LowVis is talking about, I think. Because it's really close to this runway. Yep, it's close to this runway. So there is...
Doesn't look like it's showing your scenery showing up.
It doesn't. So I see that there's
that road, you will see it highlighted on there because your scenery.
There's a dirt road. Now, does it make a turn?
Right road.
Yeah, that's the dirt road. Then there's another highway, but there's not a straight highway by the dirt road that you're talking about. Okay, so I'm going to just go to the dirt road here. So I'm going to use that as my departure point right there. And we'll just try and see what happens there. Okay? What could possibly go wrong? Now, we're also doing this multiplayer thing, right? So what we need to do is we need to go to flight conditions next. And we need to go and do weather and time. We'll leave that live. AI traffic off. And then hit all players. Okay, got to do that first. Save and go back. And start. Yeah, multiplayer is not something that is easy. Yeah, the James Bond jet, Mikey, welcome in. I need to wear a mustache that doubles. That's right, James Bond. Uh-oh, it spawned me in the air. I'm in the air.
Yeah, you need to select on the ground when you spawn in. It's one of the options you can do when spawning in.
Oh my gosh, we're gonna die. All right. Well, this is a great way to practice flying. Wabi says, oh no, none of my camera views are set up. Let's do take two. Now is not the time to try and fly. Main menu. let's back out. We need like at least camera views before this is gonna work. Okay, free flight again. Departure. MUSA. Now we got all the other stuff there. In fact, I saw somebody had, I saw a name tag. MUSA.
What did we select for name tags? I'm not seeing anybody.
I don't have anything for name tags, but you'd go and before you select your airplane, click the gear and then go to flight interface. And all I did was turn on show traffic nameplates. I haven't changed anything about that though. So that's the only thing I've done.
And that's under graphics or online?
That is under flight interface. Here, get this goofy guy off camera. Flight interface and traffic nameplates. That way we can see who just went auguring into the ground.
I got it. Okay.
Okay, save and go back. Free flight. Departure. MUSA. Be a cool radio station. Okay, let's come in here. There's the airport. There's runway 12. And then we were going
right up there. I see it on your map, but I don't see the road from the scenery. Again, I don't know if you loaded all the scenery.
I should have all the scenery loaded in. I've got all 3 loaded in, and I even updated it, so it's good.
Yeah, right where your pointer is at, right where that road goes north and then turns east, is right on that corner is where we start.
Yeah, so right here, I think it's right here. So let's click it, set as departure. Now, there's an option to on the ground shutdown. There we go. Didn't realize she had that up. Boy, that's a neat option I didn't know about. She wants to do a Cebu Pacific flight. I know we're going to do virtually that same route for New Year's, but we could always do an update on, do a practice flight. All right, here we are. Man, this is not a nice highway like yours. It's a nice new option in 2024. Ready to fly. And there's our cute little airplane. So let's get in there. Now I'm going to set up a couple of camera views here because you got to be able to see your stuff. Take your time, Captain Chris. Look, we're a long way from being ready to go. Okay. There's big instruments. Let's look down here. Okay, let's see. I've got throttle, looks good. Side stick looks good. Rudder pedals look good. So that looks great. Now let's also get a couple ways to look fast. Look to the left. William just did a really nice resub. Hey, William, thanks for the resub. And look right. Okay, so we can look close at our instruments. We can look left. I don't really think we need to see anything else. That's probably good enough for now. So there's our cute little airplane.
I actually now see you on the ground.
All right, now let's go, and I'm going to go to the little weight and balance thing for the airplane now. Where is that in this? Oh, that's right. You don't have an anvil. You load the plane this way. Aircraft. I just want to make sure I have fuel. I just want to make sure there's fuel.
You load it in there.
All right. Quick fuel. Fuel. Full tanks. That looks good. It's all we really needed to do. We're not doing cargo. We got one pilot, and that's it. Okay, while we're kind of waiting for everybody to get in here, let's go and get out of the airplane for a second and kind of pop up here a little bit. So over here, if you look, there was the end of the runway. and the taxiways and stuff. You see the road where we just let. So my little airplane is right over there on the road. Probably right down there. So, yep, there's a car about ready to run over my airplane. So that's the road. And there is the runway. That's how close we are. Now, come on in here. Because as you look at that road and the runways and the taxiways, here is our objective. So what we're going to do is we're going to fly along, chug, 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 chug. And there is the hangar right there. So we kind of look through here. And as you come on in, there's helicopters, there's a fence, and I bet if you try and you go too low, you'll hit the fence. Come on in here. Just as you kind of look through. And then remember, when 007 was coming through, they were closing the doors on the other end. So the doors here are a lot smaller to come out, and then, you know, you start to fly out again. So you just have a very small area to get around. There's some of the things. So I think it was the one under... There was the airplane that James Bond put the bomb in and stuff like that. And there's all that. There's the rest of the airport over there. So it's a really big airbase. The main runway is over there. But now we got a pretty good idea of where we're going. Okay? I hope that's a good representation of all this. See if my plane got run over. William just did a resub while I was yapping away there. William, thank you for the resub today. William has been here for 38 months. Thank you for some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Okay, there's the road. There's my cute little airplane. Boy, is it small. And there we go. Couple of safety tips about this airplane. So nose wheel tiller, there isn't one. You steer with your rudder pedals. The wheel is actually kind of a free casting wheel. So it'll go like this. So you have to kind of have to steer with the rudder and not go too fast. Otherwise you'll flip off the runway or something. All right, let's go ahead. The canopy is open. I'm going to close my canopy.
And if you have Navigraph maps, you might want to put it on satellite view just so you can kind of cheat a little bit and figure out where you are.
There's a great idea. Let's go ahead and do that too. So we'll go get Navigraph. Well,
and I'm trying to find my way back to the road.
I don't know. Okay, so here we all are here. So as you see, there's the roadway there, and there's the airport, and we're going to be on the north side of that like this. Give you an idea, Havana is right over here. But yeah, you know, 007, you know, has to have stuff like that. All right, shall we get ready to go? Now then, there's nothing much behind here. There's the EFB button, and you can click the EFB button, and that gets rid of it or turns it on. There's a map that you can get. There is a basic autopilot and a little bit of information to tell you got the last one. Flight time is 11 minutes in this airplane. Okay. Okay, so canopy is closed, smoke is off, and we don't need that anymore. Let's see. Lights, nav, strobe. Okay, I think we come down here. The battery's got to be over here, right? So let's see. What do we have? Smoke, avionics, master switch. Master switch is going on. That looks good. Avionics are going on. That looks good too. Let's see. At Havana. Havana Airport is closest by. And I'm looking at this so I can take a look at the weather at Havana. The altimeter is 1015. So altimeter here is 1015. And naturally, it is, of course, over in inches of mercury. God. B, right? Barometer? Or is that brakes? I think that was brakes. Okay. We're spies. We don't need an altimeter. Ignition going on. There goes the ignition. We need a fuel pump. Fuel selector left or right. Nav lights going on. We're spies, so we should not use the transponder because we don't want to blow our cover and get away. Start. Have the throttle open a little bit. Throttle's open. Oh, this airplane does have reversers. I think. No, this one doesn't. It's got, the other one has clamshell reversers. I don't think that this one does. So let's open the throttle and hit start. RPM starting to come up. And we should have fuel. And it didn't work. Okay, so we don't need smoke. Master switch. Maybe I didn't hold the starter down long enough. Let's try that again. Big J Plays says that spies don't do nav lights.
Turn your fuel cutoff switch the other way.
Oh, is my fuel cut off?
Yeah, it's on the left, and you don't need your fuel. Fuel pump is not on. Turn the fuel pump off. I just had to figure all this out. I actually went and got the manual and read it.
Okay, so on the left, we've got... So I have a master switch and avionics and ignition. Smoke is off. Fuel cutoff is now on. Let's try it again.
You got another fuel cutoff right there. Hit the fuel cutoff down there, the red one. There you go. Now ignition on, master switch on. Now try hitting start.
Here we go.
You just hit it once. No, leave that. Turn that the other way. The fuel cutoff, the red one. Down on the left.
Got it.
Turn that the other way. I think, yeah. Just leave it like that and just hit the start button once and it should start. Let me make sure mine's... Yeah.
There we go. Crispy has landed in Helsinki. Welcome to Helsinki. How busy is everything in Helsinki right now?
There you go.
All right, we ready to give it a shot?
I was reading what Captain Chris said. Yeah, when you load this scenery, and I just do it on add-on linker so I can just get all this stuff back out, it does populate a bunch. It's huge files, and it populates a bunch of subfolders and just randomly sticks them everywhere in your community folder.
Yeah, I ended up just creating a simple folder for mine. The flap lever works. Not sure about parking brakes. Maybe I need to grab it from the side. Here we go. I did not activate and execute my flight plan. I have not filed a flight plan. We are spies, so we're flying by the seat of our pants.
Captain Chris, yes, north of the airport.
Okay, trees are a thing. Watch out for your trees. Trees will knock you out of the sky. And then you'll get hung up on them like I am.
Well, the good thing, the road traffic isn't a thing, because I've been run over by about 5 cars.
Uh-oh. Yeah, the tree kind of jumped out there. I think I'm trapped by the tree. And I am going to have to reset. Gonna have to restart because I can't get away from that tree, and my slew is not working. Watching out for trees, something like that. The reverser I don't think's working on mine. I thought there was a reverser on this airplane, but it's not working on mine.
Yeah, I couldn't get my reverser working either. But I do think there is one. I might need to change the controls to a plane that...
Well, we used to actually have a reverser. We did have a reverser on the other one in X-Plane. A little clamshell on the back, and it works really good. We could go and check that real fast. Let's do settings real quick. And we'll go to controls. And we can go to throttle quadrant. And we'll come down and look at power management. And throttle. And so, well, I do have a throttle axis here. Let's see. I don't know that this is going to say that. Let's try the reverser control that I have already set up. Resume. I've got a thing to try. Let's try that. Okay, turn on the airplane again, and we have been properly reminded that pilots, spies, do not turn on their nav lights. So, properly set with that. Okay? Oh, let's see. How's fuel first? This thing runs out of fuel awfully fast. Full fuel. Good. Now let's try and start it. Fuel cutoff. Throttles up a little bit. Okay, we had the fuel turned on. We have everything but master. I guess I didn't do the ignition. I guess I forgot that. Avionics master ignition start. Captain Chris sees LowVis flying.
I was, and then I crashed. I don't suggest changing your controls mid-flight and shut down my engines.
Oh, just like the CRJ. The CRJ will shut down the engines too. Okay, here we go. Flaps 1. There's the white arc.
Okay, turn everything off. Master power. Master
Gear up.
power.
All right, we made it. Get a little speed. Flaps up. I saw the tree. I didn't run into it, but they're killer trees here. All right, let's do a little bit of a turn around the airport here. Poetic Demon is over there. I see Heavy Weather made it. Crispy made it in. My trim seems to be working, so I can trim the nose a little bit on the airplane. That's helpful. There's 1,000 feet. Okay, speed is ludicrous right now, 160. Let's go ahead and roll this back a little bit. USA East server. When you move the fuel slider, you have to click the load button so it updates the plane. Dosoper, thank you. Did we forget to do that? My fuel gauge didn't move. So I've got 2 tanks and I'm on the left side. There's the airport. Poetic Demon's there. Heavy Weather made it. Menins is here. Okay, remember that so our hangar is over here. Remember, there's the runway. So let's use this runway here as our setup for this. Let's see how this works. Okay, there's our runway. I'm going too fast, so I'm not going to try it, but let's try and fly over it first. So come around here on the taxiway. Okay, we're in the flap zone right now. Getting a little too close to some of those pesky trees. And didn't make the turn tight enough. Let's see, maybe that's it over there. Let's see if that's it.
For you in USA, east or west?
I thought it was on the west side.
Yeah, I only see one other person.
There we go. Okay, I gotta tell you, that just happened. Da-dun, da-da-da-dun. I'll have mine shaken, not stirred. How is it that I was able to do that on the first time, but I can't get my airplane up? I think we just did it. First try. All right. I'm clearly in the wrong line of work. I'm going back to being a spy.
I just got through it.
LowVis made it. Let's see. Do I see LowVis here?
I think we're on different servers.
I thought I was on the USA West. We'll look and see. Okay, there's the end of the runway. Captain Chris is on the USA West, and Captain Chris just saw LowVis. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to land on this runway here. I'm way too fast. And I'll check my server here.
I'm gonna land too.
Flaps 1. Mad Noob, I was a little fast for gear. That's why I did not try to land. That's why I didn't try to land. There's the airport. There's the runway. West server, Crispy. West server. I might be on the wrong run. We're going to check it. Look for Captain Chris. Captain Chris is island player. Gear. Reese, this is called the BD5J. It's called the BD5J. There's our runway. I still see Poetic Demon in a Mustang. I saw heavy weather.
Yeah, I see Captain Chris. I think we're both on the same server. Bus, I'll take.
Yes, I'm going for butter. All right, I'm just gonna stop here. There goes heavy weather. So heavy weather, I see heavy weather, but nobody else. Let's go in escape and go to main menu and let's check some of our settings. I might not have set it up right. So this is really simple if you haven't set it up here. We're gonna come over here and we're gonna do the little gear from the main menu. Let's go first to online. And it says West USA. So I got that. We need to turn live weather on, multiplayer on, and show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. We've got that. So now that we got that, we can go save and go back. Now we've also got to check one more thing. This maybe is why I'm not seeing it. So let's go to graphics and go to global rendering and go all the way to the bottom. So I've got aircraft traffic quantity, ultra, variety is low. Let's turn that to ultra too. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing other people. So we'll see about that. And we got that.
Both of mine set on high.
Okay. Maybe I should go to high as well, like LowVis. So we'll all go to just high and see what happens. One more thing, go to flight interface, and we're going to show traffic nameplates. Save and go back. Go to free flight. Go back to our airport. MUSA. Click the airport. I'm going to go to the runway this time for where I took off from. So I was over here on the main runway. I'm just going to go and grab myself. I was over right here. I'm going to grab one of these spots and just do that so I got a runway.
And check your flight conditions too. What do you have set for flight conditions up in the top right?
Flight conditions, I have got live weather in time, AI traffic is off, and all players is on.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay, save and go back. Start the flight. Ready to fly. Engage. Control C to enter the cockpit. Okay. We'll start by closing the canopy. And let's turn off the EFB. We're going to turn on the master switch, avionics, ignition, fuel cutoff. Throttle is all the way back. I'm going to open it a little bit. And somebody spawned on me. Somebody's there. Let's see if I can get out of here. Okay, let's try and start the engine. I can't see my start switch. Okay, hang on. I got it. You didn't have to leave. I was going to get out of there. Crispy, don't worry. Come back in. Hi, Marty. Release the starter. Yeah, this is not the place to worry about spawning, okay? This is not the place where we worry about spawning. All right, here we go. But we're gonna go out in the grass here. There's Chris Kura. There's Chris. I see heavy weather. And one person behind heavy weather. So I see Chris now. Flaps 1 for takeoff. Don Corleone is in chat. Don Corleone, this is an airplane called the BD-5J. We are flying the BD-5J at a fictional airport in Cuba. And I just put in a link for you, Don Corleone. Yeah, we're in multiplayer for this one. The kind of flying we're doing is not going to work out well in VATSIM. And there is ATC all over Cuba right now, so that would be a problem. But yeah, we're in multiplayer for this. I'm just kind of looking around to see whose names I could see. So Menins and Heavy Weather are over there. Poetic Demon is still here. And Chris Kura is with us here.
And me and Captain Chris see each other.
Okay, so you saw Captain Chris, but I'm still not seeing anybody else. Are there different West servers?
There might be, maybe. This was so much easier in 2020.
Yeah, it really was. So much easier in 2020, wasn't it? Let's try and do another flight.
I just say we keep going.
Okay, add a little power. Sleeveless Joe is on the Southeast Asian server.
Well, if you go through the hangar, I'm now sitting on the hangar inside with my landing gears up.
Okay, I was gonna go and try and do that again. So we'll take off. We'll do a figure 8 and come back on the runway. We'll use the runway as our IP. I guess might be the word that we're looking for. Our initial point. Madi, this is actually a real airplane. This is a real airplane. You bought the airplane as a kit. And they would send you parts and you would build it in your garage. You had to buy 2 parts of the airplane though. You bought the airplane and then you bought the little baby jet engine in the back. I mean, you know, if time and effort were available, you know, I had all the time and money available, you know, and a place to build it, it would be so much fun. All right, shall we give this a shot? $40 knots. 45. Rotate. Up, up, and away. Gear up. Lower the nose. Now I'm going to kind of go off to the side here a bit, and then I'm going to start rolling my throttle back here. I'm going to stay just at the top of the white arc in my airspeed. Now we got another runway over here. This is what I'm using as my initial point. We're going to get close to the runway. A little bit slow. Okay, so here's that. What I think that would have been runway 12. Although it looks like a big taxiway in my scenery, not runway 12. Okay, just above treetop level. And we're going to turn and follow the taxiway. So there's this taxiway. And then it becomes a roadway. Now look off to the left, you see the hangar. There's the hangar, starting my turn. Reducing speed a bit, not too much. Let's get on top of these trees. There's the hangar. Come on through. Little high. And then kick the speed up. And there we go. I think I might have actually clipped the side of the wall, but fortunately the hangar isn't as strong as the trees around here. Okay, come around for another pass. Well, I think that the kit came with a very, very specific checklist. So there was a really specific checklist about stuff so that you wouldn't be torqued off when you lost a wrench. You knew that joke was coming, right? It could be that there's several different versions of the USA West server, and maybe, I don't know why we don't see everybody else.
I just went in and reset the whole thing, and there's only one USA West. It just, who knows?
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Okay, there we go. Bully? I'm not reading it fast. I'm looking outside the window. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Darren, yeah, this is a cool little flight. Okay, there's our taxiway. Come back around. A little slow. I got one click of flaps out. Captain Chris sees LowVis. Well, I'm going to go to the camera thing here. And I'm going to record. Recording. All right. Let's come over here. How about let's hit the pause up here? Wonder if I have to land first. I've never done this recorder before. All right, so there's the recording. Let's stop. And let's play and see what we see. I see Chris over there. I don't see how I've done this. Stop. Maybe it's because I hit pause. Maybe I shouldn't hit play pause. Okay, there we go. Now we're playing. Now we're recording. Here's our turn. There's the hangar.
That's good.
I'd say we cleared it. Okay, so this is actually kind of a cool little recorder. Yeah, we cleared the doors. James Bond would be proud of this flight. How about that? Okay, so if you're in Flight Sim 2024, now we're flying. I have control. So there's the recorder, and it actually seems to work. That was pretty cool.
Do we want to go find the gas station?
We ought to do the gas. Polyot just got back. Polyot, we're just getting started with this. Do you have all the stuff you need? So yeah, we should probably find the gas station. Now. So Polyot, how about, since Polyot just got here, let's come on in. There's our taxiway. Here is our runway. Let's go ahead and let's land. We'll review the map to find the gas station. Okay. There's our runway. Okay. Start slowing down. There's the runway. Flaps are 1. Crispy is getting constant GPWS warnings. Yeah, I don't think 007 had to deal with GPWS. I don't think Betty was ever aboard a 007 flight either. Okay, white arc, landing gear going down. There's the end of the runway. Let's start a nice little turn. Hi, Darren. Thank you for coming by. Hope you're doing good. Pretty good here, thanks. More flaps. There's the runway. Okay, I love the spy jazz. I really love the travel jazz. It doesn't work for James Bond. It doesn't work for James Bond. Float, 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 float. I should get back over on the runway. LowVis is joining us on the voice server. I didn't know if you were there and wanted to come in. I didn't know if you wanted to come in on that. Yeah, LowVis knows where we're going, and so I turned on the voice for LowVis to get help. You thought I got hacked? All right, so we have these really cool maps. Let's get off the runway here. All right, let's just go off-road here. Well, the little BD5J is really good for going off-road here. Okay, parking brakes on. All right, so over here we've got this. This is what LowVis drew for us. So we got these really cool maps and stuff. This one is the gas station. I think there's an overview route that we ought to look there. I'm not supposed to park there. Underscore, thank you for the resub. Thanks, underscore.
Yeah, pull up the map with the overview on it.
Okay, these are the 3 maps that I've got. I've got route, gas, and start. So there's the hangar. There's Jeeps over here. Here is the route map that says to start. There's the airport. Now
you
see,
want to go to the one that has the gas station and start on it.
Right, that's the one that's called route. So if you got LowVis's maps over on Discord, this is what you do. There's start. This is where we were going to start. There's the runway. So the runway where it says start over here, there's the airport where we're at. There's the hangar. Okay, so now that we figured that out, LowVis also circled the gas station for you, and that's in the lower right-hand side. Martin is a channel member on YouTube. Thanks, Martin. Welcome on in. So, LowVis, you, what do we take off and basically head, it looks like west-southwest to find the gas station.
Yeah. And the big thing is, if you look if you zoom into the gas station, you will see that there's like a main highway there. If you kind of go south of that highway and then line up on, there's like a on-ramp or whatever, you can fly down that road. And there's also that lake over there to the right. So it's just, you know, it's like following a little terrain there to find the road where you can line up. Now that road flying into the gas station it's better in 2020 than 2024. So, you know, it's hard to kind of thread the needle in there to the gas station, but it can be done. And then you just head up the road till right where it's getting ready to turn. You can see kind of where that turns up there, that whole area where the gas station, and that's where it is.
This is a closer view of the gas station area. So LowVis said that there's like a highway interchange. So it's a big highway.
Yeah, right there.
And to do this, so what we do is we fly to the southwest here, keep going chug, 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 find the cloverleaf, and I'd say do a, 270-degree turn to the left and come back over the cloverleaf and touch down on the road there, and that's how we stop at the gas station.
No, I see where your pointer is. You want to go north. So you come in south of the cloverleaf there, and there's the gas station straight up that road.
Right.
Yeah.
So go over this, big left turn to come back north over the Cloverleaf, and that should get us to the gas station.
You want to set down right as you're crossing over the Cloverleaf to get stopped by the gas station.
So let's see if we can get a little bit of help from Navigraph now. So I'm going to go ahead.
Satellite.
Yeah, I've got the wrong map. So we need to change the map kind. And we're going to go to satellite. There we go. So now here we are at the airport. And now let's see if we can find. Here is a big, I think this is that big highway over here. Okay, I think this is it right here. So we should be able to, cheat, right? And we're going to be able to take off, fly through the hangar, blow up Blofeld's, it wasn't Blofeld, blow up the bad guy's jet, continue on out. We'll just basically go, 200 degrees on your compass about. Find the big interstate here. Don't be fooled by this one. And then look for the little dog leg. It's by the lake that LowVis was talking about right here. And
a little further.
We can cheat just a little bit and use this as our map to see if we're heading in the right direction.
And that's the exact map I used to make the overlay.
So
it's exact.
Oh, so I thought you made this in Microsoft in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I didn't know you used Navigraph to make these. Okay, I think we're ready. Shall we give it a shot? I know cheating. It's bad. And I need to say thank you _Leonard for a resub for 43 months. Martinell, did I say that right? Thank you for being a secret agent. I'll tell you all about that later in the flight. It's been Jets, Leo. Thank you for the resub for 14 months. And yes, I'm terribly embarrassed that I am cheating. So, we are in the USA West server. The problem is, so I'm on USA West, Sunjammer's on USA West, but we're not seeing each other. So there's Heavy Weather and Chris, but we're kind of not seeing each other on the USA West server, so something is being weird. It's Flight Sim, right? All right, let's give this a shot. I think we need a better playlist here. Sadly, there really isn't James Bond stuff. But I think I do have one folder that might have something better. Let's see. Well, no, that's not going to work. I guess we'll just have to, I'm going to have to create a James Bond folder of music. All right, let's give it a shot. Parking brakes off. Wabi, you see us now? Oh, I think we cracked the Da Vinci Code. I'm on Sim Update 3. LowVis, you're on Sim Update 4 beta now, aren't you?
That is exactly it. Me and Captain Chris are on Sim Update 4 beta.
There we go. Now all right. See, when you crack the Da Vinci Code, it all works out. Okay, flaps 1. So, Sunjammer, your St. Cyril's. That was actually one of my favorite 007 movies. Sunjammer just quoted For Your Eyes Only. I was so into skiing then, and the ski chases in For Your Eyes Only were so good. I really loved that movie. That was a favorite. But Tim Dog was there. I think Tim Dog first posted about Sim Update 4 and Sim Update 3. And then Wabi came in, and that's the reason. So you get the Sherlock Holmes Award today. Also, we tested the recorder mode. The recorder works really good too. I want a little bit of room on the runway so that I can use the runway and then runway 12 to be able to line myself up for the flight, for the hangar. Okay, flaps are 10. Crispy, what happens when you try and search before you go into the ICAO for this fictional airport? Is M as in Mike, USA, Uniform Sierra Alpha, MUSA. So, Crispy, what happens when you try and search for MUSA airport? Since some of you are having a hard time figuring this out, I'm going to put this on the schedule for a week from today. So if you weren't able to make it work, it's going to give you a whole week to decide to try and get your scenery working. Decide if you want to buy the BD5J. I don't think it's too expensive, but we'll try this again next week so you can try it too, okay? I want you to feel left out. And I will find some better spy and action music for next week too. Captain Minnesota, thank you for the resub. So when you try to search for MUSA, does an airport even show up, Crispy? You know, before you hit fly now, you know where you pick an airport to fly from? Then it should zoom you in and you should have parking places.
I see Polyot.
Polyot's going to be in Sim Update 4 too. Polyot is on the cutting edge of technology. So if you're in Sim Update 4, you should see each other. Yeah. What was that?
I'm going to ram Polyot. I'm turning my smoke on.
All right, here we go. We need this airport and this airplane in DCS World. Anybody coming? Nope, nobody's on the way. In the white arc. Tap the brakes. Gear up. A little bit of a turn out here to give us some breathing room. Throttles back. I want to stay at the top end of the white arc here for my pass. I still have 10 degrees of flaps. Hi, Green Giant. Made it to Prague this evening, but you were delayed because of Prague at the airport? Oh, really? I've never heard about that, but I bet that makes good sense, Green Giant. So you made it safely to Prague. You've got a little mini vacation going, right? All right, there's runway 12. So we're going to go down, get to treetop level here. So I'm using runway 12 here as my treetop level. We're right at the top of the white arc. Start a turn. beware of the trees. They will knock you out of the sky. 2 nights walking around eating food. Green Giant, what's the best food you've had so far? What's the coolest food? Okay, follow the road. Be looking off to the left. Okay, looking off to the left, I see the hangar. There's where the bad guys are. A little too slow. Add a little power. There we go. Start your turn for the hangar early. As soon as you can, start going down back for those treetops. Down we go, down we go. Come on in. Little low there. Throttle up. I was a little close to the side. Throttle up. I was a little close to the side on that one, but that was relatively good. Okay, I flew through the hangar, blew up the bad guy stuff. Lower the nose a bit here. Flaps up. And now let's turn to a heading of my compass. I got airspeed, altitude. Do I not have a freaking compass? No bad guys left. Now we're coming up here and we're going to go and look for a highway. Manaphy's going to lurk. So what we're going to do now is we're going to look for that interstate highway and follow that highway. There's 3. Okay, so there's several clover leaves. And what you want on the route here is over here. So over here where it says start, and then there's the airport. So you see there's 2 highways. You want the second one, and I believe there's a clover leaf there. So maybe it's number 2, but it's all the way at the far end of that map. So I'm going over and I'm going to go and try and find that highway first. After this, I'm going to have to spend a little bit of quality time with the music library over at Epidemic Sound for this flight. Fuel a little low. I'm going to go over here and fuel selector. I'm going over to the right side now. Well, it's perfect that we got low fuel. We got to go to the gas station. I'm not really going at warp 10. I'm at about 120 knots. I'm right at the top end of the white arc here.
I'm cheating and using the autopilot in the EFB.
There is an autopilot. Turn on the EFB. I didn't set up a view, but if you come over here, there's an AP there. Autopilot on, heading on, and so you could use that if you want. I'll have plenty of autopilot time when we go and fly to Fort Lauderdale. We were going to try the updated A350 for Fort Lauderdale, Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale. Maybe Key West is a little bit too big for the... Maybe Key West is a little bit too big for the A350. Captain Chris is just going to follow LowVis. Yep, LowVis knows where to go. I'm actually trying to use my trim here, and it seems to be working. Yeah, I got trim working really good now.
I changed my throttles back to like a PMDG profile, and the reversers worked.
The reversers ooh, okay.
Yeah, so if you just put a profile for one of your jets that has reversers, you know, that's a quick fix.
NASCAR wants to go to Houston. Houston's a little far from Fort Lauderdale, and it's mostly over water. So that gets a little bit boring, but that's a good choice. Got a big power plant down here. So a couple smokestacks. Tim Dog wants to do Nashville. That's right, you got the new EFIS for the 737 from WinWing. It's been a whole 10 minutes. Let's go and open up a web browser and see if I have an email from WinWing, like they're going to send it out today. Nope, no email from WinWing. Not spending a bunch of money today. All right, we're coming up on that where that highway's supposed to be. So let's start looking to see where they're supposed to. It's supposed to be the big highway that we're going to follow down. Tim Dog was watching football. You installed it and programmed it, but you haven't flown. How could you not fly with it? I know. Yes, you were watching football, but you could have multitasked. I don't think I could have do that. Crispy did 11.2 G's in this. All right, I think I see the interstate off to the right. I don't know if they call it interstates in Cuba. The big highway. But I think it's coming up off to the right, so we're going to follow that. There's the highway. Yep, that looks like one of those 4-lane highways there.
I see our lake.
Is that the lake that we're going to?
Yeah, there's two of them off to the right, but the further one is the one we're going to, and then the highway. So I'm going to take the little road south of the highway and line up heading north across that interchange. And like I said, you need to be slow and touching down right on the other side of that interchange.
Okay, there's the first lake, and we're looking for the second lake here. Polyot was saying there's several interchanges here. And that's got to be the first one. So that's not the one we want. So it looks like a bit of a clover leaf here. Letting the airplane slowly descend to about 1,000 feet. Okay, that looks relatively good. Follow over here. Fuel is getting a little bit low. I switched over to the right tank. Okay, we're coming up on another north-south road here. There's that. Gotta be that north-south road there. Cool. So as we're coming around here, that little dogleg road you see in the lower left-hand part of Navigraph, that's where we're going. So that's our first big road. So the next interchange is ours. The next big road. So I'm going to start reducing my speed a little bit. And we're at about 800 feet. I'm going to pull the trim up just a little bit. Flaps 1. There is our lake. And then just at the opposite side of the lake that's off to the right there should be our interchange and our heavy weather just buzzed past.
And if the scenery's loaded correctly, you will start seeing a darker color road, kind of like a runway-ish road up by the gas station.
Okay, just off to the lake. There's our lake. Now we're looking for a road. I see what really does look like an interchange kind of a thing there, a cloverleaf. There's our road over there. So I'm going to go and follow the plan here. Gear going down. And the gas station is supposed to be at that little dog leg off to the right side. So there's the road we're landing on, and the gas station's at the end of that road that's just disappearing. We see if we're going to do this. Okay, give it a little bit of breathing room here so we don't have to do a combat turn or anything. And now gently just do 270 degrees. Flaps 2. Add a little power. We're going down a bit. There's our lake. There's the road. There's the interchange. Oh, good. There's power lines here. I just got hit by trees. Be careful of these trees. It's hard to get out of them. Oh my gosh, there's a tree in the middle of the road too. I think I
might use toolbar pushback to get me unstuck.
I'm stuck in a tree. Oh, there's a great idea. Yeah, okay. Pushback helper.
It worked.
Tug. Reverse. Stop. Forward left. Straight. Right. Stop. That should be good enough. Release it. Oh, perfect. I think I'm in reverse. I think I've got reversers going here. All right. I don't know. Something weird's going on. Gonna watch out for that tree in the middle of the road. Yeah, the trees will snag you bad here. All right. Nah, they're not going to catch us. We're James Bond. We're 007. And at the turn at the end of the road here, that's where the gas station is. I do have reverse, I think. I do think I have reverse.
And they got the old Jaguar in the carport here.
I think it's around the bend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's around the bend. I should have all of the sceneries active. I've got them all in one folder.
Yeah, I don't think you did, because that road, when you were coming up, it is like in the scenery is like a blacktop. So you might want to, before we do it next time, check it all out.
Yep, I do have reversers. Polyat's road is black too. Okay. Parking brakes. Well, it's the best, fill her up, please. So let's see. This worked great. So we know that the airport was up here, right up there. We came down this highway and it took us right to the spot. So using Navigraph as a way to figure this out worked really, really good. That was great. Andre, yes, this was a James Bond. This was from a Roger Moore movie. Yeah, LowVis says, so this is what it ought to look like. And so, yeah, this is what the gas station should look like. So, all of a sudden, sneezes have started. So let's go ahead and, like I said, we'll do this next week. But what I ought to really do is take a look just in add-on linker and see what's going on. So I thought I downloaded them all. Crispy, your road isn't black either, so it didn't work here. So I'm getting linker going, and we'll just look and see how this is all set up. Well, sadly, we can't play James Bond music because of the copyright police. But what we can do is for our flight next week, we're going to go and do, I'm going to get some spy music or something from what's it called? From Epidemic Sounds. Okay, so I've got the hangar, jeeps, bombs. Hangar. I got the MiG. It doesn't look like the gas station is in this. Because I went and I just downloaded everything and put them in a single folder here in add-on linker. So it didn't work for me either. So I've got to go and add to this. Big J, the Bond flight's good. You have 40 folders of scenery for this thing. So all I've got is just 19. So clearly I've got to add some more. So we got to add a little bit more for 007 scenery. And the thing is we've got a link here. If you didn't get it yet, I'll put it back in chat for you. What you need to do is come over. And this is where you actually go and buy the airplane. Airplane's a little loud. So this is where you buy the airplane here. And there it all is. You can pick it up through Sim Market. And then you can add the hangar, the road, and the gas station. So here's actual links for the famous James Bond scenes. And then there's the video. So one of the things that I had is I clearly have the hangar. But maybe I didn't get the road or the gas station.
Yeah, those seem to be the two sceneries you were missing.
So here is the James Bond. There's the gas station. And so what I could do is I could just go and snag this right now and put it in there. Andre, it's really kind of hard to, you kind of have to really watch out for music in the world. All right, I'm going to just put this over in MSFS downloads. That's as simple as it is. So that should be there. Oh, see it, I've already got it. And so what I tried to do is extract all of them in here, and apparently I just didn't get them all done. So we'll have it next time. There's Happy Facts. Menins has a BD5J over there. So we got that too. Your Mako Sim scenery isn't popping into your community folder? I'm doing the A350 from Atlanta down to Fort Lauderdale, but I don't know that I'll continue on to, I don't know that I'll actually continue on to Key West in the A350. Well, it's not copyright-free music, but it's all owned by Epidemic Tracks, and that's what's important. So, again, if you didn't have a chance to get everything set up, we'll do this a week from today. So the exact same time, Sunday, the second flight, we'll do this tomorrow. We could try it again tomorrow, Polyot. We could also try it tomorrow, too, if we want to. But, yeah, we could do both. I mean, you know, this is kind of fun. It's a little unusual for the spy flight. So we could actually, you know, do it, you know, several times. But it's a fun little airplane. It really is nice. I did fly, is that the original? It's supposed to be. I don't have it set up yet. When is the Atlanta FLL? The Atlanta to FLL flight is probably, I think everybody's made it here. So it's next. We're going to do that now. Yeah, we may either shift airplanes over. So now we got to get ready to go back to VATSIM mode. Lots of little things to fix. And LowVis took all sorts of extra time and made the cool maps. If you didn't get them, they're over on Discord. So to do this, we're going to turn a couple things off here first. Let's go to online first, and we're going to turn off multiplayer and multiplayer aircraft. Then we're going to go to graphics, go to the bottom, and then we're going to turn off these two. Aircraft traffic quantity, we'll turn it to off, and then I just do the variety down to low. Save and go back, and quit. And then we have one more setting to change, and we'll do that in just a sec. Chop it down. The tree. Yeah, heavy weather. The trees are lethal in this. They will mess up your airplane. Heavy weather says Sim Update 4 fixes it all.
New recruit detected.
Okay, so we'll turn this off for now. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to fix the other stuff. So let's see here. We're going to do KFLL, Fort Lauderdale. I already have Fort Lauderdale loaded. KFLL. Yep, Fort Lauderdale is ready to go. It's a LVFR scenery. And then KATL, Hotland. Well, we don't have Atlanta. We don't have Atlanta, right? Magnus is in chat. Welcome aboard. How do you turn off AI traffic in Microsoft 2024? Oh, trying to remember what that is. I'm just going to come over here and check my A350 just to make sure. It's a few more steps that I'll try to remember, Magnus.
You turn it off up there, on live weather when you're getting ready up there in the right corner?
Yeah, that's where it is. And that's something, so Magnus, I'm going to show you a little bit of that in just a second, okay? Polyot, yeah, and Crispy, we'll try and do more of these. JSG Droid, I'm taking an A350. Okay, so we're good to go there. Let's see, that one is still downloading. I really didn't need to do that. We got that. Let's see what's happening over in the exciting world of VATSIM. Departing from Atlanta now. That was really great ATC in Greece today. It was really nice. Okay, Atlanta Center is up, so we'll have some ATC going out of Atlanta. Atlanta is, what are they doing? Departure Atlanta. Departure runways 8 right and 9 left. 08 right, 09 left. And remember, you have to choose the right runway here. Let's also look at digital ATIS. And digital ATIS for FLL. Fort Lauderdale. It's an hour old, but in the real world, Fort Lauderdale says expect the ILS runway 10 left or 10 right. Okay, we got that set. So we figured that out here in Atlanta. Now there's a kinky little thing that happens in Atlanta. Yeah, I know, kinky things, right? Okay, so what we need is there is a special thing that you're supposed to do. And I've got a picture of it here. What you do is based on your SID is the runway you're supposed to use. Now, right now they're using dual departures in Atlanta, 8 right or 9 left. So now what we'll do is we're going to see what SimBrief gives us. So let's come over here and start SimBrief. And we're going to do a new flight plan. And we'll make it a Delta flight for 421, KATL, KFLL. Aircraft is an A35 900. Beer Cheers AMG. Right now, Real World Atlanta is doing the 26s. Oh, really? That's not good. And we want a Delta livery. Now then, before you go further, come down here and see. SimBrief is our flight. We're going to use the Smaltz departure, right? So, look for Smaltz. It's a south departure, Smaltz. So now what we do is look down here at this. For a south and east departure, you're supposed to use 9 left. So put a little star by that in your notes. And now let's see if SimBrief gave us the right airport. See, it gave me 27 right, like Dogs was saying, but VATSIM is doing something different. So let's go and plug in 09 left.
There's not much wind. I'm signing off the Discord too, Dave.
LowVis, thank you for coming into Discord, and thank you for everything that you did on figuring out James Bond. We could do James Bond again tomorrow for the second flight and next Sunday. But thank you so much.
Thanks to Wabi for figuring out that we were on 2 different sim updates.
Yep, absolutely. It's the sim update stuff. Thanks, LowVis.
All right, I'll see you in Atlanta.
Cheerio. Okay. Got that done. And I just have to remember how to turn it off. Okay, I think I turned it off. I hope I didn't delete the whole voice channel thing in the process. Okay, 9 left. We're still on the Smaltz departure, so that's good. Well, oh, that's right. Wabi and Tim Dog figured that out. That's right. All right. Fuel planning. We're coming into a VATSIM event. I say 30 minutes of extra fuel, right? Menzies is going to call it a day. Oh, well, for pizza. Absolutely. Thanks for coming in, Menzies. Have a really good evening. Thanks for flying with us. Okay, generate the flight. And with that, we're going to go and start the simulator. What kind of pizza, Menzies? Do you know yet? CT Aviation. Atlanta makes it easy. I don't know. All right, view the PDF. Save the PDF. to the desktop in case you need it. We don't need it in this airplane, but it's still good to have. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file. Oh, gotta log in. Is it still cold outside? Yeah, -9. Okay, 41,000 feet for an hour and 17 minutes. That's probably okay. And file. We're filed. No chickening out possible now. And then I usually take my A350s here in the Echo Concourse. So we do those. Not in Canada, just just south of the border in Canada, actually. Okay, everything's good to go there. If you didn't catch it, here is the airplane that we were flying. So the airplane that we were flying is the BD5J. It is available from Sim Market. And somebody was asking how much it cost. I don't remember. It is 11 euros, 12 euros. It's 13 US dollars. It is 10 points, it's Great Britain pound, 10 pounds, 6 pence, I think. So that's what we've got. That's where you get it. I'll put this link into chat for you as well from Sim Market. And the gas station's already downloaded, so I'll go and check that out later. All right, let's see. What else do we need to clear out here? Everything's good there. We did not start Volanta for that flight. You know what? I think I had everything up. I think I had the weather cam up while I was showing you the BD5J and Sim Market. I think I had the weather cam up. Sorry, here it is in Sim Market. I at least found it here. So, yeah, 11 euros, 12 euros, not bad. And it's a fun little airplane. It's definitely a fun little airplane. Any builds. Thank you. Okay, this is good. I am absolutely shocked that I actually flew that little sucker through the hangar. I'm not kidding. I'm blown away that I made it through the hangar there. It really was amazing. Something's wrong with my Airbus piloting or something like that. Corlinks is in Dripping Springs, Texas, and it's cold today, 54 degrees. That is actually cold for Texas this time of year. All right. Almost done with all the silly things to do, then we can start flying. Big J, I thought, then again, yeah, I've been dead. Oh, that was for Paulette. Okay. This looks good. That looks good. This is good over here. We're almost ready to fly. It's busy in Atlanta. It usually is. Menzies, I deleted 2020 a long time ago. Almost done there. Oh, you know what I can do? I can turn on MobiFlight and use the autopilot. JSG Droid will be meeting us at Gate Echo 10. Okay, plug it in first. Big J's, you haven't seen the A350? It's actually a really impressive airplane. It really is an impressive airplane. We've had trouble with it because of WASM troubles and stuff like that. And that's been annoying as hell. But other than that, I think it's been a really cool airplane. And you know, I basically say that there's 3 generations of Airbus cockpits. You know, the original, you know, next generation, and then, you know, the future or something. But so this is the 3rd generation of the cockpit, which I think is really, really nice. I need to give it another restart because of Moby. I didn't have it started on time, and I want to use the autopilot for this. It's really nice. Yes. Okay, come on over here. We also need to make sure this is good and restart. Sorry about the restarts. Which part of the U.S. you are curious what time it is? I'm in the Pacific Northwest, but I'm in the Mountain Time Zone. It's about 3. LowVis is going to be Delta Flight 12. How dare somebody take the 120 number? That's terrible of them. They should never do that. We'll set the controls now for big jets. Terrible that somebody had Delta Flight 12. Yeah, I know. They need to be walloped for those sorts of things. Spies shouldn't have to put up with that kind of nonsense. I'm still blown away that, you know, mere pilots can wallop people. I thought it was only controllers. Kona says it's 2200 Zulu in up north. You're Sweden, Finland, Norway, and it's also Norway, right? It's cold. Code 3 is doing ground control for FLL. We are on our way.
New
LowVis will
recruits
be
detected.
in a 737
Welcome aboard,
600.
agent. Stay sharp.
Sir Mogil Felixa. Did I say that even close to right? Welcome. Thanks for the follow. So there were a couple of things that happened while we were doing stuff. Captain Minnesota did a resub. There was also a couple of, I think, new channel memberships over on YouTube. Thank you for the channel memberships. Unless it's a really cold morning or some crazy stuff goes on here at Spy HQ, you should expect a morning weather and flight briefing video. It's only about 6-7 minutes long that I do each day for our first flight of the day. So that's going to be an exclusive if you're over on either Patreon or now a channel member on YouTube. And thank you for the extra support over there. It's how I keep my lights on. And Ben Vanud has been here too and has been a subscriber on Twitch for 41 months of helping me to keep all this going. Thanks, Ben. Welcome on in. Jack Center is going to be busy today too. Well, that's okay. Almost done restarting here. How much beverage do we have? Almost enough. I'm going to just dash over quickly and get a second beverage. Don't touch that remote. JSG Droid reminds us, yeah, whenever you go and you reset, you update the A350. My last time that I updated it, it was almost a 20-minute first time to start it. Almost 20 minutes. Andre says the Phoenix Airbus has caused your crashes? Man, that's such a good airplane. I can't imagine. There's something wrong with that. That shouldn't be happening, Andre. That shouldn't be crashing stuff. Something is not right with either how you loaded it or I don't know. Oh, have I gone? Hang on. I was probably typing really too fast here. Yeah, I was. Hang on. Sadly, there's no spell check on the titles. So, yeah, solar flares, loose cat. There we go. All right, fixed. All right. Almost done loading. We get to fly soon. They need to put the BD5J and those hangars in DCS World so you can actually blow up the hangar. They actually should be able to blow up the hangar. I know they don't let you do that in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but yeah, they need to do that. Almost done loading. Sim objects are almost done. Let's check the email box. Maybe there's something from WinWing. Ha! Nothing from WinWing. They're no fun at all. Ricio Hayes just did a sub over on YouTube. Thanks for the sub. Come on in. All right, let's go get our airplane. And remember, we came out of multiplayer, so we got one last thing we got to fix. Okay, so it's going to be the A350. Oh, it froze. Got to wait like 45 seconds. It's got to do its silly little freeze thing. X-Plane 12 is a cool simulator. It is very heavy on resources right now. And it's hard to stay on VATSIM, and I have a hard time keeping it on VATSIM, and that's the problem. I know, Maddie. Oh, Maddie G, did you get an auto ATC of 1007? That's a nice one to have. Okay, default cabin and Delta. There's our Delta jet. Looks good. Save and go back. And there's the swoosh. Save and go back. Go to Atlanta, KATL, Hotlanta. And click it. Find a gate that is not occupied so that we can avoid spawning, because that's rude. Oh, another sneeze. It's gonna happen this time of year. Let's go to this gate. Nobody's at that gate. I'm gonna write down what gate I'm at so I don't forget. And one last thing, go to flight conditions first, live weather, AI traffic off, and then make sure all players is off, because we had that turned on as well too. Okay, we're still good for E8. We're still good, and start. Wow, are they still using bat files? Manaphy, you could use a website called Digital ATIS for ATIS in the real world, and it's only, I'm afraid, in the US, and that's where you can go and find ATIS for major airports. It's only going to be major airports. Okay, while we're waiting, let's go and clean stuff up here. So I'm going to take the BD5J flight, and I'm going to just copy that in, and we'll try that for a second flight tomorrow too. And I'm going to leave it there for the Sunday flight next week, because that was kind of fun. All right, got that copied, so let's bump those up. Bump it up again. We got to figure out a departure point for tomorrow's vectors to Copenhagen. And we'll bump that out there. We don't need those taxiways or that squawk code or those frequencies or that squawk number. And everything else is good. Notes are ready to go. The airplane itself has charts. Vinyl Rabbit, welcome back in. Super duper happy weekend. We could go while we're obviously that's busy doing something, so let's come on over here to VATSIM Events, AMG. How many more flights? Atlanta to Fort Lauderdale, and then one more destination, not sure. We were thinking about Key West, but I'm not going to try and stuff the A350 into Key West, so we'd have to either change airplanes or change airports. Mondays, let's see, what do we got? Bergen is available for Monday for ATC, vectors to Copenhagen, and then as usual, Nuremberg or Dusseldorf. So we've got those three airports. I think Bergen is an every other Monday kind of event. And then those are two that you're guaranteed full ATC coming in and out of, for going into vectors. Vinyl Rabbit was setting up your Windwing Airbus throttle. That's right, you got your Windwing Airbus throttle, didn't you? We could go to Cancun. Cancun might be a little bit far, though. Might be a little bit far. That'd be like what? Almost an hour and a half, 2 hours over water. Corlinks, is that Caracas? So since this is every other, I'll just pencil in Bergen. Bergen, and that's in Norway. ENBR. So that might be nice. And now we've all got a really nice airport for Bergen as well. You don't have to do that one though. And I'm gonna just update that over here. Okay. Come on, Microsoft Flight Simulator. We've had this going. CT Aviation. So we could take off from Fort Lauderdale and go over to Nassau. Some of us may need to load in a scenery for Nassau, though. All right. Why are you taking forever? I've already updated this airplane. We'll start VATSIM. Hi, Mary Arbitrary. Welcome aboard. Buddy Barker says it's unbelievable. Welcome, Mary Arbitrary. Thanks for coming in. I really thought I'd gone and done this. I hope we're not set up for a 20-minute you know, regenerating of WASM files and stuff like that, because that's really annoying. I think we're all filed on VATSIM, so just waiting for Microsoft Flight Simulator that loves to take for freaking ever. Hesul Yander, did I say that right? Welcome on in. Doing good. Thanks for coming in. Still frigid out here. Definitely ready for spring. There was an update on November 28th. Maybe that's it. Maybe I got the November 28th update and forgot to load it in. I think that's it. I think you're right, Flight Sim Aviation. So, hi AH Mike, welcome, welcome. So yeah, we are trying to load into Atlanta. We're going to take the latest update from the A350 down to Fort Lauderdale and then find a place, either go to Key West in a smaller airplane or switch airplanes to fly to Key West. Oh, we love updates. Absolutely. The notepad is so good for getting a clearance. You can just kind of zap it out together and type it in really quick. It really is nice. And you know, it's a notepad, so you can change the format of how it's all set up. Like, you know, an awful lot of the data that I've got here at the top, really the only piece of data that's really important is the one right in the middle there, and that's my minimum takeoff fuel, as something to quickly look at before we blast off, just so I can say, all right, have I got enough fuel? Especially on the big crowded VATSIM events where we're, you know, sitting on the ground for 20 minutes. But other than that, you know, the in, out, off, on times, the out, off, on, in times, I think that's the better way to say it. Diversion fuel is nice. Duration, passengers. So you can really change that middle line, but everything else on that, just, it's so easy to be able to type it all in quickly. You can also type a taxi clearance in there. And there we go. Julianator says, go to Tampa. That's a nice one, a little short for an A350, but Polya, thank you for helping Final Rabbit. Oh, come on, Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm serious, I've spent more time, you know, with the WASM, you know, watching WASM files regenerate and stuff like that in the sim. Be nice if it is doing the little WASM thing, if it could just, you know, give us a progress indicator. Say, okay, you know, you got another 20 minutes to wait. Big J says maybe from Fort Lauderdale we could go back to Atlanta. Coney saw the biggest airport out there. There are some really big ones out there. Atlanta is actually pretty big. When in Atlanta, if you've got like, oh, I was hoping to be able to move around and show you. On the north side of the airport, the Delta Museum is there. And the Delta Museum has a, when you go through the museum, it's got, one of the things that it has is a full motion 737 simulator that you can rent. I think it's $400 for 2 hours maybe. I think it's about $400 for 2 hours or an hour or something. But you can sit there with a pilot and do a flight in it. It's actually pretty cool. Departure runway 9 left. 9 left for our direction of flight. Polyak got the throttle about 5 days after pre-orders opened up and had the issue you've been having. Very few people have that. Am I using GSX? Yeah, I did update GSX just before the live stream today, so that's good. Oh, I thought I did this. It's taking forever. Man, if he wants us to go to Jacksonville. Reason I avoid Jacksonville is it's a really great airport scenery, but it's also very heavy on frame rates. Hi, Clarky. Do I need to have scenery for an airport to land there on VATSIM? Not necessarily. Most of the scenery in Flight Simulator has the runways and the ILS and the taxiways in the correct place. It's nicer visually, especially when you get into the gate area, to have an airport scenery. But I don't think it's required. Now, maybe some airports you do need a scenery because the default is so bad, but not a lot. LowVis says Hotlanta approach is now up. But yeah, so, you know, don't feel like if you're going to go in, you absolutely positively have to buy yourself a payware airport to go in and land there. Well, gee, I hope we're able to take advantage of Atlanta departure before they go offline while we're waiting for the WASM files to do their WASM thing. Dog says, yep, we have Atlanta approach. You have Luton and Edinburgh, but you want to expand a little. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah, to Clarky, this is what we're doing today. We got to do a Greek island hop. We got to do the BD5J, and now we get to go and live stream WASM processing. So annoying. I really thought I had it. I'm gonna have to make sure that if we're gonna do the A350, I haven't gone and done some sort of an update like this, because I think mine is really a good 15 minutes, a little bit more than that, and that's just absolutely brutal. So if you're already at the airport, don't wait for me. Take off. Enjoy. Housley is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Housley wants to know how the clearance part works with the notepad. Very simple. Thank you. All right, let's just leave that there. Get out of the way. So generally a clearance works, they're all the same. And you see where it says clearance right here. So those are the 3 lines that I will go and fill in. Now the other thing that they're going to probably give you is a departure, right? So I always make sure that I've copied in my cruise altitude and my flight plan up here. So it's really these 3 areas. And as ATC is saying Delta 441 ready to copy clearance, yeah, ready to copy clearance. To which point they would say something like, Delta 441 is cleared to Fort Lauderdale via the Smaltz 3 departure while at transition, then is filed. Climb and maintain 7,000 feet. Expect flight level 410 10 minutes after departure. Departure is 122.8. Squawk is 7340. And so as they're rattling off their stuff like that, I just have this over here, and I'm filling these bottom lines in as we go, because those are the things that I don't know about before we take off, before I even get on VATSIM. I do know that it's going to be the Smaltz 3 departure and Wallet transition, unless, of course, we get a reroute, which has been known to happen. But there you go. That's how it is that I type those in. And then it becomes very, very easy to, regurgitate it all back to them. Now, some airports, some departures will actually give you an initial climb clearance. So one of the things is like a lot of European airports, the German airports, you're already going to get a climb clearance of 5,000 feet. And I will check that out before I request my clearance. And so I can type that in there because I know it's going to be 5,000 feet. I might also know that they're going to have a departure frequency. And so I'll have 2 frequencies in there because, we'll be contacting Bremen radar on 122.7 or something like that. So I might have a second frequency already typed in there and ready to go. So that's how it is that I use that for typing in a clearance. Oh my gosh, really? You sure you wouldn't like to wait just a little bit more, Flight Simulator? I'm sure there's a WASM file that needs to be... I'm sorry, I'm being Captain Sarcastic now. I'm gonna let the little video movies settle down a bit. Right now you can see little micro hesitations. I'm just gonna let it breathe so it can catch up, and let's go ready to fly. There's our very big jet. And then once I get into walk around mode, I'll again sit for 10, 15 seconds or something like that. And let's do Shift C. Into the cockpit we go. My views are still good. Yay, that's nice. JSG Droid is being incredibly crafty, using the scratch pad for clearance, route, altitude, frequency, and transponder. All right. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. And there should be an airplane just to the south of us. Good evening, security man. Welcome back. Thanks for coming in. Just got a PDC. Yep, we got an American flight there. And we got our airplane there. And all of a sudden, it just moved me all the way up there. Okay. Let's see. Uh-oh. I hear the Volanta voice coming to get me. Delta Flight 12 launched like a rocket. That's right, the 737-600 is an amazing airplane. Hi, Michael. Welcome on in. It is. All right, so let's come on over here and do add a flight plan. And import our flight plan. There's our route. And I'm probably going to need to refresh an overlay in Flight Sim in Livestream land, and that should do it. Okay. Hey, we could actually do airplane things now. So first step, come up here. We'll do batteries. Let's see how the sounds are on this airplane. So we'll turn off the music for a second, turn it up a bit. Ready? So first thing are the batteries. I usually do battery 1, battery 2, emergency 1, emergency 2. Airplane starts huffing and puffing a little bit. Then we'll go and do external 2 first and then external 1. Airplane's coming alive. Hi, Firebird. Welcome aboard. All right, let's come on in here. Let's see. Let me look at my options a little bit and make sure my third-party stuff is. Look at the snow a second. Let me just check my third-party stuff. I do need to reconnect my Navigraph stuff. Okay, got that done. Alright, done with the super secret stuff. Okay, that looks good. Let's see here. I bet we need to update Navigraph. Balo, it is cold here. So we'll just get that done. Almost done. Firebird, thanks for coming in. Navigraph data is updated. Another thing you need to do is the terrain. I don't know if we need to do that or not, but I'm going to click on that. And it took control of the little pointers, so let's just see how long that takes. So we do have to do terrain data. Come over to ground. Let's get the jetway while we're waiting. Well, we got the jetway right in the middle of our engine. I don't think it likes where we're parked here. I think we're a little bit too far forward for the jetway to work. I think you could actually fix it, and while we're waiting for this, we could actually do this real fast. So come down here. Parking brakes are active. Let's go ahead and we're going to just do... We're going to turn off the external power for just a bit. Oh, well, that turned off the EIS. We don't need that. Did it turn the middle one off? Okay, let's come on over here. I'm gonna get rid of the GPU. I'm gonna pull out my chocks, and we're gonna get pushback helper. Polyot is in a hold in your C-130 in DCS world. They do holds in DCS world? Really? That's crazy. Parking brakes off. And reverse. That's probably good right there. That's probably pretty good there. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes back on. Release the tug. You gotta hold in the C-130 in DCS world. All right, now then let's come on back down here. Let's put chocks in place. Turn on the GPU again. Come on back up here. Ground power. Ground power. And then, of course, it's got a couple of things preset. It's sort of like, don't do that. Strobes off. Navigation lights on. Logo off. No smoking goes on. Emergency exit lights go to arm. And we'll do that. Now with those, let's turn the swap system off. Come on back over here. Now let's try and request the jetway again. Still doesn't like us very much. Okay, so pushback helper got our jetway, so that worked. Atlanta Center abruptly went offline. Buster is grateful as he needed to go outside. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Okay. Let's go back to ops. Are we still doing terrain download? I think we're still doing terrain download. And then the other thing that we want is Navigraph data, but we want to use the Lido style of terminal charts. And I think we've got those set, so that doesn't need to change. Op status. Let's load in the... okay, that looks good. Load sheet. Sim brief. And let's load the airplane with GSX. Start it loading right now. Okay. Let's come over here. Navigation data is 30 October, 26 November. So the Navigraph data in here is a little old. I think we're probably good. Init. Flight plan request through SimBrief. And insert it. Yeah, we heard, dogs. They called it a day. Atlanta, FLL, and all of that looks good. It doesn't like my database. Well, we did update it, you know. We did update it, but I think it's kind of frozen right now. Yeah, I can't do anything with this at the moment. $2512, it's actually set. So we'll see what's going on with that, but I think it's still busy with terrain download. I'm probably messing up the airplane. We'll probably get a crash. It'll be terrible. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Let's see, we got a door open. We can do some cargo doors. And let's see, is the fuel truck here yet? I did say to load with GSX. I don't think it's reloading. Terrain downloaded, it's done. Thank you, Captain Chris. Did it pop in up here and I wasn't paying attention? Bucky says to hydrate. Thank you, Buckeye. Hi, BMC Clain. Welcome back. B. McLean. Welcome on in. All right, let's come back over to flight ops, options. Nav data is re-downloaded. And Navigraph data should be good. Okay, let's see how that worked. Load sheet. Are we actually loading? Let's try and start it that way. Okay, flight plan time. Did it update these? Yay, look at that. It did update it. Andre says it's 3 degrees Celsius in Switzerland right now. Reese, your scenery didn't load in. Make sure that it's not like nested. You know how sometimes you download a scenery and it might be, you know, the scenery is called Denver Airport Scenery is the folder name, and when it downloads it downloads an identical folder right beneath it, and then your files are there. Make sure it isn't one of those double things that happens every now and then, and it does happen. Okay, that looks good. This should be good. Let's request our info. This is an amazing flight management computer. I really like this. Receive the flight plan and insert. Delta 441, blah, 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 blah. That's great. Yes, I did check our database cycle. It is good. Leave me alone. So let's come on up here. Nav, nav, and nav. Looks good. Come on down here. Looks good. And I think in this airplane, they also say they like you to start the APU even at the gate. JSG Droid, ATC is gone. Thanks, Captain Chris. And CTAF is 119.1. Thanks, JSG Droid. Okay, all that's great. Let's come on down here. And departure. I did get a clearance, so we'll just use their clearance. Underscore Leonard has gifted 5 subs to the community. Hey Leonard, thank you for gifting some subs. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. It really is making a difference. I mean, it really is. My bottom line is incredible. It's like it not ever is. So it's been a real generous month of November. Leonard, you're a part of that. Thank you for gifting 5 subs to me, but also gifting 5 subs to somebody else. Not everybody can afford a sub, and it's just really nice that you do that. Thank you. Runway 9 left. Our SID is the Smaltz departure. Thanks, Leonard. Smaltz 3. I can't hold on to this anymore. Okay, that was kind of hard to do. Smaltz 3, and we transition out at Wallet. Okay, there we go. Got that in. That's right, subfolders, that's the word. Polyot is still in a hold. Okay, I'm blown away that you do holds in DCS world. There is a discontinuity, that's fine. Coming in, okay, Fort Lauderdale, we need to get some charts. I don't remember Fort Lauderdale too well. Terminal charts. Atlanta, this should be easy to snag. Okay. APC, airport parking, ramps 1 through 6. Yep, got that. Okay, airport ground, APG. AGC, airport ground chart, got that. All right, we need the SID. The SID is going to be Smaltz. Smaltz all the way at the top. Of course it is. So Smaltz RNAV departure is right there. That looks good. We need to get with the procedures. And of course that's not in the same place. And this is going to give us a climb and maintain, maybe. Yeah, it did give us a climb and maintain, 10,000 feet. So let's take that. This is where I would go and get other information. So climb and maintain 10,000 feet. And then it's flight level 410 thereafter. Also, it gives us the departure frequency, 133.475. So this is where I would do a slash 133.475. And have that one. And then according to my PDC says we're squawking 3172. So we'll just pop that in now, 3172. And that's how I would just fill this out here. And that gives me all the data that I need. Okay, so we got that one. Now then, let's look at Fort Lauderdale, because I don't remember Fort Lauderdale at all. So first we need the star. We're coming in on the Tiki 3 arrival. Like a tiki torch? I get it. It's tiki torches. So coming in here, chug, 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 all the way down here. There's Tiki 3. And that puts us out at Famba at 6,000 feet. For an ILS on runway 18 left. No, 28 left. They might also kick us over to 28 right. I'm just going to grab that one, but we're going to plan the left side. Housley, in the style of charts that I'm using here, yes, they're going to have a separate page. They're going to have a separate page like this, like I was looking at, not this one. And that's going to be called the SID procedures. That's what I call them. I might be wrong. In the charts, it says SID PT. So if you look way down here, I'm getting AGC, Airport Ground Chart, APC, Airport Parking, SID, and SID PT. I've been interpreting that as SID procedures. I don't know if that's it, but that's what I do. And that's where I go and get that information. Now it's time to get the Airport Ground Chart for us. There's Airport Ground. And then we need a parking. And there's parking. Now with all of those that we've done that, I'll come over here and I'm going to hit the pin. And you can see everything. And that's one thing. I love this flight management, this electronic flight bag. So everything that I've gone and clipped, I try to clip it in order. And those are all the charts I need from top to bottom in the order that I need them. That really is a huge time saver to be able to do that. So for this, we would come over at Zadel, but over on the Tiki arrival, that would put us out at Famba. Okay, so we're good. We can go and plug this in now. So FLL, and let's come up here. Runway. We are expecting 28 left. Our approach is an ILS. Our star is the Tiki 3 arrival. Our VIA is going to be Zadel. And our transition in is Zeppelin. Okay, and then we can look up here at the top, ILS 28 left with an ILS, Zadel, Tiki, Zeppelin, and insert. And make it so. Nav primary is set. Now we'll just kind of go down through here, and we're going to look and see. Oh, look at that. Famba and manual. So there are going to be vectors from Famba down to Zadel, but I'm going to go and delete. No, it won't let me delete it. You got to leave the discontinuity in there. Okay, fine. That's great. Not a problem. And then there's the arrival. And that's good to go too. Init. And now we'll do our fuel and loading stuff. Let's come on over to the load sheet. Hey, I told you to load the airplane. I told you to load. You're not loading, you airplane, you. Okay, ground. GSX Okay, I don't know how many other ways I can request boarding. I'm going to disconnect GSX control here because it's not working for us. Go to the load sheet. 1726. I think that's right. Yep, that's correct. 0 fuel weight, 169. Set fuel. Instant. Set 0 fuel weight. And that's instant too. Okay, we're loaded. We don't have to wait. Jimmy Boy says GSX wasn't working either. No kidding. I missed some chat there. Sunjammer had something. Oh, that's Battlestar Galactica, the first one. I don't think they ever said that in the second one. Okay, let's go and put some numbers in. Let's start with the operational flight plan. Our cost index today is 43, but we're going to go and do that 0 fuel weight now. 169.6. Enter. Our center of gravity, hit refresh. Our center of gravity is 29.80. Good. Block fuel is at 17.0, and I read that off of the gas gauge. I always read it there. Okay, we got that in there. Captain Chris is already departing. See you there. I'm on my way. Passengers, we have 285 passengers today. Enter. That looks correct. Now let's go and do those fuel numbers. Operational flight plan. Thalos saw the Cylon from the A-Team recently. Okay. Taxi is 0.374. Good. You can also flip-flop between this too. So you don't have to change your view. You can go and flip with the OIS, and we can go and get contingency fuel. Contingency is 1.4. Flip back. Alternate fuel is Orlando, 3.2. And then I usually look here and check my, for 30 minutes of fuel, it should be 2.2 tons. And I've got 2.3 budgeted, so that's good enough. We don't have to worry about that. And I asked for, this is exact on, I wanted 30 minutes of extra on top of all that. Got it in there. So that was really neat. Okay, let's come over here and do the APU bleed. That's looking good. We're almost ready to go, I hope. Okay, all of this looks really nice. The APU bleed is on. Takeoff performance. Let's get ready to rumble there. I'm going to first go to ground. I'm going to close my cargo doors. Cargo doors are closing. I'm going to go back to takeoff performance now while all of that closes. Sync data from the flight management system. Sync our weather. And compute the speeds. Hi, Havoy. And there we go. And send this to the flight management system. I didn't jot down Altimeter is 3.22. Our initial climb clearance, remember we got that, it was 10,000 feet. Initial climb clearance is set. That looks really good. And our speeds are in. It's going to be a flaps 2 takeoff today. Confirm speeds, rotate at 148. And all of that looks good. Let's go ahead. Passengers are aboard. Let's go to ground. I'm going to toggle the jetway. Jetway's going to go away. Let's go ahead and disconnect ground power. We have the APU on, ground power going off. We're going to turn on our fuel pumps. Fuel pumps going on. We did have a squawk code, and we got that. It's 3172. So 3172 is our squawk. That's good. Back to VHF. CTAF is 119.1. Make that active, and 122.800 is next, and that's ready to go too. So we got those all set, and passengers are aboard. The doors are closed, so we're going to come over here and do mobile, phones off, and computers away, and seat belts to on. I'm going to guess that GSX is not going to push us back, so we're going to use Pushback Helper. Connecting the tug. And all that looks good. And I need to move my... I need to change from Discord back to VPilot. Okay, VPilot is active. Now then, recheck my QNH 3022. 3022. So I went over here to Atlanta, and I got 3022 over here. That's where I got that from, NASCAR. Okay, all that's good. Havoy, thank you for coming in. Good to see you. Doing great, thanks. I hope you're doing good. Mikey did a nice small German airport. Is it Silt? All right. We have a thing we need to do here. Checklists. Cockpit preparation. If you don't do it, the airplane yells at you. Oh, no apologies needed. NASCAR, thank you for asking me to check it. Otherwise, we would have gone auguring into the ground. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. Gear pins, covers aboard. Fuel quantity is verified, 1700. Seatbelts are on. Barrel reference is set. Checklist is complete. Checklist again. Before start checklist. Parking brake is off. Takeoff speeds are set. Slides are armed. Nose wheel disconnect memo is checked. Let's do the bacon. Bacon is up. I think we're ready to go. Is anybody behind us? Nope. Parking brakes going off. And reverse. No. Parking brakes on. I've disconnected ground power, but I did not disconnect the GPU, and I didn't pull my chocks. Toggle, let's arm the slides. And now we're ready to go. Parking brakes off and reverse. AMG has 3 kids and a dog and a cat. You want to talk mass hysteria? Yeah, you've got mass hysteria. That's mass hysteria for you for sure. I know. Cats and dogs and kids living together. There's mass hysteria. Getting ready to start engine number 1. User RH7's in chat. Don't forget to turn on the cockpit cabin fans. Well, this airplane is supposedly got all of that done. And that should have turned on when we turned on the APU bleed. And a lot of the ventilation stuff is automatic for the cockpit crew. Starting engine number 1. And stop. Parking brakes off. And tug, disconnect, and clear that. And looks like we got a nice start there. Let's get a little bit of cabin floodlight. And that all looks good. There's data there. Engine number 1 is available. Starting engine 2. Engine number 2 starts. Let's get surveillance going. It didn't like that, so surveillance. Let's do transponder. Squawkage is occurring. And we're going to go to TA only on the ground. We could also do predictive wind shear. The discontinuity stays in place, Big J plays. So on the approach after the star, it's maintain a heading for vectors to final. So there's naturally going to be a break in this airplane. So this airplane wants you to leave the discontinuity in place. Okay, it's a little bit bright, so we're going to go and tone these down a bit. Okay. So we're just kind of turning these down a little bit. And that's good. I couldn't read it. Okay, do we have 2 good starts? We do. Ignition back to normal. Ignition is normal. APU bleed off and APU off. Disconnect the nose wheel tiller. And let's do control checks. It's almost time to go. One journey, make it count. Welcome aboard, One Journey. And elevators. Ailerons. Rudder. Good. Trim should automatically set itself. Trim is set. Auto brakes armed. Flaps are going to be performance. It's flaps 2. Flaps are 2. Speed brakes are armed. Looks good. Let's do a cabin call. Cabin call is good. Jax needs help. Hey, Polyot is over in DCS World. And this is the new Hercules, C-130 Hercules. And over there you can see the Polyot has been holding, but now has gotten to do a supply drop in the Hercules. I'm just blown away that they had you hold for a while. X-Plane, Brazil, and Chile is Alex. And Alex is from Brazil. Hi, Alex. Hey, thank you for coming in today. That looked really, really neat, Polyon. It really did. Okay, and checklist. After start checklist. Anti-ice. We'll turn it on. Flight controls, checked and set. Ground clearance is good. Checklist is complete. Next checklist is going to be taxi. Flap settings are confirmed. Radar is off. We have not done the takeoff config check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Takeoff config check is good. And that checklist is now complete. Let's taxi. Okay, so over here we go, back to terminal charts. Airport APC. So here's our ramp chart. And we are over here on the Echo. So we're going to call holding short, 5 south east. And then we're going to go over to our runway. So there's 5 south. It's going to be Lima to Lima Alpha. Shall we go? Taxi light on. Final cabin call. Parking brakes off. Parking brakes are off. Passengers looking outside the very big window. Add a little power. New altimeter. NASCAR 3012. Thanks, NASCAR. And out we go. 3021. Altimeter's reset. Thank you. Giza Gamer, you took a flight on an A350-900 from Madrid to Bogota. It is, and that was a long flight for you, right? So that was a really long flight, but I'll bet you felt really good afterwards, because this airplane, they pressurize it to about 5,000 feet in the cabin, not 7 like most airlines. And they also, on this airplane, they will do add a little bit of humidity to the cabin as well, which is really nice. Manaphy is here. Uh-oh, that airplane is opposite direction. That airplane took off opposite direction. No, I don't know how to taxi. I'm an idiot. I'm going the wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. Let's turn around here. And of course, Atlanta Center just popped back on. Hi, Tyler Dog. Welcome aboard. Okay, let's get turned around. Okay, 132975.
Zero, so climb to 3,500. We're landing out of Charlotte.
Oh my God!
230650.
Guys, just doing clearances for the whole area now.
And center P15922, climbing to 7.
Cruise 250 about 5 miles west of Cuba.
No, I am not an Airbus pilot. I have a private pilot's license. I can fly very small airplanes. Atlanta Center, good to see you online. Delta 441 is taxiing towards runway 09 left. We had a previous clearance, squawking 3172.
Delta 441 left and Roger, runway 9 left. Mike 2 on bullet.
Runway 09 left at Mike 2, line up and wait. Delta 441.
013922, squawk 4743, and IDOT.
4743, speed them up 5922.
Flight Attendant, good evening, Delta 31, passing flight level 233, climbing 410.
Delta 31,
there's Mike 2.
Climbing 410.
Strobes.
Climb maintain, flight level 410, Delta 31.
Oh man, I didn't see any CRJs to taxi by.
We got a 2599 radar contact leading 2,000 feet. Climb maintain flight level 370.
Climb maintain 370, Delta 2599.
This has been working
radar contact,
really good. I
I
wonder if this is ready for cross the pond.
On discretion, beat them off 59.
Remember how disappointed we were when it didn't work?
And Atlanta, good evening. Delta 1619 Southside, ramp 5 with the weather for taxi.
1619 Atlanta, runway 9 left, Mike 2, taxi at Mike 2.
All right, Mike 2, 9 left, Delta 1619.
Atlanta Center, hello, Lima Victor Lima, Romeo Golf is with you, flight level 120 on the Mashik.
Cross the pond isn't ready for cross the pond. Yeah,
3019er, on the Alpha approach runway 18 left.
What was the runway for us, Lima Romeo Golf, sorry?
Lima Romeo Golf, on the Island approach runway.
We're going to take the 18 right across Lima Romeo Golf.
Alex.
One right.
Actually, yeah, Alex, the airplane has gotten several really good updates. I think so.
Got a 441 heavy R, have the grid for 9 left, Mike 2, clear for takeoff.
9 left at Mike 2, clear for takeoff. After takeoff, we are RNAV grids, Delta 441. Shall we go? Throttle's up about halfway.
Fort Lauderdale.
Engines are stable. Manual flex. SRS runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Can't wait to see how it handles.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
100 knots. Checked.
V1.
Rotate. Positive climb, gear going up.
1051 cleared to Atlanta Airport and be a direct to SIP. You're on the SIP to arrival. 10 be at the arrival.
Lever climb. Thrust climb.
You got a left.
Flaps 1.
1051 cleared to Atlanta via direct to SIP. 10 be at the SIP to arrival. Atlanta altimeter 30.
AP, let's get the AP on. We're kind of tired. It's been a long day. That takeoff felt good. So I think they have been.
31 contact Jack Center 135.9
Delta 31, 35, 925. Bye-bye.
135.902 is next.
1612 contact Jack 135.902.
135.92, JetBlue 1612. Good night.
Got a 441 radar contact out of 3,000 feet, verify altitude.
Delta 441 is passing 3,000 feet for 10.
Got a 441 Roger, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Climb and maintain flight level 330, Delta 441.
Got a 1051, verify direct to SIP, it's on the SIP to arrival.
135925. There we go. Got that one set. Okay, that looks good. RNAV to grids. Tripod Cats wants the hat. You can actually go and buy these online. You can get this very hat online.
Giant calling, where you at? Where else are you going to?
See you later. Alex is calling it a day. See you later, Alex. GT Boy, do you have any idea how long the wait is currently between ordering? Right? Okay, so if you purchased it back in September when it first came out like we did, we think it's sometime between December 9th and December 14th. That's the last thing that I've heard. Buckeye says to hydrate. Oh, no kidding, really? I've noticed some of the total viewers, Polyot, are like blowing me away. But thank you for keeping an eye on that. And if you're watching on YouTube, thank you for watching on YouTube. Welcome on in.
All right, 911, Mike 2, line of away, Delta 1619.
Okay, nice climb. All right, flaps are up. Speed brakes are disarmed.
886 Foxtrot things on the ground.
Landing gear is up. I don't think we have an after takeoff checklist on this airplane. Checklist. Nope. I blew off the lineup checklist. Cabin, takeoff, packs. I blew off that one. Whoops. That's because center popped up. Okay, next one is going to be there. Let's go to ATC comms. Digital ATIS.
13592 American 650, have a good day.
Number 117, Mike Charlie, is that you calling?
No, sir, but TBM 7 Mike Charlie going missed.
Yeah, 17 Mike Charlie, why the public missed first?
Atlanta Center, good evening. This is
Leonard says it's after 5 p.m. and we get to get a beverage.
What's the call for?
Okay. Gee, do I have to, Leonard? Paul is back from London. Hi, Paul. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming back in. Maybe not London. Make the map a little bit bigger. Tripod Cats completed. Ditched your PMDG planes. They're updating the PMDG airplanes They're updating the PMDG airplanes for Flight Sim 2024. LowVis has made it to Tampa. Oh yeah, LowVis is in the 737-600. Wabi says it's time to get. I've still got a little spy tea to go, but as soon as I can, I'm going to join you in a beverage. 11,000 feet. Landing lights off. Taxi light off. Mobile phones off.
Blocked.
NASCAR is an 8-3. Yeah, spy tea. I still got spy tea left.
Got a 2329 descent up off suppression, maintain final 240.
Atlanta Center, Sun Country 956, with you at 39,000 feet.
Sun Country 9.
Vampire Skulls is back. It's basically iced tea and lemonade. It's the classic Arnold Palmer. Ironically, I'm not a golfer, but it's really good.
Atlanta Center, Delta 2329, flight level 320.
2329, Atlanta Center. Metro flight 2983, flight and 275.
275, Metro flight 2983.
Got a 2329, descend up house, direction, maintain final 240.
240, 2329.
Got a 1051, just verify you're on the 5th arrival now.
Passing 14,000 feet, and our climb's going really good. FLL ATIS, information echo.
1051.
Just verify you're on the 5th arrival now.
8 firm, we're on the 5th arrival.
10 left or 10 right.
Thank you. Lima Victor, Lima Romeo Golf, it's going to maintain 4,000.
4,000, Lima Romeo Golf.
Number 1, TVM 7, Mike Charlie, tip, first request back to Spartanburg.
And now what we're going to ask
Mike
for
Charlie,
is auto
like
updates.
23 approach. RNAV G3.
Hey Russell, yeah, this airplane looks really good, doesn't it, Russell? I think it's a really nice cockpit. It really is.
2,800 report.
I don't think we got the Picard route today.
7 Mike Charlie,
Vampire
2,800
Skulls, that was the same snow that came through here, so now it's your turn. Enjoy.
That we're waiting you to 230.
Again, 736 Roger, Clementine, follow with 30.
Level 380, again at 7030.
Atlanta Center, Challenger 886, Foxtrot Tango, short 8 right, ready to go.
Challenger 8, Foxtrot Tango, Roger, just be a second for a cross complex departure, 15 hold short.
Hold short 8 right.
Good night, Sunjammer. Thank you for coming today. Have a really nice night.
Alright, RNAV grid,
what is it?
911
It's
Mike 2,
Sunday,
clear
right?
take off, Delta 1619.
So I hope it's a good week next week, Sunjammer. Altimeters.
Got a 2329.
Reset.
Got a 2329, your picture will land, I'd be a direct assist, going assist to arrival.
And Atlanta Center, Delta 1220 with you at 14,000 and 12,000 on the Aussie 2 arrival.
That's 1220, Atlanta Center, Roger, I'll get back to you. Sun Country 956, contact Jack Center 135.9 or 2.
Sun Country 956, contact Jacksonville. Have a good day.
Atlanta Center, hello, Brickyard 4528, flight level 330.
Were you with us?
Atlanta Center, good evening. Cosmic 2576 Ryan.
Problem in this case is the controller's microphone is really low. Everybody else is normal, but the controller is really low, so I don't think the KD Pilot app is keeping up.
30 runway 09 and right, 2576.
Hey Landy, Orbix released the Perth YPPX. You like that one? I don't remember which ones we got. Okay, coming up on Wallet. Oops, we didn't turn on traffic. Tara. Back to performance. Flight plan. We are 530 miles north of Fort Lauderdale.
South Complex, short of Lima.
Looks like 0042 Zulu is when we're going to be landing.
Mike 2, Cam 56.
Challenger 6, Foxtrot Tango, runway 8 left, line up away, traffic, land of the 36 right.
Man, this airplane is cool, and it's working really well today.
Correct, 8 right, line away.
8 right, line of away, instruction.
So Fort Lauderdale, where we're going, we're probably going to get into Fort Lauderdale just fine. Chances are we're not going to get out of Fort Lauderdale just fine, though. So it's really busy there.
And Atlanta, Delta 1619, we're fast in 3.5, climbing 10.
Maybe we ought to look at VATSIM.
330, Delta 1619.
And see if there's someplace else we want to go. So we just had some snow in Montana, and it's now moving into Denver. We could fly another flight into Denver where there's not a lot of ATC. Salt Lake over to Denver and stay out of this. This is going to be really, really busy, but we could go and do that. That might be nice. We'll switch airplanes. We could do that. We've already done like a group flight today. Minneapolis to Denver is a little bit far, and that's almost westbound. That's a real long flight.
Landing north, if we could get, we changed our runway when he told us that, so we put in 36 right and altimeter 3019.
I'll get back to you. Lima Victor, Lima Romeo Golf. Turn left heading 150 to the runway, 1 left localizer, it's going to maintain 3,000.
3,000 and turning the localizer, Lima.
LowVis, okay, LowVis is going to watch football after this. I'm set up for 10 left, but I've got charts for 10 right. Delta uses the Delta gates at FLL. Dogs, that's like one of the first times that Delta actually uses the Delta gates. I'm not kidding.
Number 56. Yeah, I'm not talking about that at all, so sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries, we just went through. Appreciate it.
Got a 2329 destroyed.
I am planned for 10 left, code 3.
Got a 5151 to
25,000 feet. So right now back in the cabin. Got a nice view of the wing out there.
Got a 5150, so when he's below runway 9 to left. So take your next left turn and join Lima.
If you look up here, you can see no smoking is on, seatbelts are on. And we're going to go over here. And we're going to go seatbelts to auto. And come back here. And this is an airplane where seatbelts and cabin signs actually work. So seatbelt lights are on. Hi,
Reinforcements
Hearsay.
incoming. More
Good to
agents
see you,
joining
Hearsay.
the
Thank
spy
you for
flight.
coming by.
360,
I think we just got a raid from the one and only Sim Caesar. Hi, Sim Caesar. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Sim Caesar, we're trying the latest update of the A350, and I got to tell you, it's a really good update, Sim Caesar. It's a really good update. So this airplane's, I'd say, takes forever for the first time that you load it in, but after that, really good. So Sim Caesar, thank you so much for a really nice, raid. And Sim Caesar has been here for almost 60 months as a subscriber. Sim Caesar, thank you for helping me to keep my lights on. I sure appreciate it. Thank you for helping me to keep all of my world going. I couldn't do it without you, thank you. And also, by the way, a huge thank you for that heart, pizza heart emote. Sim Caesar made that for the Spy Flight channel. So thanks, Sim Caesar, for coming in. I hope it's great at Caesar's Palace. They say that snow's about to start in the Denver area. So, you know, beware little flaky things from the sky. Hi, Monster.
18 left, 920. Air Ghana 1054, First American, First Air Canada 1024, contact Jack Center 135.902, take care.
13592 for Air Canada 1024, how be they?
As well. Fairman's 140 landing with me.
140 guys.
It's 2332 Zulu. The airplane says we're going to be landing at 0042. So we got about an hour. We've got about an hour to go. Had a pretty intense week. So maybe we'll do a short flight Salt Lake into Denver or Jackson Hole into Denver or something like that. and kind of go from there.
29 to Cynthia, the 52 arrival, the line Record flight 2983, turn left heading 070.
There is our Delta A350, Russell. Really nice airplane.
Challenger Jet 6 Foxtrot Tango, radar contact out of 4,500.
LowVis, here's JSG Droid on chat. Hi, Tyragoth is here. Hi, Tyragoth. Welcome, welcome.
American 786, fly heading.
We should be getting kicked over to Jack's next.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Atlanta Center, Cosmic 2576 Heavy is on November 10, requesting taxi to gate.
Welcome 7576, cross runway 90 left on Delta and Lima to the ramp here.
Flying Walnut, thank you for the nice raid. Thank you for bringing your friends in. Welcome aboard.
Roger, so crossing 09 or left over Delta. Down left.
I hope that
Lima, is
the
that
controller
correct?
isn't as soft-spoken in Jacksonville.
Roger. Thank you.
Atlanta Lima Romeo Golf, we just vacated runway 18 right on Whiskey 4. We're going to go to the control tower, the MDX ramp.
Block Lima Romeo Golf, Roger. Continue taxi, hold short runway 18 center.
Continue taxi and hold short 18 center, Lima Romeo Golf.
Last call suppression. Last call on answer, goes.
We just crossed over into Jack's.
Roger, I'll get to you. Set a 441, contact Jackson on 135.9 or 2.
135.9 or 2, Delta 441, thanks. Fort Lauderdale, here we come. I don't know what's in Fort Lauderdale. My guess is, my guess is they have alligators there.
1440, request 370.
American 27045, pushing 3 miles from the final approach fix, turn right heading 340.
Plane's taken forever to climb, but I think we got a fairly heavy load today.
Right, 340, 1,600 until Isla.
This cockpit is so nice to look at. Probably, yeah, and snakes too, AMG.
And one at higher.
JetBlue 1440.
JetBlue 1440, what would you like?
That's right, Canadian Bear. Alligators and snakes, welcome to Florida.
JetBlue 1440, roger, climb, maintain flight level 370.
370, thanks, 1440.
Southwest 963, Miami 133.
That's right, watch out for snakes, Thalo.
Yeah. Citation.
We might also think about, you know, since Thalo's here, we should think about departing San Francisco International Airport in a 737 with a mushy nose wheel. LowVis got 10 right. So my guess is they're probably flip-flopping people, 10 right, 10 left.
Delta 31, contact Miami 128.22.
Not quite time to press the button.
122, confirm.
2822, 128.22.
2822 for Delta 31, thanks.
Hello. JetBlue 1612, contact Miami 128.22.
This is another one of those really overworked controllers.
Center Phenom 260, Papa Golf 390.
American 2704, runway 1, clear to land, the wind 0603.
Clear to land, runway 1, American 2704.
Jacksonville, high from Delta 441, climbing 320 to 410.
Number 1. Who was checking in airborne?
Oh, we're stopping at 33. We didn't get our final cruising altitude.
Who had a question airborne?
Phenom 260, Papa Golf, flight level 390, checking in.
Phenom 260, Papa Golf, Jacksonville Center, welcome. Is Delta 441 here?
Delta 441, hello there. We are at flight level 330.
Delta 441, Jacksonville Center, welcome. Is Spirit Wings 4, Spirit Wings 140 here? Take that as a no. Delta 1132, are you here?
Delta 16.
Welcome. Or November 1210 Alpha, Jacksonville Center, are you here? No, and my one at Charleston, who is that? Or is it Myrtle Beach?
We did figure out that there's going to be VATSIM ATC in Bergen tomorrow. So for Bergen, for Vectors to Copenhagen, we're going to do Bergen. How about Jackson Hole to Denver next? Ahead of the snow that's moving into Denver.
Steering 12 to 02, read that correct, advise ready to taxi, runway 18, unless you want 36.
Hi, Brighton Man, welcome aboard. Any snow? Yeah, it's, well, yeah, I think you can still see it.
Runway 21, taxi via
yeah, we
Alpha,
already have some
runway
snow,
33.
Brighton Man. So, oh, it's also kind of chilly out there too.
Alpha Jacksonville Center, welcome. Spirit wings 140, or
I think we're gonna stay at flight level 330.
Okay.
Let's just put that in as our final cruise so that the airplane will put us into cruise mode and we're gonna save a little bit of fuel and stuff. There we go. Very lovely here. FNL Aviator. FNL Aviator is in Alaska today, doing your Christmas Alaska tour. So, how many places do you go on your tour, FNL Aviator? Martel's calling in tonight. Good night, Martel. I hope you have a really great evening.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Have a good Monday and a good week. They must be using 10 left now for departures.
American 2704, you can make the left at the end into the ramp. Good day.
Left at the end of the runway.
Yeah, we're departing out of Atlanta. We're going down to Fort Lauderdale where there's a big VATSIM event. You know what that means, right? Lots and lots of airplanes. Mike on the radio is back. Hi, Mike. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming in. Oh my gosh, look at that. Denver all the way to Anchorage. Boy, that's a long flight. That is a huge flight, FNL Aviator.
Are you on the climb 410 or did they stop you at 330?
Delta 441, they stopped us at 330. Dog's got 10 right. That is a great Alaskan tour there, FNL Aviator. Not a lot to see on YouTube and stuff like that, so I actually...
Delta 441, let's do this. Turn right heading 180, climb maintain flight level 410.
Right turn now, 180, continue the climb, flight level 410, Delta 441.
And you can expect direct Leo from passing flight level 370.
Passing flight level 370, we'll expect direct Clio for Delta 441. Norization is checking in from Dubai. Good evening, Norization. Thank you for coming in today.
Charlie with another request.
Good to see you. Thank you for coming by.
Can we get the block
Public service announcement. When you're walking around the back of a C-130 as a loadmaster, you can and will fall out the back if you get too close to the edge and the ramp is open. Oh my gosh.
All right, thanks. We'll maintain the block 47 to 5.
Mike says, say hello to Santa at PABR there, FNL Aviator.
Strange for 343. Range 343, roger. Runway 21, cleared for takeoff.
Okay, so after flight level something, they're going to tell us direct Clio.
Sorry, we were at...
they will tell us direct Clio. So you fell out of... You're on the ground, right? Or did you fall out of your airplane while you were flying and now it's flying away and you're just falling?
Range 140, no greater than 15, please.
Thank you.
I was very much not on the ground. Oh, really? Well, okay. Holy cats there. So are you falling to the ground and your airplane's just flying away? Is there a way to get back in, or is this pretty much, as Hicks so memorably said, game over, man, game over. I did finish up on the ground. Oh my gosh, Polyot is checking out the new C-130, which is available. It's in DCS World. That game is not as forgiving as Microsoft Flight Simulator, so if you walk too close to the back of the airplane, you fall out.
Good evening, Delta 1619, 28.3, climate 330.
The screen goes black when your Loadmaster has died. Oh my gosh. It really looks like it's an amazing airplane. And SimCaesar, I know you don't really do a lot of DCS World, but you and Moose do the jump seat every Monday on Twitch. And Polyot says that the C-130 is preset for shared cockpit. So I don't know if that's something that you'd ever want to do, but you could do a shared cockpit in DCS World with the C-130 Hercules. Yeah, Mike on the radio. That's one of those places where they direct Clio, Delta 441. Thanks. Flight plan, direct to.
That's all right. It was, who else was checking in?
And now we're going to go direct to Clio.
1242, Jackson, welcome, climb, maintain, flight
insert.
level 340.
There we go.
Climb, maintain, flight level 340, 1242.
Airplane is direct Clio. Back to performance, and there we go. Not just shared cockpit. So Polyot says you can have a third person as the Loadmaster. So SimCaesar, I could make the coffee. I'm qualified to make the coffee. And if you need somebody to do comedy, I'm available. I'll have my agent call your agent.
New recruit detected. Welcome aboard, agent. Stay sharp.
Just don't push them out the back of the airplane. Sitha 2, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. You're going to do FNL Aviator did an old red nose flight. You did actually fly the North Pole, really? That's awesome. Were you able to tell exactly when you went over the North Pole? Mighty Morph, thanks for the resub. Mighty Morph has been here for 17 months. Thanks, Mighty Morph. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Thank you for the resub.
Foxtrot Whiskey 23 hitting direct Red Sox and passing through flight level 130.
Golf Foxtrot Whiskey 23, Jacksonville Center, welcome, climb, maintain, flight level 300.
Okay, we're direct to Clio, right? Yep, we're direct Clio. Cool.
Golf Foxtrot Whiskey 23, climb, maintain, 300.
Golf Foxtrot Whiskey 23, yeah, climb, maintain, flight level 300, please.
Jacksonville Center, Southwest 4452, pass through 13410.
Southwest 4452, Jacksonville Center, welcome. And climb, maintain, flight level 410.
Signal Voyage just became a subscriber over on YouTube. Thanks, Signal Voyage. Welcome on in.
JXLL, Air Canada 01, we were trying to get in there. We are, well, it looks like I'm declining.
LowVis sees the Hard Rock Casino, which is shaped like a guitar. That's in Fort Lauderdale, right?
7071 Quebec.
7071 Quebec, go ahead.
Cessna Skyhawk GA Park in Ocala. Request IFR clearance to Jacksonville. I have the weather.
7071 Quebec, Jax, I have no flight plan on file for you, sir.
I will attempt to refile. Thanks very much.
No worries.
LowVis says look for the Hard Rock Cafe that's shaped like a guitar off the glide path on runway 10 right.
10 off the second.
I'm trying desperately to come up with some sort of a Hard Rock Cafe joke, but I've hit a rock on that one. Best I can do. Sorry. Almost to flight level 310.
I'm looking to pick up a clearance down to a training area out in the Bahamas and then onward to Norfolk.
Talon 29, is it VFR or IFR?
It'll be IFR for now.
We're going to try a CRJ flight from Jackson Hole to Denver after this and see if it's actually snowing at the Denver airport.
Yeah, it might be the airport.
I'm not expecting a ton of ATC. Of course, every time I say that I'm not expecting a ton of ATC, we usually get a ton of ATC. So we'll see what happens on that one. But if you're new to VATSIM, this might be a nice flight for you to join us.
Request IFR clearance to Jacksonville. I do have the weather.
And 71 Quebec, what's your final file altitude?
3,000.
November 7071 Quebec, you're cleared to the Jacksonville Airport via radar vectors direct. Climb maintain 2000, expect 3000, 10 minutes after departure. Block 7416.
Radar vectors direct. 2000, expect 3000, 10 minutes after departure. 7416.
And Jack Center for Talon 29, it should be there now with a call sign error.
Rock in a hard place. It's a hard rock that hit. Okay, yep. So Tim Dog and Mighty Morph did. Drum rolls.
Talon 29, Roger, stand by 1.
Captain Chris. Descend via. We'll need terminal charts on the Tiki arrival.
What's the crossing altitude again at Odea?
So that's gonna be.
8089. For now, just descend main. It'll be.
So a managed descent is going to be 6,000 feet at Famba. 6,000 feet at Famba.
Have your clearance when you're ready.
So there you go, Captain Chris.
Talon 29, you're clear to the
and we're landing
via radar vectors Jaws. Then I've filed. Climb and maintain.
We are not landing on the 28s anymore. We are landing on the teens.
Squawk 32.
It's 10 left and 10 right. I got the wrong charts there.
And for Talon 29, we're cleared to Norfolk.
Okay, we need to go and get new charts. FLL. I'm expecting 10 left, but we need to get 10 right as well.
Talon 29, read back correct advisor to taxi 10.
10 left.
Roger that.
10 right.
Runway 36, taxi via Alpha.
Airport ground.
36 via Alpha.
Airport parking. And that should clean up our charts. Okay. 10 left.
Sorry, was that calling ready to taxi?
So there's 10 left. I would think they would bring us in on 10 left and blast them off on 10 right, but maybe it's because it's a longer.
1004, did you check in?
Well, the longer runway is 10 left.
I thought it was you too.
So that's the longer runway for long distance airplanes. So maybe they're doing it that way. I don't know. Trailer E31 is in chat. Welcome on in. Trailer is ready for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 PlayStation 5. That's right, next week. You're already ready to go, huh? Do you know what your first flight's going to be?
American 609 for roof, call back.
We should expect 10 right. I think you're right. Yeah, if they're blasting them off on 10 left, I think they're going to land us on 10 right. So let's go ahead and make sure that we're ready for this. Flight plan. Yep, I have the complete wrong thing. Runway is going to be 10 right. Our approach is going to be the ILS. Our star is still going to be the Tiki. So let's grab the Tiki arrival here. Tiki 3.
Giant 8089 advisory. Have the weather at
I think the transition is Zeppelin.
We have the weather at Jacksonville. Expect the visual or ILS for
Zeppelin. I don't know the VIA.
Which one would you prefer?
Okay, so 10 right is what we're expecting.
We can take the visual for runway 8.
Roger, just take the visual for runway
Okay,
8.
Bunker, Beezer, and Blam
Jacksonville, Giant 8089 Heavy.
on the Tiki arrival for this one.
Air Canada 01, contact Washington 133.72.
3372 for Air Canada 01, you have a great night.
Yeah. JetBlue 1440, same for you. Washington now, 13372.
53.72, 1440, thanks, good night.
Good night.
I think it's hard to see after the arrival. So Heezy,
Roger, runway 18, taxi via Alpha.
Holid, or Bunker. I think Bunker was one of those. Was one of these bunkers? Bunker, that's our transition. Got it. Temporary. Engage. Okay, we got that. We also have a new ATIS in there, so that's good. So we're all set for that. Tim Dog is home. Welcome home, Tim Dog.
Runway heading 36.
Congratulations, Captain Chris has passed 155 hours on VATSIM today. Good job. You do. You're going to do a small south field out of Louisville, Kentucky, Willow Island Airport. So, Trailer, another thing to do, because the scenery is so amazing, looking outside, is do the, what we like to call the, I can see my house from here flight. Take off from your hometown airport in a small, slow plane and fly over where your house would be in the scenery.
Delta 441, you can contact the Miami Center 128.22.
128.22. It is the one and only Miami Center. And thanks for the ATC. Have a good week. 128.22.
140, same for you. You can contact the Miami.
1.8.225. Well, it's the RNAV approach coming in to the island. That's the approach, right? It's the RNAV for the Tiki 3 arrival, which is what we're doing. So that's the one that I've got.
Springs 282, contact Miami approach 133.77.
LowVis got the tour of Fort Lauderdale. Miami, hello there from Delta 441 Heavy, level at flight level 410, direct Leo.
Delta 441 Miami Center, roger. November 750 Tango, proceed direct Peacock, and then you can continue to descend via the arrival.
Okay, direct Peacock, Miami,
Miami, good evening, building 140 with you, 370,
I messed this up a bit.
Bearings 140, Miami Center, roger.
And Delta 31, can we resume to normal, please?
Delta 31, speed 270 knots.
Speed 270 for Delta 31,
W1612 in the transition, speed 270.
That's better.
270.
All right. Okay. Trailer, I'm totally doing that. You live on a bluff 400 feet above the Ohio River. C-130s fly the river valley here below your altitude. So you should probably, that's going to probably look really cool to you. And you'll also notice a lot of other VFR, waypoints and points of interest. and downtown buildings will look really good. So when you get the sim, that's one of the things everybody notices is, oh wow, this really looks good. I'm just adjusting this so I can see my flight directors a little better. It's hard to see.
I'm Center Delta 1959 Heavy. Confirmed, did you say continue the arrival?
Delta 1959, ASAP.
We'll resume the arrival for Delta 1959.
I hear droids on frequency.
Yeah, from Pico, you can just continue by the line.
Thanks so much, Delta 1959 Heavy.
70 miles from top of descent. Okay, we're in great shape. We got our flight updated for runway 10 right, which is what they're landing on. So we're going to plan 10 right. Dog says that Delta parks at the Delta terminal, which is convenient for once. So let's see here. Where would we go? There's concourse G, F, E. So Delta land is over here.
Descend via the Tiki for arrival for Lauderdale landing east. Altimeter 3004.
3004 on the altimeter, descending on the Tiki 3 arrival for an east landing, Delta 441. Okay, so Delta landing E, Fort Lauderdale landing east. So that's going to be the Tiki 3 arrival for an east landing. As we come on down, that's going to be at bunker, that's 5,000 feet. So we're cleared to do that landing, that descent. So let's go and put in 5,000 feet. 5,000 feet. And that's good. D is on the north side. LowVis is already at Delta 5 right now. So LowVis is parked right there at Delta 5. Okay, so we're all set. I think we kind of know what we're doing. So Delta 5, the only thing is pre-look at the taxi route. So if they bring us in on 10 right, it's going to be a little on the tight side here. Chances are we're not going to make Juliet 8 in a big airplane like this. We're going to probably get Juliet 9 and then make our turn back. So it's going to be a tight turn. We better be slowed down here on the turn. And then around we go here. Juliet is going to take us to Quebec. And then it's going to be Tango to the gate. So that's what we're doing. Tim Dog is over at Alpha 9 in Raleigh-Durham. Check your airplane, Tim Dog. Make sure that JSG Droid's cloaking device isn't aboard if you're departing out of... if you're going to be departing out of there. Okay, looking good there. We are 40 miles from top of descent. Everything's programmed in. We should have a new ATIS here. The weather says winds are 090 at 9 knots, 10 miles visibility. The altimeter's 3004. We can go and plug that in. That's probably going to be current for our arrival. So winds are 090
Delta 1959 contact
at 9 knots.
133.77. Goodbye.
Miami approach 13377. Delta 1959.
That's probably our next frequency. Let's get that done.
Number 750 Tango at Banty. Speed 250.
Let's see. Outside air temperature, it's Florida, so 25 degrees Celsius. Altimeter is 3004. All right, so that looks good. Let's put 3004 in the backup altimeter.
When ready, descend and maintain flight level 260.
So I can easily reference that. That looks good. And the barrow for the runway that we're planning, which is going to be 19 right. Oh, that's what you meant, the RNAV there. We got the wrong one. Let's get rid of that. Stars, that's what you meant by the RNAV. FLL, IAC, 10 right. All the way at the bottom, of course.
During 1345, this MVD Tiki free arrival landing.
Let's go and restack our charts here.
Alright, 3004, Tiki 3 landing.
Airport ground. Airport parking. Back to the pin. And there is ILS or localizer 10 right. Okay, we got that. And do we have the same waypoint in? Bunker, we do. So that looks really good. Minimums for a Category 1 landing, that's us, is 270 feet. So, 270 feet. We're all set for landing. Back to cruise.
Station 50 Tango Ace.
And we are 6 miles, 21 miles from top of descent, and that's going to be in 6 minutes. Okay, that looks good. Let's bring in the map a click. And that looks good. And we're already cleared to descend on the arrival, so we'll just chill for another 6 minutes, press the button, and down we go. Holy moly, it's starting to get cold in here. LowVis has screenshots of the Hard Rock Cafe. So there's LowVis coming in, and there is what we're going to be looking for on the arrival. So there is what we're going to be looking for. That's LowVis airplane and the 737-600. So sporty little airplane and going right by the Hard Rock Cafe building. That's pretty awesome, LowVis.
Number 750 Tango contact Miami approach.
No, it always gets a little bit chilly here in the evening. The people in the apartments below me turn their heat up, which heats up the wall where my thermostat is, and so I have to go and crank it up a little bit. Mike on the radio, that Hard Rock building is really neat. I mean, there's all sorts of things in the flight simulator that are modeled like that too. There's the arrival. There is our top of descent hockey stick. 5 miles from top of descent. Time to press another button there, Thalo. Three miles. I say we press the button. Descend. Make sure it got the memo. It did, and down we go. Cabin call. Say, hey, guess what, kids? We started our descent.
Station 2 Delta Romeo, runway 36.
As if the people, didn't quite Delta, feel that, as it went clunk.
Bravo,
Pressing buttons is fun. It is. That's partly why we do flight sim stuff, because we get to play with all the buttons that were, of course, in the real world set, told, don't touch this. No, you can look at the cockpit, but on occasion, though, some people do get to press buttons. LowVis got to actually start up a real APU one day. Not a fake sim APU, a real APU. If anybody sees the smoking wreck of Polyot C-130 in the Iraqi desert, please call the lost and found. And a really nice turn. Everything's good here. Let's go into surveillance now, and we're going to change our TCAS to below. That way we can keep an eye on airplanes ahead of us and below us.
Delta 31 contact, Miami approach 133.77, goodbye.
3377 for Delta 31, have a good night.
Hey, Miami Center, good evening. Delta 1619-330.
How was the startup procedure to learn on the C-130? Is that something that mere mortals like me could actually learn to do? Or do they have to be super simmers like you to figure that airplane out? I mean, keep in mind, I'm barely able to get my FA-18 Hornet going.
Excuse me. Delta 1619, Miami Center, roger. JetBlue 1612, contact Miami approach 133.77, goodbye.
33.77, JetBlue.
LowVis, I've got flip switches in an Iberia. That's right, the Iberia A330. Oh, wow, other airplanes too. You've got to do the Copa, Boeing 737 MAX, and an Air Transat A321 Neo XLR. You should probably start having, keep your own logbook, LowVis, of when I got to do, which buttons I got to do. Poliot says the C-130 is easy in DCS world. Captain Chris got runway 10 left. Yeah, so they could flip us over to the other runway too. We need to be ready for that. Okay, checklist time. That includes the barrel reference. We'll do that checklist later. Dougal McTavish has done an awful lot. Oh, you've done C-130 flights in reality? Oh, but you only get to sit in the back. I think LowVis has been in the back like that too. You need to do an FLL to Kennedy on an A320 flight one day. That's right. LowVis gets all sorts of help getting up to the cockpit. You do. I would never ask either. I just wouldn't. I would never want to bother the real world pilots. LowVis has jumped out of quite a few C-130s. While they're flying too. So Poliot fell out of a simulated C-130. Did you have a parachute, by the way, or did you go, what's the official term, splat? I'm gonna guess you probably don't walk around that part of an airplane without a parachute. Oh, it said you died. Oh, okay, so it was one of those splat landings. I'm just going to do auto brakes medium. They actually have no problem with you on the flight deck. If they're real busy, they'll tell you. So LowVis and Dougal have jumped out of perfectly good airplanes. Including airplanes that have like big propellers up on the front of the wings too, but I think they jump behind the propellers. LowVis has done mass tactical jumps, which means that, you know, if you're one of those people that's kind of tacky, you're not supposed to jump. That wasn't a very good tactical jump. That's right, that's true. LowVis is now a knight, so there you go.
Runway heading 36, clear for takeoff, citation 2, Delta Room.
Mike wouldn't get on board anyway.
Number 60, Papa Gold.
I don't know. Those are pretty good airplanes, pretty solid. They do want to get him back after the mission. They do want to get him back after the mission. 25,000 feet, seat belts from auto to on.
Delta 1619, descend via the Tiki free arrival. Landing east, altimeter 30.
Let's see. I think we could use a little bit of speed brake here.
3004 landing east for Delta 1619.
A little fast. So LowVis says that those kinds of tactical jumps are a low altitude. So the airplane's not very high. It's a static line.
Miami approach 133.7.
And all of your friends are trying not to run into or step on your canopy. So static line means you like if you've seen in the World War II movies, some of the people that are jumping out of an airplane, they'll hook a line. So as soon as they jump out, the line plays out, and as soon as at the end of the line, it automatically deploys your parachute.
Stay sharp.
Near decapitation with a sword. That's right. They had they did. The spies absolutely. Very brave people to do that. Polyot C-130 finally crashed. So Polyot says you have to listen to DCS comms. Airplanes touch high, need a little speed brake here. And we're finally catching up. Speed brakes down. And here we are coming in. I think we should be getting approach in just a little bit. I hope the controller is approachable. Jackson Hole, Wyoming is using runway 19 for departures. Well, it shouldn't be too intense of an ATC event. Denver, arrivals, 17 left, 17 right. One 7 left, 17 right. And they're also using offsets on the 16s. That's unusual. We'll see what happens there. Okay, so we got that for later. And there's supposed to be snow moving into the Big D area. So... oh, that's going to be cranky. Denver. It is a 40 to 60% chance of snow tonight. Okay, accumulation is less than half an inch possible.
Step away for about 5 minutes here.
Jackson Hole, Wyoming
Will do. Thank you, sir.
is mostly clear and 4 degrees. Snow there tomorrow.
Number 60 Republic Golf, contact Miami approach 133.77, goodbye.
3377, 260 Papa Golf, so long.
3004 is our new altimeter setting.
Challenger 6 Foxtrot Tango, descend via the Tiki free arrival, landing east, altimeter 3004.
Descend via the T3, landing east.
And we said 3004 down there too. Okay, barrel reference is set, seatbelts are on, minimums are set, runway condition is dry, auto brakes are set, checklist is complete.
Alright, 35 down to 2 for 2 Delta Romeo. Bill.
We need to be ready for a possible runway change. Rearm the speed brakes because we had to use those.
Delta 441 contact on the approach, 133.77. Goodbye.
133.77 now for Delta 441. Thanks. Have a good week. There's Miami approach. 119.3 might be tower. We'll just wait. Miami approach, good evening. Delta 441 is approaching Tiki with information Foxtrot.
Delta 441, Miami approach, the altimeter is 3004, expect ILS runway 10 left.
Expecting the ILS 10 left, 3004 on the altimeter for Delta 441. Okay, they kicked us over to the other runway, so flight plan.
Bearing 1345 cross bunker at 5000, join the runway 10 localizer.
We're going to be on the left side, 10 left. It's going to be an ILS. Now then, we need to go and check 10 left here and see what that transition is. It's HOLID. Is that what we have for this? HOLID. Temporary and engage. That looks really good. We are direct to Banky. Are we still good to Banky there? I think so. That looks great. There's a speed error. We're not going to worry about that. Flight plan. Banty. We may need to update this.
Number 260 Papa Golf, descend and maintain 5000, clear direct bunker.
Descend and maintain 5000, direct bunker, 260 Papa Golf.
Okay, that should clean that up. And that looks good. Okay, we've got a new minimums. And a new minimum for a Category 1 is 210 feet. We got to make sure that that's correct. So performance.
DBM 4 Charlie Hotel flight present heading. And the
210. We're now set for that. Back to performance. That's looking good. All that looks great. We got it all plugged in. That was pretty cool. LowVis, I think the discontinuity went away after I did the direct to. I usually plan a little direct to.
0 Papa Golf, clear direct bunker.
Usually get a direct to, and then you got to clean it up, especially on an approach like this, but
Delta
we got it.
441, clear direct HOLID.
Delta 441 is now direct HOLID. Direct to. So direct to. HOLID. And insert direct to HOLID. There's HOLID. We're a little high now with that direct to, so we need to get speed brakes out. LowVis had last minute changes too. And my guess is, well, the thing is it's really easy in an Airbus. I mean, super easy in an Airbus. LowVis was in a Boeing, so you had your work cut out for you, didn't you? Speed's coming down. Landing lights. Taxi ready to go. 10,000 foot cabin call. 10,000 foot cabin call.
DBM 4 Charlie Hotel, turn right.
Speed brakes back down. good. Rearm them. Rearmed. Looking good. And I think we're doing good.
Phenom 260 Papa Golf.
Do we have
maintain 210 knots and contact Miami approach 118.65.
210 knots and 110. Say again, frequency.
1865, 118.65.
1865, 260 Papa Golf. So long.
Approach Kalispéra American 650 is looking descending on the arrival. Information Foxtrot on board.
LowVis, I think the airplane is worked too. I'm wondering if it's just my own infamiliarity with the airplane. You know, I'm just not familiar. I think once you get everything set up like that, I think once you get stuff set up like that, it really is probably much better.
Variance 140 Miami approach, the altimeter 300 port, expect ILS runway 10 right.
3004, expect 10 right, 140.
Delta 441, descend and maintain 5,000.
Descend and maintain 5,000, Delta 441. On our way. Okay. We didn't brief this one. So in this case, it's 10 left. We're probably going to get Delta 8 or 9. Bravo 8 or Bravo 9. Bravo 8 means we get Tango 3 and right into the Delta terminal. So we ought to go for that one. No hunting for butter. Plant the airplane on the ground and taxi up quick.
Delta 441, reduce speed 210.
210 knots now for Delta 441.
CBM 4 Charlie Hotel, reduce speed 210, contact Miami approach 118.65, good day.
Oh, I think that this would be an incredibly cool ride for a long haul. I think that this will probably be my next cross the land or cross the ditch plane. Well, cross the land.
441 heavy, contact Miami approach 118.65, good day.
118.65 now for Delta 441 Heavy. Thanks. Have a good week.
Good day.
I hope this controller is approachable. Oh, I already did that joke. Miami approach, hi there. Delta 441 Heavy is 5 miles from Holland at 5,000 feet with Foxtrot.
Delta 441 Miami approach low after Holland, descend and maintain 3,000.
After Holland, we are descending 3,000 for Delta 441. Okay, we're good to go there. Landing system going on.
0 Papa Golf, maintain 180 knots to Lorry in contact for Lauderdale Tower on direction 120.2.
180 until Lorry, Phenom 260, and repeat the frequency.
Alright, stand by just a second. November 4 Charlie Hotel, turn left heading 190.
119.3 is our tower.
0 Papa Golf for Lauderdale Tower is 120.2. Good night.
120.2.
That's the north tower.
November 4 Charlie Hotel, reduce speed to 170.
170 knots, CBM 4 Hotel.
Okay, posture check. Yep, I do have my speed brakes out. Leave me alone.
November 4 Charlie Hotel, 7 from Nova, turn left heading 130, maintain 2,000 until established, cleared ILS, runway 10 left approach, speed 170 until Nova.
Left turn heading 130, maintain 2,000 until established, clear the ILS 10 left approach, and maintain 170 until Nova, TBM 4 Charlie Hotel.
Got the runway.
Delta 441 Heavy, 9 miles from Warrior, cleared ILS, runway 10 left approach, speed 210.
Speed 210 cleared for the ILS. Runway 10 left. Delta 441. Okay, let's go and press the button. APPR, we're cleared for that. There's the approach. We should be snagging the localizer almost immediately. Got the localizer a little bit below the glide slope. We're good to go there too. LowVis, yeah, my speed brakes were way out. Airplane finally said enough of this. Stop doing that. Next is going to be a slowdown.
TBM 4 Charlie Hotel.
Landing
contact Fort Lauderdale
checklist.
Tower 119.3, good night.
Fort Lauderdale Tower 1932 and 4 Charlie telephone.
Delta 441 heavy speed 210 to Warrior, then 180 to Nova.
210 to Warrior, then it's 180 to Nova for Delta 441. Wow. They're keeping the speed out really good. Our Delta A350 has worked so well on this flight. I think that the only disappointing part of this flight today was when we departed out of Atlanta, there were no CRJs taxiing around that we could knock the rudder off of. I think that was the only problem. If we could have gone rudder hunting for, CRJs, that would have been great. And if you don't know, that is a very tasteless joke on my part, because a very, very big airplane like this one knocked the rudder off the tail of a CRJ. So I'm being very mean. Hi, Gunslinger Center. Welcome aboard. Okay, at Warrior, we slow it to 180.
Delta 441 heavy contact Fort Lauderdale Tower 119.3, good night.
119.3 now for Delta 441 Heavy. Thanks. Have a good week. And there we go. Do we have ground? We do. 121.4.
Clear of conflict.
Is ground. Flaps 2. Gear going down. Here comes our wheels. Okay.
Clear of conflict.
All right. Are we ready on performance for landing? Approach is armed.
Clear of conflict.
Contact
Fort Lauderdale Tower. Good evening. Delta 441 is on the ILS 10 left.
Clear of conflict.
Delta 441 happy for Lauderdale Tower 1007, runway 10 left to land, following traffic 4 miles from trail.
Behind the 4-mile traffic, clear to land, Delta 441. There's LowVis's guitar. There's the hard rock guitar. There's the hard rock guitar.
Clear of conflict.
Very cool.
Climb.
Flaps 3.
Clear of conflict.
Put away the laptops, please. Flaps are full. Exiting right at Bravo 8. We're going for Bravo 8.
1,000.
The fireworks for Disney, we do have the one fireworks, but yeah. I definitely love the fireworks displays in Flight Sim, especially on holidays. It's absolutely awesome. ECAM checklist.
4 Charlie Hotel left, next taxiway, no delay traffic, shore 5.
Checklist is complete. AP is off. Captain's got the airplane.
Right on Quebec, KBM 4 Charlie Hotel.
500.
KBM 4 Charlie Hotel, thanks, contact ground 121.4.
300.
Ground 21.4, KBM 4 Charlie Hotel as well.
Fort Lauderdale Tower, hello Delta 1735, holding short of 10 left.
Delta 1735, for Lauderdale Tower, Roger.
Flight slow. 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Lauderdale Tower, good evening, American 650, 5010 left. Delta 1735, runway 10 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 10 left, Delta 1735.
Delta 441 Heavy, taxi via Bravo, remain this frequency.
Bravo on your frequency for Delta 441.
What's your aircraft checking in?
American 650, 5010 left.
American 650, full out of the tower, 10807, runway 10 left, middle lane, traffic all systems position with the fire pricing around.
I think I got Bravo 7, not Bravo 8. But I was really serious. I was going to plant the airplane on the runway.
Delta 1735, traffic 3 mile final, RNAV to elbow, runway 10 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV elbow, runway 10 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 1735.
Strobes off. APU bleed on. And I think that's Delta land right over there. So how about if we come in on the back side? We like to scare people driving the airport. Yes, as low as you can get over the roads coming in. If possible, if it's a big semi, an 18-wheeler or something, what we really like to do is have our landing gear skid along the top of the semi truck. That's always a good time. And truckers love that too.
Delta 1735, contact departure.
Departure Delta 1735.
My guess is they'd have us at this end gate because it's longer and this is a long plane. So this is probably that's a medium gate and that's a medium gate. But I guess that they would bring us in on this one because our tail would be hanging out into the taxiway over here. And that would be a problem. So we're coming in and getting these diagonal gates is what I bet they do with these really big planes here.
American 650, arrival enabled, join Bravo.
Arrival enabled, join Bravo 650.
Ah, there's a CRJ. Look at you sneaking behind my airplane.
American 650,
You thought your rudder was safe, huh? Yeah, so all of our wings and stuff are away from everybody. So that's good. Okay, this looks really good. So, APU is up and running. That looks great. So, engine number 1 and engine number 2 can go off. Now that we've done that, let's come on into surveillance. So, we're going to get off of their radar scope because we don't want to bug them. Predictive wind shear is off. Let's go to standby and confirm standby. Put that back to normal for the next crew. And our squawk is going to go out of auto mode. And so that takes care of that too. Let's come on up here to the APU bleed. That looks really good. Let's see, the beacon can go off. Nose light can go off. Seat belts can go off. We should have done devices off too so that people could use their phones when they got there. We need chocks. We need a ground power unit. We need a jetway. And that's probably about as good as that's going to get. And what I also really like about this airplane is it does go for the correct door on this airplane. I think that that's a really good one. I think that that's a really good one. We're getting ready to do a short flight. This is going to be Jackson Hole to Denver, Colorado. At the moment, there is not a ton of ATC there, but so if you're new, this might be kind of a nice flight for you. Just remember to put new to VATSIM in your remarks. I'll show you how to do that. And then also, if it gets too much, just disconnect and nothing is wrong. I don't know if you can see over there. It's really hard to see. There is the Hard Rock Cafe guitar is right over there. And you can see some lights up over the tail of the airplane. Those are airplanes that are coming into land. A couple of American Airlines jets are over here. Watch what happens. In 3, 2, 1, they're all gone now. So at that point in time, you could see those were all people that were on the VATSIM network that we were flying. Chances are my landing rate was not too terribly good on this particular route. I was definitely wanting to plant my airplane on the runway. And so 522, 1.9 Gs. I think it's 600 before I get yelled at by maintenance or something. So there we go. Okay, main menu. Let's go and reset for the CRJ. This is a cute little airplane. It's a little bit more work. It's a little bit more work, but not too bad. And we'll quit to the desktop. And let's turn on some spy jams while we're waiting for the computers. And we're also going to disconnect MobiFlight because we're not using the autopilot in this airplane. Or the McDo. ATC is still up. I imagine it's still the same gates that we got earlier today. My guess is here in Denver, probably bringing us in on one. I'm going to plan for 1-6 left. So 1-6 left is what I'm going to plan for the arrival here. Sim brief and new flight. The U.S., it's not uncommon at the really big airports that, they'll ask you your gate. You know what's really cool is when we're coming into Brussels, we get a CPDLC message in the cockpit telling us what our gate's going to be. That is and I imagine they do that with a lot more airports, but I think that's really, really neat. It's going to be United flight. We're going KJAC, Jackson Hole, Wyoming. We're going to KDEN, Denver International Airport. Again, shouldn't be too long. We're going to be in a CRJ 550, which is a 700, but with fewer seats. Okay, 19 and 1-6 left is what I think it's going to be. So I'm going to switch to 1-6 left and runway 19. There is a little ATC. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add 15 minutes of VATSIM fuel. Alpine to the Flatty arrival, so that looks good too. Captain Chris, I'm missing a little chat, but I think it's good. Yeah, LowVis, it's so, I mean, and the first time it happened, it's sort of like, wait a minute, we only get CPDLC messages for clearance, right? And then I looked down, and they basically said, hi, you know, Berlin 441, we're expecting you. Your gate number is going to be this. And I think they even gave some other information in that too. So I thought that was just great. Let's get pre-filed on VATSIM. So if you're new and you're gonna do this flight with us, sorry, I'm having some nose issues. I know it's gross. 41,000 feet, that's a little too much. I'm gonna go flight level 330. That's a little too high for the airplane. And it's not that long of a flight. Filed, we're good to go. Let's get the simulator running here. Tim Dog says Jackson is busy. We used to freak out with EDDF. Trouser Dropper is back. I just took a flight in October, and you got to go hiking in the Grand Tetons. So my guess is it was starting to get a little chilly there. But you probably didn't see any, you know, snow and stuff like that, right? Okay, Jackson Hole. Let's find ourselves a place to park. And we're good to go there. I should have scenery for Jackson Hole, so that's going to be nice. And everything is good there. We're pre-filed on VATSIM. If you'd like all my numbers, I did switch this over to pounds. Captain Chris. Know the airport. Oh yeah, I mean, that's the other cool thing is when we go to some of these same airports, like Frankfurt on a Friday and Copenhagen on a Monday, we do kind of get used to the airport. We don't even need charts. I still load my charts like a good pilot, but... All right, this is going to be 2KDEN. All right, let's come on over here. And let's update a few things. What is this scenery? Boy. I don't remember, but we could check real fast. Best way to do that. FS add-on compare. KJAC, Jackson Hole. What's FS add-on compare say? So there are several. I bet mine is probably the, well, I don't know. Well, there's only two. One is Dreamflight. The other is Axonos. I got no clue. I've got no idea. Emmett, do I do any IRL long hauls? The only real long hauls that I do are, you know, if it's cross the pond or cross the land or cross the ditch, those are the ones that I usually do. Those are the ones that I'll do, Emmett. You know, and I do try and choose a route that's close to, you know, whatever the airports that are available for those events are, as close to, you know, IRL as I can. I certainly don't fly them. I'm not a passenger on one. You know, but that's kind of what we do there. Polyot says the Dreamflight is better. Hey guys, D Good got a HOTAS for flight sim. Any sim trips for newbies? Take care of it. You know, be gentle with it from the start, and it'll last longer. Just it's flight sim stuff, so be gentle with it. And don't expect it to work the same for every airplane. Some airplanes you're going to have to adjust the sensitivities of it a little bit. Most of them you won't. The really good payware airplanes, you shouldn't have to adjust the sensitivities. But other than that, welcome to having a nice controller. I think you'll like it. Yes, pat on the head. You know, affirming words once a week. You know, welcome to the cockpit and stuff like that. Almost done. Shouldn't have an awful lot of other things. Let's go over here and clean up our notes. So on the flight plan, and I do suggest having the PDF version of your flight plan hanging around on this, because this airplane doesn't have
New recruits
a way
detected.
to look at it
Welcome
easily.
aboard, Agent.
And when
Stay
you do look
sharp.
at it, it kind of sucks. Somebody just came in. Hang on a sec. And let's bump the line up. Bergen to Copenhagen tomorrow. Bourbon? Thank you, Bourbon, for the follow. Welcome aboard. Come on in. All right. All of this looks good. Notes are great. We can use charts within the EFB on this airplane. They work really, really well, so we don't need external charts. The thing about this airplane, it's like some of the other airplanes that we love. No auto throttle. I just have a much better. It's a lot easier for me to control it. Can't wear a Airbus hat with this airplane. The hat police would come and get us. Hope you had a really good week this week. If you're in the U.S., I hope it was a really nice Thanksgiving holiday with your family and friends. All right. Start. Highlight the free flight. Wait till the graphic stops pulsating. That means it's in freeze mode. And it's got to do it for about 25, 35 seconds. Okay, so you saw it freeze, so take your pointer and slide it off that graphic. And so now the sim's frozen, but it will restart itself in just a second while it thinks about something. Probably, ways to get back at the sim pilot for all the bad things we do. Yeah, I know, Tim Dog, you were saying yours doesn't lock up. I wonder what I did wrong. Okay, now we can go. Free flight. So let's go and get a 550. There's my CRJ 550. And save and go back. Just in case, because I did a reload here, I'm going to go and just check the scenery real fast, because sometimes it doesn't load in. So UMEC 3340. Hello back to Poland. Thank you for coming in today. But you've got a beast of a PC. I have something installed or running that Tim Dog doesn't. Oh, you think? I probably have a few. I'm just checking my library to make sure that my Jackson hole hasn't been turned off. So this is just a thing to do. You used to work at Phoenix doing ramp work with American Eagles CRJ 700s, Bourbon. And you also got 900s. So I suspect that shoving bags in those cargo holds under the airplane was not fun. All right, what I'm just gonna do is go KJAC, Jackson Hole, and let's see if it's there. So my Jackson Hole FSLTL static aircraft landing challenge, Jackson Hole, community content. Okay, it doesn't say I have anything in here. Let's just go with it. It's going to be dark, so, we don't really care. Good morning, Rat Devil. I know I have a scenery, but that was really weird. Jackson Hole, Wyoming. All right, let's see where there's a place to park. How about Papa 5? Nobody's there. And start. All right, throttles are set, brakes. I think we're ready to go. Pizza Racer is back after a late dinner. Welcome back, Pizza Racer. Tim Dog, we kind of changed our mind. It's really crowded there, kind of getting tired. Wanted to see some of the snow that's moving into Denver because it's very busy there. At least you had some standing room in the back. You also did the E-Jets where you're basically on your knees. Yeah, because those cargo holds are super small, aren't they? All right. Just let the airplane breathe a little bit, maybe 10, 15 seconds. And then Control-C, get in the plane. Turn it on. Aerosoft. There we go. Let's first go to options, make sure. So the airplane is going to be in pounds, degrees Celsius, inches of mercury, and I don't need to do anything else with that there. So we'll get those done. Let's go to the aircraft, hit cold and dark first. Chocks are in place. We need a ground power card, passenger door, cargo door, cargo door. And you can see our cargo door is open, and that looks good. Let's get on VATSIM. Somebody just did something nice. That was LowVis. Oh my gosh. Hi, LowVis. Thank you for a resub. LowVis is a tier 2, so thank you for a double sub, LowVis. LowVis has been here for 46 months. Thank you for the incredible support. Thank you for the support on helping me keep the schedule straight, which I screw up all the time. Thank you also for being there. You know, some days when the live stream's rough or something like that too, I'm so grateful. And for sharing your adventures. I mean, you're always going to such cool places, and that's awesome. Thank you. All right, and thank you for being here. I hope the football game is good and that Buster didn't chew up the cables too bad. Okay, we're on VATSIM, and we should have 2 airplanes over there. And we got 2 airplanes over there. And 1 pushing back. Hi, Ben Slam. Welcome, welcome. All right, we're looking good here. Let's do flight plan and import. Pretty simple flight. Kick knee direct to tofu. Not a bad one at all. Simbrief flight plan mismatch. Uh-oh. Next page. Navigraph data. Our database is correct. Why did you say there was a mismatch? Oh, it doesn't like the fact it says it's a 700. This is a 550. Well, technically it's a 700. LowVis is eating in the kitchen. In the kitchen, eating a JSG Droid bacon and eggs dinner. Yeah, JSG Droid sends us some really, really cool, recipes for food. Bing Bong, welcome back in. A red-eye sassy flight to Copenhagen. Okay, everything's good. Let's come on over here and start the plane up. Battery master. Beeps at us a little bit. Ground power is available. Ground power is going on. While it beeps at us, navigation lights are going to go on. Let's do a little backlight on the upper panel so we can see what buttons we're flipping around over here. We're going to also need the logo lights. While we're going across, the 3A hydraulic light. Let's do no smoking to on, emergency exit lights to arm, and we're going to do the recirculating fans to on. And the windshield heaters should go on too. Okay, while that's coming up, we're going to come down here and turn on some backlighting for the instrument panel here. And a little floodlight over there. And while we're waiting, we're going to do the same thing with the pedestal. backlighting, and lighting goes up there, and that should give us all sorts of light in the cockpit. We don't want these flashing in our face. We'll hit the caution and the warning. Actually, Julianator, LowVis would cross the pond in the BAE 146 once. Had to stop a couple of times for fuel and all that, but still, that was pretty good. Initialize position. Position in it. KJAC, Jackson Hole. We are at gate, it says Papa 7, although at this airport it's 5. Papa 7 doesn't know Papa 7. So what we're going to do is go to page 2 and just get the GPS position and not make a big deal out of it. All right, let's come down here and start the alignment. Nav and nav. Good. Julianator's going to call it a night. Good night, Julianator. See you later. Have a good evening. 901 the hangar said, and I don't think I missed anything there. All right, let's see here. Let's come on in. Radio. Salt Lake Center, 125575. One 25575. Turn the radio on and see if we hear anybody.
Sky 4311, read back correct. Advise right number
Flight
1 for departure. Frequency change approved.
KJAC, Jackson Hole. We're going to KDEN, Denver International Airport.
86 at Jackson with Bravo, ready for taxi.
Okay,
United
alternate
1586,
is Colorado Springs.
Runway 19er, taxi Alpha.
KCOS, Colorado Springs. We are United. Flight 441. Let's get our clearance while it seems to be quiet here. It seems to be quiet. Jacksonville, Holatus. Salt Lake Center, hi there from United 441. A CRJ on the ground with you here at Papa 7 in Jackson Hole. Information, Bravo is aboard, requested clearance to Denver.
Aircraft calling for clearance, standby. November 5 Bravo Mike, radar contact.
Okay, first waypoint is Kickney, K-I-C-N-E.
12,000
K-I-C-N-E, Kickney. Next waypoint, there is none. There's only one waypoint. Oh, wait, Tofu. T-O-F-U-U. Whoop. T-O-F-U-U. You have to be careful about the way you say T-O-F-U-U.
Aircraft calling for clearance. Say call sign again.
United 441, good evening.
United 441, Salt Lake Center, good evening. Cleared to Denver Airport, Alpine 4 departure. Kickney, then is filed. Maintain 16,000. Expect flight level 330. 5 minutes after. Departure is with me. Squawk 6066.
United 441, I don't think we were typing fast enough. We'll try. We are cleared to Denver via the Alpine 4 departure, Kickney transition, then flight plan route. Climb and maintain 16,000 feet. Expecting flight level 330, 10 after departure. Departures with you. Squawk is 6066.
United 441, read back correct. You're just fast enough, no problem. Advise ready to taxi, runway 19er.
Runway 19, we will call for taxi. United 441, thanks. Oh my gosh, I got it right.
United 50.
I thought I totally screwed that up. Okay, let's see. We don't have ground air here, so we need to hit the APU button. So, turn it on and wait till the APU door is open, and then we'll go ahead and start up the APU. Hi, Captain Chris. I know I'm blown away. Sorcerer is back too. Hey, Sorcerer. All right, this all looks good. Departure and arrival. It's going to be runway 19. Alpine for departure. None of those transitions. Engage. Departure and arrival. Our arrival, we are expecting Denver 16 left. And it's going to be the Flatty arrival coming in via Tofu. And I think it's going to be Tishner. And execute. I've been on this route enough, I remember it. Let's see, that's Becky Davis is back in chat. Hi, Becky. Welcome back in. Let's get the charts just to make sure. Jackson Hole. Okay, let's get airport info. Sid. Alpine for departure, and that's all we need. Back in, let's go to Denver. We are expecting Flatty arrival. So, Rams, Lander, Flatty 5. I always thought it was the Flatiron, but it isn't. Expecting 16 left. They're actually using almost all of them, but I'm just going to grab 16 left and be visual. And then airport. We need airport info. We need parking gates, and that should do it. So coming in on Flatiron, it should be, let's go to night and turn off traffic. So Tofu, it's Tishner at 13,000 feet. So that looks good. We plugged it in correctly. Do we have Tishner here? We sure do. Cool. All right, so all of that looks good. Flight plan. And legs. Kickney, Tofu. And that's the arrival straight into the runway. Perfect. Back over here, do we have the APU up and running? We sure do. So that's good. And that looks great too. Performance initialization. Our final climb is flight level 330, and you have to use all the zeros or type in FL. If we go to Colorado Springs, our alternate, that's going to be at 19,000 feet. And now let's go load the airplane. 1 December, Christmas is here. Rat Devil, I know, it's already here, isn't it? Dio, what should you learn first? Okay, this is going to sound flip, and it's going to sound almost insulting, okay, Dio? I'm not trying to be flip, okay? Do you know how to fly a plane? If you don't, you should start in career mode in Flight Sim 2024, and you should take the flying lessons in the Cessna 152. Just saying, you need to learn how to fly a plane in this simulator. If you don't, it's going to be super duper frustrating for you, okay? You just got to do that. That's your first adventure. If you know how to fly an airplane, then usually the thing that I say you should do is the I can see my house from here flight. Take off from your hometown airport, fly over your house, and see what it looks like. Sorcerer likes the month. You get 13 days off at work. That's nice. They always figured out ways to assign extra work when I was doing that. So there we go. Let's clear this one. And it's going to be no cargo. And our zero fuel weight should be 51.0. We're at 52.8. Close enough. Fuel is supposed to be 7589. 7589. Enter. And that looks good. Set the payload in the simulator. It's dry. Set speed bugs. Copy performance data. Airplane's loaded. Pizza Racer reminds me that I thought lessons in Flight Sim 2024, you had to start the career mode. You don't? I think that's great news. I think that's awesome. I thought you had to start a career to get the lessons in 2024. So Pizza Racer, thank you for setting me straight on that. Oh wait, they are in career mode. Okay. Whew, wasn't wrong. Great. Okay, execute those numbers and next page. Cruise winds. Average is 295 degrees at 28 knots. 295 degrees at 28 knots. Temperature deviation, +2 degrees. Thought it'd be minus. Execute that. Estimated time of departure, it is 1:04 Zulu. I'm going to say 0120 is going to be our estimated time of departure. Execute that. We don't need to do VNAV, but we do need to do performance because we're going to do a takeoff. Flex temp is going to be 28 degrees for taking off. 28 degrees will be our flex. And let's do MFD menu, multi-function display, and I'm going to turn on the advisory VNAV, and we'll go to progress. We did get a squawk code, 6066. At least it isn't 666. That looks great. Probably 122.8 is going to be our second frequency. And that looks good too. Now, APU is up. Let's go and disconnect the AC. And now we have to go and just crank the cabin pressure. Just let it sit there for 20 minutes. And our Denver arrival elevation. The Mile High City is 5,434 feet. We have to set this to 5,000. So crank that another 30 seconds. This is the pressurization for landing. 5434, 4180. We're getting close. And it's this dial over here, cabin pressure. And you can see you dial it up there, but you have to look down at the bottom one. And that's kind of hard to do. Remind yourself of the altitude, 5434. And look over here. We're at 57, okay? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 6. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 5. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 4. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 5, 4, 3, 4. We're at 5, 3. So 2, 6, 8, 10. That's 5, 4. So 2, 4 is about as close as we're going to get. 5440 is as close to 5434 as we're going to get on this airplane. So we got our landing altimeter set. This looks really good. Speeds for takeoff are good. Our altimeter here in beautiful downtown Jackson Hole is 2996. Cool. Our departure heading on runway 19 is 187 degrees. Set the heading. It's a small number underneath the artificial horizon. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 8, 7. We have a climb clearance of 16,000 feet. And that should be good. 16,000 feet. And these are ridiculously small numbers, so 16,000 feet. And the heading, of course, disappears, so you can't really check it. All right, I think we're ready to go here. There's the airplane. So push and start is on us. And then we call for taxi, right? So aircraft, let's close the cargo doors. Main door remains open for a sec. Ground power is disconnected. Disconnect ground power, and now we're going to close the door. Doors closed. Looks good. Closed, closed, closed. Power is removed. Parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove my chocks and then get off of this page because I don't want to hit any of these while we're in flight, because then we fall out of the sky and that's not fun. So charts are over there. Let's get back on frequency. It's time to start squawking. So squawking standby. Looks good. And we have got Jackson Hole ground now, so they may change something. Let's get ready for
very
that.
good evening, Southwest 982, level 400, about 54 southeast of Carbon.
South 92, Salt Lake Center, hello.
124550, 125575 is next. All right, Real Nobody is back in chat today with a nice resub. Hey, Real Nobody, thanks for the resub. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for 34 months of great support. Hey, I'll say it to everybody. I'm so grateful. Thank you for helping me to keep my groovy little live stream going here. I could not do this without you. Noah is over on YouTube. Hi, Noah. Thanks for coming back in. We're almost ready to go. So passengers are aboard. Seatbelts going on. Do we want to trust GSX with pushing us back? Sure, let's live dangerously. No.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and brakes set.
Okay, waiting for our pushback truck to come out. Up, they're coming in from the building. Here comes our crew chief, who's going to walk through the wall. Keyman, welcome back in. There goes a wing walker, probably kind of cold.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hello, we're ready to be pushed back. Noah, I use a flight stick called the Ursa Minor, and it is from WinWing, and I'm real super duper happy with it. I use the throttles right now are from Thrustmaster, and they work really, really good. Super duper happy with those. But I do have the WinWing throttles coming out.
Again.
Oh,
Spy,
I wasn't quick
checklist?
enough. I do, Polyot. I need a checklist. And probably serious help. All right, there we go. I have to redo that and refresh, and that should be good. Thank you. Let's see. Captain Chris brought the FLL Fly Tampa scenery. So you're going to be doing FLL to the Naval Air Station. Enjoy your flight, Captain Chris. Let us know how it goes. We're going to go... Let's see. It's going to be nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes.
Okay, we're ready to go there, right? Yep, we're clear. 124550. Jackson Hole ground. Hi there. United 441 is at stand Papa 7. We do have information Bravo aboard. We did have some clearances from center requesting pushback and start.
United 441 Jackson ground. Good evening. Push and start onto Alpha is approved, and be advised Charlie is now correct on altimeter 2999er.
United 441, Charlie is aboard, 2999 on the altimeter. Push and start onto taxiway. Alpha is approved. United 441, 2999. Let's go. Beacon is going on. Cabin call. Cabin call is good. Parking brakes off. We got a JetBlue over there. Here we go.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by until push is completed and brakes.
Xeric, thank you for doing ground control. Thank you for coming in and getting us out of the gate okay. And they said, don't start the engines until later. Almost time to go. You've disabled the don't start the engines thing. I should go in there and disable it. It doesn't take that much longer, but one of the perks of using Agent, let's see, that's Wahab just became a subscriber on YouTube. Hi Agent, thank you for coming in. Hi Wahab. Hope I said that kind of right. But one of the perks of using GSX is you can multitask on your pushback. You don't care about ice hitting your virtual ground crew in the face.
2079.
Well, my engines are on the tail. Who's it going to hit? Jeez.
On Alpha, approved, facing north, United 20.
Almost time to start them up. Your Sim CFI. Hello. And parking brake is set. Starting engine number 1. Hold it down. 1, 2, 3. It changed color. And here comes engine 1. So your Sim CFI, you like the CRJ. I Maybach, welcome on in. Clear skies right now in Islamabad right now. It's really nice, and you are flying in the A380. How's your A380 flying today?
Unlocking here.
Engine number 1 starts. I think I was a little late on that.
Tow truck disconnected.
I think I was a little late. We'll start too.
Left is
Oh,
clear. Right is clear.
it's upset. I don't have fuel pumps. Sometimes doing the second is not easy. Hey, it worked. Yay. Good. Let's see. So, iMaybach is using the A380 and it's working good. And, okay, your Sim CFI, you flies this. You flies. It's late. This is hour number 7 of the live stream. Your Sim CFI flies this airplane. So how do you like it in the sim, your sim? How do you like this airplane in the flight sim, your Sim CFI? There really does become a point in the day that I should just shut up. Talking becomes just too messed up. Zurban, from experience, CRJs are harder to push back because the steering limit is only 70 degrees. While the ERJs have 90 degrees. But yeah, if you fly this IRL, you know, gotta ask how you like the Aerosoft. Engine number 2's coming on up. Thought we'd take it to Denver where it's supposed to start snowing. And this looks good. Let's get the packs on. It's probably getting a little warm in here. And air conditioning is on. APU can go off. Oh, forgot the rest of my hydraulic pumps. Bad pilot. Probe heaters on. And everything looks good there. Let's see. This is nice. Flaps are going to be 8. That looks good too. Let's arm. Takeoff is armed. We need to do the yaw dampers.
We're ready for taxi.
Stabilizer
United
trim.
2879.
Lock trim.
Position. I'll get you
Ready to go. Here we are. Let's get out of here. Jackson Hole ground. Hi there, United 441. Pushed and started and ready for taxi on Alpha.
United 441, runway 19er, taxi via Alpha.
19er via Alpha, United 441. Thank you. Okay, 19er via Alpha. Let's go. Nose light going on.
And United 2879.
And parking brakes are off.
Pull up behind the company CRJ
Sit
on
down.
Alpha 19er.
Nose wheel tiller is armed. It's all good. It's not bad. You helped with version. Oh, you did. You got to help with version 2. I'll bet that was fun. They need to do some more updates. Well, I hope they do. It's one of my favorites. I definitely like flying it in the sim. Sadly, I'm not that jazzed about being a passenger aboard a CRJ, but my guess is it's kind of cramped for you.
Ground, good afternoon.
Trouser Dropper and Canadian Bear say it's already snowing in Denver.
Moxie 1333, Jackson ground. Thank you for Charlie. Hold position. You'll be out shortly.
And there we go. But I do have a good time with this. It's fun to take it on short hops. For sure. Performance trim for takeoff is going to be 7.4. There we go. Trim is set. Your sim likes the 900 is not bad in the back. Oh yeah, I think, and to be totally fair, your sim, the only time I've ever been a passenger in a CRJ is in the 200s. I've never gotten to be a passenger in, like, this is the 550. Never been in one of these.
1333 behind the passing United 737 going left
Captain
to right. Looks like I have to
Chris oh, that's somebody else. Sorry.
Push Alpha is approved.
Myself is checking in on YouTube. Hi, myself. Are my passengers alive? They're okay. It's a short runway. It was a big airplane, so it was plant the airplane on the runway. Okay, so the 550 on up, it's not a bad experience. Okay. So I've got to be ready to do if a CRJ 550 or better is good. No, we're not. Myself, I use a WinWing side stick, Airbus side stick. I'm using Thrustmaster throttles, among other things. Jessica, it's time for your mock. That's right, Jessica's doing practice tests today. Seriously, Jessica, it's practice tests. It's mock tests. This is what you learn when you do these tests. This is how what you learn are the problems, the things that you need to learn so that you can get an A on the real test, right? So it shouldn't be that scary.
United 441, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57. Have a good flight.
12557 for United 441. Thanks for hopping on in ATC. Have a good week.
You too.
Nope. Oh, okay. United 1586, 10% range closed. Radio services terminated. Change pricing.
Jackson Hole jokes. You'd have to add. I don't know. I'm always afraid to do jokes about that because most of my Jackson Hole jokes would be considered holy, and I don't want to do jokes about religion. How was that one, Big Mom?
Okay, 1120 to center, maintain 9,000.
So maintain 9,000, the last 1120.
Salt Lake Center, hello again. United 441 is holding short of runway 19 with information Charlie, fully ready.
United 441 Salt Lake Center, hello, wind 160 at 5, runway 19er, clear for takeoff.
19er clear for takeoff, United 441. Pilot, by PMDG airplanes from PMDG, by Phoenix airplanes from Phoenix, by this airplane from Aerosoft. Jessica, this is a CRJ. It's a 700, but it's dressed up to be a 550 for United. Okay, landing lights. Landing lights are good. We're ready to go. Throttle's going up about halfway. The lapse timer is good. Flex is set. Here we go. Rotate is 124.
LA on 2652. Have a good one. Southwest 982.
80 knots.
Salt Lake Center, United 2879. Holding short of runway 19 on Alpha. We got Charlie. Check.
Okay, 2879, Salt Lake Center, hello. Hold short, runway 19.
V1. Rotate.
19er American, United 23.
'Positive climb, gear going up. Yep, we used an awful lot of runway here, but we're up pretty high too.
United 441, radar contact, say altitude.
United 441 is coming up on 8,000 feet.
United 441, thank you. Climb and maintain flight level 330.
Climb and maintain flight level 330, United 441.
Okay, 2879, running 19er, line up in white.
19er, line up away, United 2879.
Alaska 1120 or 5 from Dunlop, turn left heading 010, maintain 9,000 until established on the localizer, cleared ILS runway 34 left approach.
We'll turn towards Dunlop. Could you give start heading?
All right, there is 330.
1120 years, now 6 from Dunlop, turn left heading 010, maintain 9,000 until established, cleared ILS runway 34 left approach.
AP's got us. Let's get a little speed here.
Alaska 1120, Salt Lake Center.
And 210. That looks really good.
1120, sorry, we're
hey, look at that. We didn't scratch the paint or anything.
10.
Passing 10,000 feet. Landing lights.
010.
Nose light. 10,000 foot cabin call.
And clear for the ILS 34 left.
And flaps.
Approach.
Flaps are up.
Yeah, 2879,
and here comes 210 in the climb.
For takeoff.
Oh my gosh, that always almost the whole runway today. There wasn't any big scratches. No scratches in the paint. Passengers are happy. A massive scratch. I didn't do it. It was the other crew. It was the other crew. They did the scratch. 385 miles to Denver. We got half a tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark and we're wearing sunglasses. Denver, here we come. Passengers are happy. First class passengers are getting free booze, so they're happy. That's right, there weren't any scratch sounds. It was the other crew sums up the ramp agent's experience in the airlines. Oh, really? No kidding. It was the other crew. Yeah, it was that other crew. They scratched the plane. Wasn't us. Pilot wants the E-Jet. So the E-Jet still needs some work. That being said, they're probably getting closer to being ready to go. They're just not ready quite yet. That's the whole thing.
2839, ready to contact, say altitude.
Passing 9,000, United 2879.
2879, thank you. Climb and maintain 50370.
370, United 28.
441, verify you direct Kickney.
United 441, we last thing we had was runway heading, so Kickney is just off to the right.
441, you should have been on the Alpine 4, which is, okay. For now, clear direct Tofu.
Direct to Tofu for United 441. Sorry about that. We just saw that Kickney was vectors off the runway, so we left it at runway heading.
441 noise. Yep, just on the chart, just says it's basically a runway heading. It's just a 200 heading to join the radio outbound from the Jackson Hole VOR all the way to Kickney. So really, it's just runway heading. But no worries. When able to see direct to Tofu.
Direct to Tofu. We've got the chart up here, and we see that. So yep, on the outbound 192, and it's got a line right to Kickney. So we'll be ready to do that next time. Thank you.
No worries.
Left 1120, we're fully established on the look leisure.
Left 1120, thank you. Contact the tower 119.05, bye-bye.
18,000 feet.
Thank you.
And speeds up to 280. Altimeters reset and standard. And direct to Tofu. Direct to Tofu and execute. We're direct Tofu and nav. That looks good. Okay, flaps are up. Yep, flaps are up. Seatbelts are on. Lights are off. Climbing at 270. And then I will usually kick up my speed to 280 after 18,000 feet. Hey, Captain Minnesota, the flight into Fort Lauderdale was great. We saw the big, coming into Fort Lauderdale, there is a building, there's a Hard Rock Cafe, and it's shaped like a big guitar, and it's modeled in the scenery. So you see this big neon guitar on the approach into Fort Lauderdale.
Winning at and maintain flight oval 3.
Well, Jessica, I hope that works out for you. And again,
winning at 310.
We had like practice exams for a private pilot's license, and I would just like you, scared I wouldn't pass. So I really worked on the practice exams, and everything that I got wrong in the practice exams, that just told me, okay, I got to study this a little bit more. So when the actual exam happens, I was ready to go, and I did. I passed the first time. So those practice exams are so awesome to have. So good luck on the practice exam. But remember, if you don't pass the practice, that's okay, because you're getting a list of everything that you didn't pass, so you can study it. I hope that that's the way it works for you. Pineapple is back with a nice resub. Pineapple, thank you for a really nice resub. Pineapple's been here for 56 months. Thank you for 56 months and helping me to keep all of this crazy stuff going. I couldn't do it without you, and I'm really grateful to be able to be here and get to do the spy flight and keep doing this. So thank you, Pineapple, for helping me to keep it going. Okay, 280, passing 21,000 feet. Lights, lights, lights. We'll leave the logo light on. We're going to go and passenger signs are on. We've got anti-ice off. Probe heaters on. Windshield heaters are on. Packs are on. and everything looks good here. Coming on up, we are, let's go to progress. We're 335 miles from Denver. Looks like we've got about an hour to fly. So there we go. Yeah, we'll leave the light on for you. Thanks, Dad. Game time. Yep. Now it's gonna pick up, our speed's gonna pick up a little bit as we get to cruise. We're only going to flight level 330 on this one. So we'll be able to kick our speed up a little bit, but if we leave it, if we try and speed up now, we'll never get to our cruise. This airplane is pretty good, but it takes forever. And I'm probably gonna go back to 270 in the climb here, just so that we can get to our cruise. Coming into Denver, we're expecting 1.6 left. 1.6 left minimums, but gotta get that cranked in now. 5,557 feet. And all we'll do is just hold it down. Used to be you had to crank it, now you just hold it down and it works. And it's a small number that I'm dialing in there. It's above the artificial horizon, so it's about 1,400 now. So it's just 555. There's 2,000 feet. It used to be dialing in minimums on this airplane was so tedious.
I'm on 125.57. I have not tried to even key up, so I'm not sure if it's a transceiver thing, like it just doesn't reach you on the ground there, or if you're just on the incorrect frequency. It could be either or.
Okay, there's 5,010, 555, what was it, 4?
Center, good afternoon.
5557, let's go to 5556. Okay, so we're good to go there. Almost time to sneeze again.
19 clear for takeoff at 1303.
November 1 2 this is
Okay, that's good. Sneezing's done. Passing 25,000 feet, let's go seatbelts to auto. Let the passengers who need to get up go. And if you look in our airplane, this is one of those airplanes that does have the seatbelt signs modeled. And it's always cool to have seatbelt signs that are modeled. Oh, just colder temperatures here. Tends to make you a little bit drooly and sneezy. So it looks like for Denver, we're going to have 5.03. I think this is in pounds, so 5,000 pounds is what we're expecting. AG3, so yeah, there are actually passengers on the airplane, but because it's a computer simulation, the simulator doesn't draw the passengers. Okay, because you'd have people moving around and all that. Now, there's some applications that you can get that put passengers in the seats. Thing is that makes the computer work harder. And I don't have a powerhouse of a system here, so I don't have any of those options turned on. That being said, the airplane behaves as though it was loaded with passengers. So in our case, we have 38 passengers aboard. It's a 50-passenger airplane, so 38 passengers are aboard. Our zero fuel weight is 53,154 pounds. So it behaves again like it is all loaded up and ready to fly. Tim Dog says that Jack Center just went offline. Rat Devil is now scared. Why are you scared? I mean, it's not like I have, adult beverages in the Oh, I guess I do have adult beverages in the cockpit. Yeah, maybe you ought to get scared after that, rat devil.
7005.
Cheers.
1330, thanks for the contact climate change, 5400.
Within 400.
Okay. And everything looks good here. So advisory VNAV says that we are 196 miles from top of descent.
4311, probably now. Yeah, that's all I got there. 3007 across.
Let's see how things are going here. So we took off from Jackson Hole. We're going to Denver. So here we are going to Denver. Denver does have some ATC up here today. So we've got Denver approach is up. 120.305. So Denver approach is good to go. We've also got ground.
Currently 350 at 7. 8 miles visibility, fuel at 1,400.
Simulated passengers have a huge... It can. Now, that being said, there is a cool little toy that we have called GSX, and you can check a box in GSX to have the passengers displayed. They will disappear when you close the cockpit door to save system resources. The thing about that little option though is every time you update GSX you have to go back into your settings and turn it back on. So if you've had it set up before, you have to turn it on every time. I've used it on a couple of airplanes. I don't use them on many airplanes, but there you go. I'm gonna go and reduce my climb speed just a little more here so that we can get to flight level 330 a little faster. I've got an airplane behind us too. So I want to get to altitude so I can get out of everybody's way. Then we'll go and we'll kick it up to Mach 0.77 and see what that does to our arrival time. Saving system resources in GSX terms is taking it down from having the equivalent of 50 PMDG 737s loaded to just 45. Okay, well, that tells me that I should probably start playing, letting the passengers show up a little more. Tim Dog has passengers on. You get about a 5 FPS drop when you open the cockpit door. Oh, really? Carlo is here. Hi, Carlo. It is late in Germany. Oh, that's right. It is Advent, right, Carlo? Hey, thanks for coming in from Germany. I hope you are having a really nice night tonight, or morning, I guess, for you. Happy December 1st.
Brown on Mike for traffic descent. Start your descent now if you could. And yeah, if you can start your descent now. Wirmer Check-in.
Did I say that right? First time in chat on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so it's flashing at us. That means we're getting close to our final cruising altitude. So that means that we now have to, manage our own speed, our own throttles on this.
1983, contact Los Angeles Center, 126.52.
Good to see you, Carlo. Thank you for coming in today. And here we are almost to final cruise. So 32,600 feet. And then we'll go ahead and we're at Mach 0.72 right now. We're going to raise our speed to, how about Mach 0.80? It's only pixel fuel.
4811, yeah, the RNAV Zulu really is
okay, altitude cap, once it starts flashing, you can go and dial this over. So let's go and put it up to Mach 0.80. And then now, we'll accelerate the airplane. Was that one of the songs, Pizza Racer?
You're going to take it from Europe, if that's planning purposes. So Europe, and it's just essentially the DEU that swings down and around. That's what you'll
So in this case, we've got our point, the white arrow here is our actual speed. It's got a pink bar on top of it, and that tells us that we're accelerating. We're slowly going faster and faster. But what we're going to do is we're going to stop it with our throttles when we get to Mach 0.7, Mach 0.80. Oh, there are a few chords that sounded like Love for Sale. Oh, okay. They've got some pretty good jazzy stuff. I'm sure, I mean, they've got thousands of music tracks over at Epidemic Sound. Every few months I'll go in and download about another 10, 15 songs and just add to the list. Canadian Bear, I like the A319 better, and that's the Phoenix airplane. So we're still accelerating. So you can zoom in really tight and see there's the little pink bar, so we are still accelerating. We could probably kick it up to Mach 0.81 if we wanted to. So now you have to reach over to your throttles and get ready to start slowing it down a bit. So pull it back just a touch. And what I like about this airplane is when I pull my throttles back, unless I make a turn to the right or to the left, the speed, it just maintains it. I have a real hard time doing it in the BAE and in the F-28, the Fokker. Those are the hardest airplanes for me to manage my speed. But this one, it's pretty good. Almost there. So the pink thing is just a bug now. And now we're almost there, so I'm going to pull my throttles back a bit. And you see the little pink bar at the top just disappeared. Now it's at the bottom, so we're going to slow down. So just nudge them forward a little bit. And now we're going to hold Mach 0.80. Uh-oh. It bumped a bit. I'm going to add a little bit. And there we go.
Departure, correction, make left coast traffic, runway 19 clear for takeoff, report left mid-field down 1 inch pass.
November 2611 and we'll do departing 19199.
All right, we're set in our speed. Let's let it cruise for a little and then we'll check our times. Pilot, it does come with checklists. I generally don't use them in this airplane because it's just, you can't check things off. All you can do is read through them. I can't check things off. And it would be easier for me as a single sim pilot to have a checklist that if I click it, it changes color. That way I know I've done that checklist. In the case of this airplane, I've just been flying it for so long in the sim that I know what to do. But with every complex airplane that we have in the sim, what I've done is I've usually gone and watched a YouTube video or two. I've taken some really, long notes. Like if you look over here, here are my notes for starting up the A350. And so I learned by watching a video, and I usually fly along with it with whoever's doing the video too, like A330 driver or something like that. And then what I'll do is I will just take the notes and I will write it down, and then I will start going and doing the flights myself. And then that's how I know how to do this. And that's how I know these planes. I am 901 the Gamer. Been wondering what the tests are for Jessica. I'm not sure what they are. And if you can't tell us, we understand. We're not here to pry information out of people. But it's kind of curious as to what you're going for. We are not there yet, Amargosa, but we are getting close. She's 17, the DC-9. We do have a Mad Dog. I actually am like a little behind. I'm a little behind in updating it.
Over to center 2652 for cities Piper Mike.
So I need to go and update it. Okay, we're going to get kicked over to Unicom in a sec. 1 to 2.8. So we'll be ready with that.
Beaver 275 Gulf, Salt Lake.
Beaver 275 Gulf.
Okay, you can see
275 Gulf, cross.
we actually bumped our speed up just a touch. It's not exact, but it's you know, pros would have it, you know, spot on. We actually get kind of busy in sim cockpits. Pilot 343. No, I am not buddies. I've never met A330. I've never talked to A330 driver or anything. That's just, that's one of the channels that I go to learn a new airplane. Because A330 driver, among a few other people, does do some cold and dark videos. And so that's how I'm going to go and learn how to do that. So what they do is, let's say A330 driver is going to do a cold and dark video on how to do a complete flight in A330. And I don't fly with him like, you know, with him, but so A330 drivers does a video, cold and dark video for a flight from Frankfurt to Munich in an A330. So I will set my airplane up in Frankfurt, start A330 driver's video, and when A330 driver pushes a button, I push the button. And I write it down in my little checklist. And again, it's not just A330 driver, it's a lot of the real world pilots will do that. And then what I'll do is go through, and I'll have to simplify a few things because they're approaching it as a real world pilot and what they do in the cockpit. Well, we're not doing the things that they do in the cockpit, so I have to make it a little bit simpler for the sim. And I might combine a few tasks too, or change the order, because I'm also a single person in a simulator cockpit on VATSIM, and I can't get to it all. So I'll adjust a few things up and down there. But that's how I do it. But no, I've never met, I'm not associated with, I don't know anybody. I don't know that A330 driver. Does good videos, enjoy them, but there you go. Canadian Bear is going to do a long flight hop for Saturday. Canadian Bear, I'm probably not going to do a 5-hour flight unless it's for cross the pond, cross the land, cross the whatever. It's just too long, Canadian Bear. They're just too long. Captain Chris did a -177 over at Nassau. That's a nice landing. Okay, coming up on Granola. We are 96 miles from top of descent. And on the Flatiron arrival, generally on this airplane, I have to walk it down manually. Hey Bammer, welcome aboard. This is probably my last flight. Yeah, we're eight hours into the spy flight, so. Oh, is that Fly and See Santa Day? Yeah, we don't want to do that. We want to fly and see Santa. And we should be leaving Salt Lake airspace about now.
Roger, squawk 4103 AM.
90 miles from top of descent. I don't see an awful lot of clouds that lead me to believe that we're going to see snow in Denver. They say it's snowing in Denver right now. J Will for real. Oh yeah, that's a cool. That's a little music that I got. It sounds like you're about to do the Indiana Jones, ride or something like that. Let's see. You are. I'm not from Germany, but we do like to do a lot of. Oh, that's for Captain Chris. Yep, Captain Chris is.
41 Denver Center is closed. Ready to switch to Germany. District change approved. Always a pleasure. Bye bye.
over to advisory for United 441. Thanks so much. Have a good week from United 441.
2079, except for you. Denver's closed.
Okay, arrival 120350. Okay, that's next. All right, let's see. What do we have here? We are 76 miles from top of descent. And coming in on the Flatiron arrival. All right, the Flatiron arrival chart is not working. There it is. Okay, so coming on in, we got to be at flight level 250 and 280 knots at Hippie. So we'll clear ourselves down now to flight level, I already forgot, above flight level 250. So we'll set that, and generally with this airplane, it doesn't have real VNAV, so you kind of have to just walk it down yourself. You have to kind of do it that way. Hey, Pilot 33, a lot more sense. Well, the RNAV descent, like if we were in the Airbus or the Boeing, we could go and have it would VNAV us down, and we would go down perfectly on this arrival. I mean, we really would go down perfectly on the arrival on those airplanes. This airplane does it. It's not really designed to do that. So you kind of have to just, you know, step it down by yourself. And generally what I'll do is sort of like, okay, here we are. There is Hippie and flight level 250. So it says 64 miles to top of descent. How far from Granola to Hippie? 52 miles. Okay, so we'll start our descent. I think something's messed up. I'm going to start my descent now. So I'm going to go ahead and bug Mach 0.75. I'm going to start slowing it down. Jessica, I'm taking 5 to 6 mock tests a day. Wow. I hope that they give you lots of your favorite foods and beverages for that. All right, and then generally with this airplane, I will do vertical speed, and we're going to start going down at about 1,000 feet per minute. Okay, there's 1,000 feet per minute. And now what we've got is, you can see we have the little banana line here is close to Hippie. So what I just need to do is be above flight level 250 at Hippie, but we also need to reduce our speed to 280 knots. So even I'm going to go and hit the speed button and bug 280. Because that's our speed, and all I use that for is telling me, you know, what our speed is coming down there. We are absolutely wishing you the best, Jessica, on your tests. Good luck with them, for sure. NMurph, they are using Denver arrivals, ATIS, information, Bravo. Expect ILS runway or visual as simultaneous. They flipped the runways. Okay, so we're no longer on the 16s. Yay, thank you. All right. We just got busy again. Let's come on over here. So delete, delete, delete. Come on over and let's grab the runways. Denver Airport and approaches 34 right. ILS 34 right. 35 left and 35 right. Okay, got those. And then you had to go get the airports back again so we can keep them in order. And parking gates. Okay, so let's see. What do we got here? We don't need those two anymore. So the Flatiron arrival, we're doing good on the Flatiron arrival. My guess is we're on the west side of the airport, so we should plan... We should probably plan 3-4 right since we're west. The better taxi would be 3-5 left, but I'm not going to hold my breath for that. Okay, so we're going to do that via Be Free. All right, we got to reprogram. So departure and arrival. Expecting the ILS 3-4. I already forgot. 3-4 right. ILS 3-4 right. Still on the Flatty arrival via Be Free and execute. Now then, we need to do a redirect to Hippie just in case and make sure that nav is reactivated. Okay, we're good to go. We're back in there. Let's see. Minimums for this runway is going to be different. It's 5554 on that one too. Okay, well, that's nice. All right, well, now we're all caught up with that. So that's the one I'm expecting for. Jessica is asking, is that for 901 the Gamer about live? The spy flight is live at 1800 Zulu, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. 1800 Zulu is 6 p.m. London time and 1 o'clock in the afternoon New York time. And those are the ones that I've memorized. Ooh, there is 280. We need to debug 280 because it's supposed to be 280 knots here at Hippie. Okay, we're a little fast. Pull the throttle back a bit. And we're going to still be above flight level 250, so we're good to go there. Let's reset the heading bug straight up in case we get vectored. Denver approach is 12035. Let's listen in. 12035. We've also got Denver ground 121.85. Let's preset that. 121.850. Okay, good. What are you doing, airplane? Okay, airplane just took off decided to start doing something. It will do that. It's not as bad as the E-Jet. The E-Jet really can have a mind of its own.
Contact ground 121.85, do whatever he wants to do. Alright, going over ground, 2185, see ya.
Okay, let's go ahead and go direct to Hippie again. Execute. Now this time it probably did it because I forgot something. That's probably what happened. Okay, next altitude. We need to be above flight level 230. We're in good here. So flight level 230 is our next altitude. And we'll just step ourselves down. Blue-eyed Tom, absolutely not. There's just no way I could. I could probably set up a Category 3 landing in an Airbus. In an A319, 20, or 21. That's probably about the extent of what I could do. But there is such a huge difference between flying a simulated airplane like this and a real airplane. And I can say that because I have flown a Cessna 152, a 172, and a Cardinal in real life. And I have flown each of those airplanes in the sim, and I can tell you it feels very, very different than real life. So I just, and if, the joke generally is that, okay, if it's like the movie Airplane, and one pilot had the fish, one pilot had the chicken, and I had the lasagna, could you go up and land an airplane if you had to? And the answer is, most cases, no. It would be messy. Now, if it's an A319, 20, or 21, I'm going to be able to go up, and I could probably set up a Category 3 landing and pull the throttles back when the airplane tells me to. And we would probably be fine. But it's very different flying a simulated airplane versus a real airplane. My favorite airplane in the simulator to fly is the Airbus A319. It's small, it's sporty, I can take it into a big airport, I can take it into a small airport. It works really great with the wind wing stuff, it climbs like a rocket, and I just like that airplane. It's a good airplane, I enjoy it. So that's my favorite. Pilot landed the A321 3,000 feet high when you count the localizer. Yeah, you've got to be spot on. These airliners have wiggle room, but they don't have a lot of wiggle room, right? And so you really have to be where the airplane needs it to be. Slant Alpha Adventures just makes an incredibly good point, and that is true, Slant. The airplanes, cut us so much slack. Okay, continue down to flight level 210 is our next altitude. Yeah, I get away with so much in the sim airplane, Slant, that we couldn't get away with in the real world, right? And I don't know. You might have a better idea of this. Slant Alpha Adventures knows some pretty cool bits of information. Based on what you know, our preparation for flying an airplane, I think we do between a third and 2/3 of the work that the real pilots do. So they do so much more work in the airplane, setting up the airplane and flying the plane than we do. Okay, our descent's really pretty good. We do have a slowdown at Flatiron to 270 knots. How to not be really high. Pilot 330, one of the things you've seen me do is I set up my range rings around the airport fixes, and that increases my situational awareness. That reminds me I need to be starting to slow down unless ATC says keep it going. And I think managing your speed, not coming in too fast, too hot, too high, that's just part of the little dance that we do with, thrust and lift and gravity. Slant Alpha, you think that sounds about right? Because there's nowhere that we do 100% of this. Okay, my next speed to bug is 270 knots. And let's add a little more.
Different approach using Lifeline 2.
Ricardo's back in chat. Your first flight in the USA. You are doing San Diego to Phoenix. How's it going for you, Ricardo?
Sir, we're off of Colorado Springs, off a scene flight going to UC Health Children, 8,500 for the Bravo clearance.
And let's continue. So we're going to continue to flight level 190. Our descent is just perfect.
I did. Lifeline 2.
Loose cat, it's frustrating, but you keep with it. Yeah. I think that was good advice. Ricardo is now cruising in LA Center. See? No, I got full on to going, pilot. We got that going. The angry Volanta voice already got me. first flight tomorrow is going to be Bergen in Norway to Copenhagen. And then we were thinking about maybe repeating the James Bond BD-5J flight through the hangar again tomorrow. Okay, that looks good. Next altitude for me is 1600. Looking good. And just pulled the throttles back a touch on the airplane. Ooh, coming into some clouds. It's cold. I'm going to do engine anti-ice. You never know. This airplane will show the effects of ice on it too, so it will show off some things there. And we're right where we're supposed to be. Now we're at Flyin, so we're at about 270, and that's exactly where we're supposed to be. Very, very happy airplane. Carlo's going to do a 737-800 flight in Hanover on Tuesday. Oh, you're going to do a simulator flight in Hanover? Hanover's, I think it's Hanover. It's got a really cool payware terminal that we have in Flight Simulator. It's really nice. So, I'll tell you, pilot, I hate to admit this, I have been known to cheat a little bit. And even though the airport says we're going to do the RNAV to runway 17, if there's an ILS, guess what I'll do? I'll set it up in the airplane, and I'll make sure that the airplane's tuned to the ILS. If they're doing a visual to runway 35 and there's an ILS available, I set it up in the airplane. You want to know why? Because it's a two-person cockpit. VATSIM ATC is getting worse and not worse. It's getting more and more busy. It's getting crazier and crazier. We got more to do in the cockpit. And so they may be doing visuals and all this other cool stuff, but I will go and I will set that up, and I will use the ILS. Again, I shouldn't admit to cheating. I know it's bad. I'm going to get in trouble, but actually I probably won't. But that's what I do, pilot, and you can do that too. 250. Denver is 2998. It just means that I have the ILS set up in the computer, and I can use it if I need it.
Fly high, wind. 110.
Altimeters are checked and set. And we need to slow down to 250 here.
RNF 25, clear for takeoff, fly head 2.
Melvin Aaron just subbed over on YouTube. Hey, thank you for subbing on YouTube. And I know YouTube's been growing a little bit, and I'm really grateful for that. Thank you. I'm just getting started. There's no reason you shouldn't have the ILS set up as a guide for visual if there is one. In fact, it's recommended and a best practice. Slant Alpha Adventures. I am not going to feel as guilty as I used to anymore. Thank you. And next altitude is 15,000. Yeah, it's not getting worse. I didn't mean to say VATSIM ATC is getting worse. It's getting more busy. It's getting more involved. Denver approach United 441, entering Denver with information Bravo on the Flatiron arrival. I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear it. Denver approach United 441. I'm afraid that whole transmission was totally garbled.
And United 441, how do you hear me now?
United 441, loud and clear.
There you go, sorry, VATSIM audio was giving me a headache here. Welcome, information Charlie as current, the Denver altimeter 29er. Expect the ILS to run away before red approach.
United 441, that was loud and clear, heard it great. 2999 in the altimeter. Information Chuckles is now aboard, expecting the ILS runway 34, United 441.
Fly high, radar contact, DLTC.
Fly high to 8,000.
Fly high 2, thanks so much, maintain flight level 2.
Climb and maintain flight level 230, fly high 2.
Fly high 1124, wind 110 at 7 RNAV.
So the whole point of all of my lurid confession there, pilot, is just because they say you're doing you can use the ILS to help your guidance on your landing. Okay, 15,000 at tot.
Hey, for Matt for the ILS, for red approach. Actually, American 63, I can give you a little bit of a short review perspective.
We're a little slow right now. I've reduced my rate of descent a bit. $250. Ah, the K-pop song just came up in the playlist. 13,000 is our next altitude. Keep stepping our way down here. There we go. And reset the heading bug there. Okay, seatbelts are on. Landing lights going on. 10,000 foot cabin call. It's a little soon, but that's okay. We are in Denver at a higher elevation, so we can kind of tell the crew, hey, you know, start putting all the cups and saucers away.
Fly high 1124, ready contact. Come maintain flight level 230 and the altitude leaving.
Altitude leaving.
Up to 230 and we're...
So 250 knots. Oh, big scary cloud ahead. Canadian Bear, if France is 5 hours, I wonder from the Netherlands how long it is. Canadian Bear, remember yesterday we were doing stuff using a little application called SkyVector? That's a really cool thing to get general estimated flight times. Hi Dad, game time. You tried the A300, but the COM1 radio was rapidly switching between standby and active. Really bad. Okay. That doesn't sound like it should do that. Really? That's kind of strange. I've never really had that. It sounds like some sort of a control configuration problem, maybe. Uh-oh.
That was broken.
Pull the throttles back a bit. But still watch your speed. Denver Airport is straight ahead, you can see, so about 15 miles out. Well, I can see a little hole through the clouds there, but not a big deal. Not a big deal there. Jessica's got to go right now. All right. Good luck on practice test tomorrow, Jessica. Thank you for coming in. Good luck on the mocks. We will see you next time. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Bergen to Copenhagen in vectors to Copenhagen.
There we go. Fly
That looks good. Last altitude on the descent is 11,000 feet.
Have a great night.
Port advisory, flight 2, take care.
And we need to rebug 210 knots.
Over 2 advisory, 1124, see ya.
And reduce the speed.
American 1636, wind 110 at 7, and away 35 right, good to land.
Good luck on those tests.
New
I'm not
recruits
one that
detected.
takes tests very
Welcome
well.
aboard,
I just
Agent.
don't. So
Stay
that's why
sharp.
I always make a big deal of, wishing you the best of luck on a test. I mean, that was probably, during school, the things that stressed me the most were tests.
Report landing assured, retain your squawk.
Report landing assured, left line 2.
Looking pretty good. Got the ILS all set. A beam of the airport. Cabin crew. Seats for landing.
Maintain at 2879, a little early, but reduce to 250. Down to 250.
Oh, pilot, never a problem with questions. It's just sometimes I can't get to them, but somebody in chat probably will. So we never say no to questions here. Okay, well, let us know how it goes. Take care, Jessica. Good night. Okay, this is looking good. Coming up on 10,000 feet.
United 441, this is to maintain 8,000.
Send now 8,000, United 441.
United 441, maintain 210 knots or greater, descend and maintain 8,000.
Maintain 210 knots or greater, descend and maintain 8,000 now for United 441. Heading hold. Heading is now active.
2879.
Nav source, localizer 1 is active. Gotified Dayton, welcome back Gotified Dayton. Good to see you, thank you for coming by. Yep, just a little hydrate there, Captain Chris.
Live flying 2, roger, thanks so much for flying. Have a good one.
We'll see you, live line 2.
We're going to get a little speed break here and see if we can't increase our rate of descent a bit. But we don't want to speed up. So our little baby speed brakes are up there. Okay, let's do a posture check. Sit straight up so that we can do rudder pedals and airplane stuff. I do have localizer 9 miles out. 10,000 feet, we're going to 8. Well, I'd say definitely we have got winter weather into the Denver area right now. We should see DIA off the left wingtip. We don't. Don't see, I barely see a little bit of I-25, and that's about it too, so.
And at 2879, reduce speed to 180,
bring in the clip.
And the cinema team, 8,000. 180 on the speed is down to 8,000.
Reduce our rate of descent now, so that'll help us slow down a bit and keep a close eye on the airspeed. Good night, Carlo. Have a nice evening. See you next time. Troy Hamilton is in chat on YouTube. Hi, Troy. We're in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. This is the Aerosoft Air CRJ.
That is 441, turn left heading is 080, vector spawner approach scores, maintain a 180 knots or greater.
Left turn now 080, 180 knots or greater for United 441. Flaps 1. Reversers are armed. Speed brakes will back down. Throttle's up. We don't want to fall out of the sky. Airplane's doing good. And 180. Flaps are 8. Set the bugs to land.
3 miles from Boeing, turn left heading 010. Maintain 8,000 to establish on the localizer. Clear Dallas runway, 34 right approach.
Left turn now 010 cleared for the ILS runway 34 left, 34 right, and maintain 180 knots till 5 mile finals. United 441.
United 441, 05 to be the ILS for 34 right.
ILS 34 right. That's what we got set up. United 441. Gear going down. $180.
United 2879, turn left heading.
Troy is in chat. You got Microsoft Flight Simulator for the PlayStation 5. It's coming out, what, just like 2.5 days now, right?
080.
Left turn 080.
Okay, we got localizer, glide slope and localizer are set. I don't see the airport. We're a little slow. Kick it up here a bit. Come on, airplane. Supposed to mean 180. All right, there we go. That's much better.
United 28 to 79, 4 miles from Boeing, turn left heading 010.
180 knots. Cool. Okay, what did we bug here again? It's 128. Let's call it 135 to land. 135 to land. After landing on the right side, we are going to try and snag Foxtrot 8 and come back on Foxtrot. I have the approach armed. Let's make sure it snags the localizer and the glide slope, and it's a good airplane. I'm going to come over here.
United 2879, you are clear for the LS Ranger for red approach.
And localizer and glide slope are green. We got it. Oh, I got the airport. I got the runway. Hi, Wild Willie. Welcome aboard.
1110 at 7, runway 34 right clear to land.
34 right clear to land, United 441. All right. Autopilot's going off. Let's bug our landing speed, 135. 135. Okay, so a couple of hints about being a simulator pilot. Well, Willie, okay. First, realize this is not a typical computer game. Okay? It's not a typical computer game. It is a much more advanced simulation than you'd think. Coming into Denver right now, it looks really good. So the thing is like a typical computer game, you're going to spend 10 minutes learning how to play the game, and then you'll play for about 90 days, and then you're done with the game and you walk away. This thing, you're going to spend a lot more time learning skills and learning things about airplanes and airspace and stuff like that, but you're going to play this a lot longer, unless you decide you hate airplanes and travel and stuff. So for us, you know, some of us have been, you know, you'll fly for years. And the world is your playground. This is what the real world weather looks like. This is what Denver looks like. I mean, as we're coming on in, we're coming over there. You'll see there's Blucifer, the killer horse, right about, there's the road coming around. So Blucifer's got to be right over there. And I better concentrate. So it's really pretty cool. So first thing is definitely play, you know, give yourself time to learn. Second, if you're going to jump into VATSIM, don't bite off more than you can chew, because you can get into an advanced VATSIM event and you'll just be going crazy, and it won't be fun for you. And then the other thing is you'll find some live streamers and YouTubers that you'll enjoy flying with and have a great time.
100.
Denver approach KEYW Southwest 3003, descending via the arrival at 17 Southwest.
30.
Southwest 3003, Denver.
Oh, pulled back too much.
Very bad news for you. I do apologize, but I'm going to be closing up here within the next 5 minutes, so you can monitor Unicom. Actually, you can monitor TTAF if you wish so on the tower frequency. Have a great night.
Not my best landing. I've really been having some crappy landings lately.
United 441, welcome to Denver. Right when able, and where are you parking tonight?
Right when able for United 441, we're parking closest to the bar in the Bravo concourse.
Ready?
You don't, so Wild Willie, you don't have to fly jets like this. You can fly general aviation.
We're actually going to be closing up here soon.
So you've got all sorts of things that you can fly. You don't have to do this.
Alright, United 441, you can continue to parking right on Foxtrot and then Bravo November. Have a deal.
Right on Foxtrot, Bravo November to the ramp. Thank you for some nice ATC. Have a good week from United 441. So Willie, one of the things is, I don't know if you're going to be in the PlayStation version. If you're going to be in the PC version, we're on the VATSIM network, and the people you hear talking are people flying real-world airplanes. Not real-world. They're flying their own simulators at home, and then there's also people that are doing ATC. And so that's who you hear there. If you're going to be on PlayStation 5, you're still going to be able to do an awful lot of cool stuff. And that world is really expanding a bit too. Ace Fly Wings, you think the elevator is just normally, I don't know, it could be it's time for a vacation, I'm not sure, because my landings have really been crappy lately. But usually this is my butter machine. I can just put this airplane on the ground just as light as a feather all the time.
Right on Foxtrot, and you can
It was. It's been a nice arrival here, hasn't it?
Right on Foxtrot and the ramp start fresh.
Okay, it's PlayStation. So VATSIM is only on PC. You're right.
It's not going to be closing. You can monitor CTAF or Unicom if you're still in the air. Have a good night. I'll see ya.
But one of the things, Willie, is at a time, as time goes by, it could be that starting out on the PlayStation is a great way to get started with the flight sim and decide if that's something you want to keep doing. And if it's something you know that you're going to want to keep doing, you can go ahead and grab a PC and you can jump in and do a lot more stuff. Plus, there's other really cool simulators out there. One of the people that's flying along with us, Pauliot, was flying a C-130 Hercules today, doing supply drops over on DCS World. That's a really cool airplane and a really interesting simulator. So there's those options for you to jump into as well. But I think it's a great way to get started. Yeah, I am the gamer, 901 gamer. I think console is a good way to start. That way, you sink a little bit of money into your console, but not, what you would sink into a gaming PC. And that way you decide, yeah, I really like this flight sim. I'm going to jump into it. Or, nah, I think I've got some other games I'd rather play. And so that's kind of the way to do it. Really is smart. And then if you decide to get hooked on these airplanes, and that should be Bravo November. So we're going to come in on the north side. One of the things that you'll find is as you're flying along here and doing stuff, you'll find that the sceneries are really, really good. Some airports are absolutely amazing. Go to FLIGHT. Yep, I don't want to. You're absolutely right. I don't want to miss talking about X-Plane. That's a really good simulator too. Hopefully, they'll eventually get to a point where they're ready to, where they're going to add in, do some optimization, because it's a great sim, but a lot of PCs are having a hard time. APU is coming on up. Tomorrow, our first flight is in a big VATSIM event. It's one of those VATSIM events that is really complex, but really well done, and it's great for learning. And we'll start at 1800 Zulu, 6 o'clock London time, 1 o'clock New York time. And parking brakes. And we do have the APU up and running. So engine number 1 and engine number 2 can go off. Slide down here real fast and we'll turn off the transponder. And that looks really good. Fuel pumps going off. Anti-ice and probe heaters can go off. Beacon can go off. A couple of hydraulic pumps can go off, and seatbelts can go off. Come on down here, go to the aircraft. We'll go and put chocks in. Let's go ground power, door, door, door. Drop the guardrails and get ourselves a jetway. And you can see over there, there's another airplane on VATSIM. There's a United flight that just pushed back from their gate, and they're getting ready to go. So that was good, and we've made it. And you can see these are down, and then the jetway comes here. And out we go. We made it. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was arrested. Although it was a little bit of a heavy landing. That's okay. Maybe we just need more brew in the cockpit. That airplane is slowly spinning up and getting ready to depart. And this is looking really nice. I think I might have come over to the Alpha side. Did I get the Alphas? Alpha gates? That looks like a Frontier. That looks more like United Land. Shh, don't tell anybody. Hope you are doing well. Thank you for coming on in today. This was a nice day for sure. Really fun flights. Our first flight tomorrow is Bergen to Copenhagen. And Bergen to Copenhagen is always a great flight. It's lots of very, very, very busy ATC. So I'm definitely looking forward to that one. It's a great training flight. It's why we do it every week. I know it's got to be a little bit boring, but that's why we do it every week. And it's a great way to just, get frosty with your airplane and stay that way. And then we don't have to. We did the James Bond flight today, which was the BD-5J fly through the hangar. We don't have to do that tomorrow. I just put it in there. We can go and find some other trouble to get into over on VATSIM. Time for me to do my usual thank yous to the secret agents and special agents and 00s over on Patreon. Really appreciate the really great support. Thank you. As you've been mentioning a few times, the Patreon is going to be slowly moving over to channel memberships over on YouTube. So if you are on YouTube, there will be channel memberships and some exclusive videos and flight briefings that we're going to be doing. So definitely going to keep working on that, and we'll keep you up to date there. Let's see here. Who are we going to go and see here? I do see Boozy is doing a long flight. One of the biggest airplanes that we get questions about is, what about that A380? The A380 airplane? And the A380 is kind of a cool plane. It's really, really big. I don't generally fly it because, again, it's really, really big. But it looks like Boozy... Is Boozy at... Oh, Boozy's offline. Boozy is offline. Is, let's see, is DeLorean doing stuff? I don't see that there's a lot of people that we know. Let's see, cleared takeoff. I don't know if we've been to see cleared takeoff in a while. No, it says cleared takeoff is offline too. All of my raids are like crashing and burning here. Let me try it one more time. Let's see if we can raid. All right, coming up here. Fighty is doing Hamburg Tower. It says Fighty is live. Is Fighty live? No, it says Fighty is offline too. It says, yeah, I'm striking out here on who to raid. Good night, Sorcerer. Thank you for being here. Ibanez. Ibanez? Ibanez player, right? All right, let's try that one. Okay, got that one. Thank you for telling me about that. I just couldn't find anybody that was on my list. It's a little bit later than usual for the spy flight. Okay, I think we made it. Thank you for coming in today. Wolfie, thank you for suggesting that. Really appreciate it. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow. I thank you for coming in. I hope you are doing really, really good and you had a great weekend. I had a blast this weekend. Thank you for flying with me. Tomorrow should be fun. But I need to cut it here and stop rambling because I do that all the time. Thank you for being here. Have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, as always, stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers. Good night.